graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on barrel out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
What is going on, everybody? Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic noon. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. We got 5 games going on today, this afternoon, as far as the Major League Baseball slate goes. Hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button, and turn on the notification bell icons too, and that way you will know when we do go live. So here is how the slate works. We got 3 1-10 games today. The first one that should be getting underway is going to be the Arizona Diamondbacks versus the Miami Marlins. That is game 1. Really looking forward to that game. And then you have, after that, it'll be the New York Mets taking on the St. Louis Cardinals this afternoon. For the Mets, they will have Christian Scott out there facing Hunter Dobbins. And I also forgot to mention this too, but Merrill Kelly is going to be facing Tyler Phillips, former Philly Tyler Phillips, on the bump for the Miami Marlins. That should be an interesting matchup. As far as things go for the Minnesota Twins game, the Twins will play the Tigers also at 1:10. And the pitching matchup for that, you got Zebby Matthews versus Kiter Montero. So that'll be interesting to see what happens in the AL Central in that game. The Texas Rangers will then play at 2 o'clock. They'll play at 2:10 against the Kansas City Royals. And that game will be in about an hour, a little bit more than an hour or so. The Rangers will send Kumar Rocker out there on the bump, and he will be facing Michael Wacha. I feel like every time that we do a Diamond Zone, Kumar Rocker is pitching. It's just really weird. He did that the last time we did it, so every time we just schedule a Diamond Zone, he's just pitching. Really odd. And then the final game of the afternoon, the very late afternoon game, that is going to be the Colorado Rockies versus the Chicago Cubs. I expect that that's going to be a really good game. Edward Cabrera is going to be facing Ryan Feltner, and so that is the matchup there. So again, how the slate works as we change the scoreboards is we got Mets Cardinals at 1:10. We got Tigers and Twins at 1:10. And then we got Marlins and Diamondbacks at 1:10 as well. And at 2:10, it'll be Royals versus Rangers. And then you got Rockies versus Cubs. That game will be at 3:10 p.m. Eastern Time. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit the subscribe button as well. Let me know which game you are looking forward to out of all the games down below. We also did put up a poll. I asked which 110 game that you were looking forward to. And if you say neither, I'm looking forward to the Colorado versus the Cubs game or the Royals versus the Rangers game. That's cool. We will not be on tonight. The other games that will be later tonight are as follows. You got Pirates and Dodgers at 6:40 on the second half of this day. And then you got Orioles and Mariners at 7:05. And I'll tell you what, the White Sox versus the Braves game, that's one I wish that I could really do, but obviously can't do that tonight. White Sox play against the Atlanta Braves. That's also going to be a really good matchup because Anthony Kay is going to be facing Martin Perez. So those are all the matchups for today. Let me know which one you are looking forward to the most down below. And without further ado, all right, so let's get on into the matchups for this afternoon. So as far as the lineups go for today, This is what the lineup looks like for Diamondbacks versus Marlins. Okay, so for Arizona, you got Ketel Marte batting leadoff, Corbin Carroll second, Gabriel Moreno third, Nolan Arenado fourth, Geraldo Perez fifth, and then you got Groover, who's going to be batting sixth. That is Lou James Groover. So he is going to be batting in the sixth spot. Then you got out in left field, it'll be Tommy Troy playing in left, and followed up by Aramis Garcia playing over at the catcher position. And then Jorge Barosa is going to be batting in the 9 spot. So once again, it's Marte, Carroll, Marino, Arenado, Perdomo, Groover, Troy, Garcia, and Barosa. And for the Marlins, they will have Liam Hicks batting leadoff, Otto Lopez second, Kyle Stowers third, Xavier Edwards fourth, Javier Sanoja is going to be batting fifth, Owen Casey is going to be batting sixth, seventh is Jacob Marcy, and then eighth is going to be Joe Mack. He is the catcher for today, and batting ninth for the Miami Marlins, that'll be Astory Ruiz, who is out in left field. So for the Marlins, they got Hicks, Lopez, Stowers, Edwards, Sanoja, Casey, Marcy, Mack, and Ruiz. And those are the lineups for that game. For the Twins versus the Tigers game, the Minnesota Twins will have Trevor Larnach batting leadoff for them. Byron Buxton slides down to the 2. Cody Clemens is playing over at first. He'll be batting third. Josh Bell fourth, Brooks Lee fifth, Royce Lewis sixth, and then you got Victor Caratini batting seventh. Tristan Gray is going to be playing over at shortstop. He'll be batting eighth, and Austin Martin is batting in the 9 spots. For the Tigers, it'll be Kevin McGonigal batting leadoff for them. Gleyber Torres second, Riley Green third, Dylan Dingler is batting fourth, Kerry Carpenter fifth, Colt Keith is batting sixth, and then you got Spencer Torkelson batting seventh, Zach McKinstry batting eighth, and Jake Rogers is going to be batting in the 9 spot for them. So that is the matchup, and of course on the bump in both games, that'll be Zebby Matthews going up against Keider Montero. So that is the pitching matchup for that game. The Cardinals and the Mets. Yes, J.J. Weatherholt batting leadoff for the St. Louis Cardinals. Ivan Herrera second. Alec Burleson third. Jordan Walker fourth. Lars Nootbaar fifth. And then it's Mason Wynn batting sixth. Jimmy Crooks is batting seventh. Nolan Gorman is eighth. And Nathan Church is going to be batting in the 9 spots. And for the New York Mets, their lineup in that game, it's Carson Bench batting leadoff. Bo Bichette is going to be batting second. Juan Soto is batting third. And then you got Jared Young batting fourth. Jared Young, yes. Okay. Why do I always get confused between Jacob Young and Jared Young? Jared Young is batting fourth. A.J. Ewing is batting fifth. Marcus Semien is batting sixth. And then seventh is Brett Beatty. Eighth is Francisco Alvarez, who is back from the IL. And then you got MJ Melendez rounding things up, batting ninth for the New York Mets. So for the Mets, again, it's Benj, Bichette, Soto, Young, Ewing, Semien, Beatty, Alvarez, and Melendez. And that is the lineup for that game. Okay. As far as things go for the Royals versus the Rangers, the pitching matchup for that game is Kumar Rocker versus Michael Wacha. This is one that I'm actually really looking forward to. I think that this will be a good game. For Texas, they got Wyatt Langford batting leadoff, Corey Seager second, Josh Young third, Brandon Nimmo fourth, Ezekiel Duran's going to be batting fifth, Jake Berger's batting sixth, Evan Carter is batting seventh, Elias Diaz is going to be batting eighth. He'll be the catcher. And Nicky Lopez is playing over at second base. He will be batting in the 9 spots. So again, for Texas, they got Langford, Seager, Young, Nimmo, Duran, Berger, Carter, Diaz, and Lopez in their starting lineup. And for the Kansas City Royals, They actually have an interesting lineup today. Carter Jensen's going to be batting leadoff for them. That's interesting. Bobby Witt Jr. is batting second. Vinny Pasquantino is batting third. Jack Caglione is batting fourth. Fifth is Lane Thomas playing out in right field. Michael Massey is going to be batting sixth. Seventh is Cameron Misner. Misner is making his 2026 debut, so he'll be batting sixth for them. Seventh is going to be, he'll be batting seventh. And then you got Nick Lofton, who's batting eighth, and Isaac Collins is going to be batting in the 9 spots. So for the Royals, again, you got Jensen, Witt Jr., Pasquantino, Caglione, Thomas, Massey, Misner, and Lofton, and Collins. And in the final game, okay, the Cubs have not yet released their lineup just yet. Just want to make sure that I make that clear. That game will get started at 3:10 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll let you know once they do update their lineup. But as far as things go for the Colorado Rockies, the pitching matchups. Edward Cabrera is pitching for the Chicago Cubs, and Ryan Feltner is pitching for the Colorado Rockies. For the Rockies, though, they will have Edward Julian batting leadoff, Willie Castro batting second, T.J. Rumfield is batting third, and then you got Hunter Goodman fourth. Troy Johnston is batting fifth, and then sixth is going to be Cole Carrick, who is also making his 2026 debut, I believe. Cole Carrick. Oh, no, he's just 1 for 7 on the season. And then you got Sam Thompson batting seventh. Ezekiel Tovar is going to be batting eighth. And then Brett Sullivan is going to be batting in the 9 spots. And he'll be catching for today for Colorado. Julian, Castro, Rumfield, Goodman, Johnston, Carrick, Thompson, Tovar, and Sullivan are going to be in the starting lineup for the Colorado Rockies. All right, so, yes, let me know what you guys think is going to be the best game down below. I would like to know which one you are looking forward to the most. Yes, I would. Okay, and we should be ready to rock and roll and get some baseball underway. Okay, Dirt McGirt is here. What's going on, Dirt? What's up, T-Edits? How you guys doing? Fist pumps to everybody. Shout out to everybody that is here in the chat. Let's go. Time to get started with some Diamond Zone. PJ is also here. What's up, PJ? Who else do we got? We got Nova here. What's up, Nova? Haley's here. What's up, Haley? How you doing? Good to see everybody here. Let's go. You're inside mean while I've been out cleaning Lauren's pool and filling it since like 11. Oh my gosh. Damn. Hope you guys are having a good day. All right, Rick is also here. Let's go. Fuqua's also here. What is going on, everybody? Yes, sir. All right, so we shall be getting things started in just a few moments. Once again, the pitching matchups for today are as follows. You got Merrill Kelly versus Tyler Phillips. You also have Zebby Matthews versus Kyder Montero. That is in the Twins versus the Tigers game. And then you got Hunter Dobbins pitching for the St. Louis Cardinals against Christian Scott for the New York Mets. I haven't really seen Christian Scott, so I'm curious to see how he does. He's been actually doing pretty well this season for the New York Mets. He has a 2.5 ERA and has really given them a lot of good innings. He's 26 years old, 36 innings, 10 earned runs, 18 walks, and 41 strikeouts in those 36 innings. So curious as to how he does today. The Rangers will have Kumar Rocker, and he'll be facing Michael Wacha for the Kansas City Royals. The Cubs are going to have Edward Cabrera, and they will be facing Ryan Feltner. And that is what the pitching matchup looks like over there. So we have 3 110 games about ready to get started in just a few moments. Let's get the 3D graphics up and running. If they will allow us to do so. I don't know. Not yet. Okay, still a little bit too soon. But without further ado, a toast. Yes, a toast. A good day for Major League Baseball. 5 games in the afternoon. Let's hope that they're all good. Let's hope nobody gets hurt. And let's have fun. Cheers! L'chaim. My lid was closed. Couldn't figure out why I wasn't getting any water. I was like, wait, what's going on? And it hit me, and I was like, oh, yeah, close the lid. That would do it. That would definitely do it. For sure. All right, so what else do we got? Yes, good stuff. Let's go Detroit, says Rick. Rick is rooting for Detroit. All right, so yeah, let us know down below which game you are most looking forward to. I'm going to actually pull up the YouTube channel right now so that way I can keep the poll up and I can see it for myself. Okay, we got a nice crowd this afternoon. That's pretty cool. So I assume be on for about 5 hours. Maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, but we'll see. All right, so 17 votes so far. 18% of you have said D-backs versus Marlins is the game that you're most intrigued about. 29% of you have said Twins versus Tigers. And 47% of you have said Cardinals versus Mets. I think that one takes the cake for today. And then 6% of you have said Texas versus Kansas City later in the afternoon, or Chicago versus Colorado. All right, so it looks like that they're showing the Twins versus Tigers game up on here. So let's make sure that we have the right games up. I believe that we do. Okay, good stuff. So for the Twins, they have Trevor Larnach batting leadoff. Once again, it'll be Byron Buxton who's going to be batting second. And then Cody Clemens third, Josh Bell fourth, Brooks Lee fifth, Royce Lewis sixth, Victor Caratini seventh, Tristan Gray eighth, and Austin Martin batting in the 9 spots. Okay, good stuff. Then you got McGonigal, Torres, Green, Dingler, Carpenter, Keith, Torkelson, McKinstry, and Rogers rounding out the lineup for the Detroit Tigers. Good stuff. It's baseball weather, baby. It is. Baseball galore. Let's go. Okay, so let's pull up the 3D for all of these games. Can we do that? Oh, that's so cool. Oh, man, this is awesome. Good stuff. All right, so we're underway in all 3 games so far. J.J. Weatherhold is batting leadoff for the St. Louis Cardinals. And then you got Ketel Marte up for the Diamondbacks. And you also have... Oh, okay, they are not showing the other game. Okay, so we'll put the Twins game up over here. And then you got Trevor Larnach batting leadoff for the Minnesota Twins. Okay, good stuff. So we'll keep this game up over here. Actually, 1 second. Let me make sure that I scroll down. Good. Nice. I like that. Okay. In the Marlins game, the 1-2 is grounded over towards first, and Ketel Marte is retired. So there's 1 out there. Okay, good stuff. We got 3 110 games underway right now. Yes, we do. We'll also get to the inning breakdown of this game up and running. Let's see. Good. All right. Good stuff. All right, Corbin Carroll is up for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And the first pitch that he takes will be in there for a called strike. We'll keep this game up for you guys to see. There's Mets versus Cardinals, and then you'll see if anything happens there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tyler Phillips on the bump for the Miami Marlins. And the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. And the count is now 1-2 to Corbin Carroll. If anything else goes on, we'll let you know. Montero just got the first batter out in the Twins game. The 1-2 to Carroll. Strike 3 called, and Tyler Phillips gets a strikeout in the top of the first for the Miami Marlins. And so there's 2 gone. Phillips is a sinker, a splitter, a sweeper, a curveball, and a four-seamer as well. There's 2 outs in the Twins game. There's 2 outs in the Diamondbacks game. And there's still 1 out in the Cardinals versus the Mets game. Gabriel Moreno is up for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And on the first pitch, that is taken for ball 1. Phillips gets set, kicks, fires, and it's inside for ball 2. For the Twins, they have Cody Clemens up. The Cardinals have Ivan Herrera up at the plate. And for the Diamondbacks, it's Moreno. The 2-0 to Moreno is in there for a strike. The first pitch to Clemens is in there for a strike, and it's still 3-2 to Herrera. The 2-1 pitch to Moreno, that'll be in there for strike 2. The 3-2 to Herrera swung on and missed, and just like that, Christian Scott gets a strikeout, and there's 2 gone in the top of the first of the Mets game. 2 balls, 2 strikes in the top of the first in the Arizona-Miami game. Phillips gets set, kicks, fires, and a grounder hit over to shortstop. And Edwards has it, throws it over to first, and the inning is over. Marlins and Diamondbacks are going to go to the bottom of the first inning. Burleson flies one out to deep right field for St. Louis, and they're on the board early against the Mets. Scott gives up a homer, and St. Louis strikes first out in New York. Twins and Tigers are going to go to the bottom of the first. We got our first run of the day. Christian Scott just gave up a solo home run and went into the second deck. The pitch to Walker, that's a line drive hit out over to left field. That'll be caught. And the Mets and the Cardinals are going to go to the bottom of the first inning. 1-0 St. Louis on one swing of the bat by Alec Burleson. And all 3 games right now are in a break. So again, no score out in Miami, as you can see right now. There's also no score out in Detroit. So they're going to go to the bottom of the first. McGonigal is going to lead it off for them. I really like how we actually did this. And I think I'm going to do this throughout the rest of the time, where I just get the browsers and I just switch the streams. This looks so cool. And it makes it even easier to follow along because I don't even have to change the game day, nothing like that. That's so cool. All right, so here we go. Bottom of the first, Hicks is going to lead things off for the Miami Marlins. It'll be Hicks, Lopez, Stowers, Edwards, Sanoja, Casey, Marcy, Mack, and Ruiz. And McGonigal is also up for the Tigers. McGonigal's first pitch, he flies one out to deep left field. That's going back towards the track. It's going to bounce off the wall, and it'll stay in play, and McGonigal is going to get on with a double. That ball almost got robbed, and it was just kept on into the ballpark. Larnach got over to it, and it hit the top of the rail. I'm curious if they're going to review this to see if it's a homer. He reached up, it hit the yellow line. So we'll keep you updated on that. I thought he had a chance to rob that too. Oh boy. Wow. So they call it officially a double, and the Tigers have a runner over at second. Liam Hicks just got on with a leadoff single for the Miami Marlins, and he's over at first base. And for the Mets, it's Carson Benj up. On the next pitch to Glaber, that's a fly ball hit out over to right field. That'll be caught for out number 1. And McGonigal tags up from second. He'll head over to third for Detroit. And Detroit, that's their potential first run, 90 feet away from scoring. Oh, boy. First blood, Redbirds. Love it. Benj is up for the New York Mets. His count is 2-1. That game is in the bottom of the first. And his pitch, that smacked past the shortstop out to left field. And the Mets have their leadoff man aboard. So all three teams in the bottom of the first have gotten the leadoff man on base with a hit. A single by Benj, a single in the Marlins game by Hicks, and a double by McGonigal. Here's the 0-1 to Riley Green. That's going to be flied out over towards center. Buxton gets under. He'll make the catch. McGonigal's coming home. The throw is not in time, and Detroit is on the board, 1-0. On the RBI sacrifice fly by Riley Green. Lopez lines one out to right field. That'll get down for a base hit. Hicks is going to go over to third. The throw to third is in time. Hicks is out at third for the Marlins. Wow, what a throw. A beautiful throw out in right field for out number 1. And the Marlins, that's really a rally killer for them. Who was that? Corbin Carroll? Carroll got to that ball, and he just fired a strike. That ball took one bounce, and it was swiped by Arenado, and he got him right on the foot. That was awesome. So Hicks is out for Miami, and so there's just a runner over at first with one away. And here we go, the pitch to Bo. That's a fly ball hit out to deep left field, and the Mets are on the board. That ball's gone. What a start for this afternoon slate of baseball. 2-1 Mets on a jack by Bo Bichette. Ball was far. Bo Bichette just hit a missile out to left field for the New York Mets, and it just kept carrying. So 2-1 Mets, no score out in Miami, and a 1-0 game out in Detroit, thanks to a sac fly by Riley Green. Damn, that was pretty insane. Stowers is up for the Marlins, and then you got Carpenter up for the Tigers. Tigers have one runner over at first with 2 away, and Jared Young is up for the New York Mets. Burleson hit a home run in the top of the first off of Christian Scott, and there's another fly ball hit out to deep right field, and that ball is gone as well. Young goes deep, back-to-back homers for Bichette and Young. Oh my goodness. Where did that ball go? The Mets catch lightning in a bottle. And the long ball is working at its Citi Fields. Two homers in a row. One was a two-run shot by Bo Bichette. The other one was a solo home run by Jared Young. Wow. By the way, we're in the bottom of the first out in Miami. Stowers, his count is 3-0 with one out. Something happened in that game, and I'm sorry I couldn't necessarily follow along with what just happened there. But golly. All right, so Bichette and Young help give the Mets a 3-1 lead in the bottom of the first. There's two away. Tigers and Twins are going to go to the top of the second. And we'll focus on this Marlins game really, really quickly. Stowers versus Kelly. And Simeon's also up for the Mets, by the way. His count is 1-2. 3-0 to Stowers. That's going to be in there for a strike. Here comes Simeon's 1-2. That's a line drive, base hit out to left field. Marcus Simeon's going to get on with a single, and he'll just stay right where he is. The throw was made over to second, and it was not in time. Hunter Dobbins is struggling so far. Three balls, one strike to Stowers, and the next pitch is fouled away. Burleson had a homer in the top of the first of the Mets game, and then Young and Bichette went back-to-back. 3-2 to Stowers, that's down for ball four, and the Marlins have traffic on the bases. And now for the Mets, Brett Beatty is up. Okay, let's go. Two runners on for the Marlins. Beatty's pitch. It's now 1 ball, 1 strike. Charge! Beatty is up for the Marlins. For the Mets, excuse me. 1 ball, 1 strike to Brett Beatty. And the next pitch is fouled off. Twins and Tigers are in the top of the second. The guy that's up for them is Josh Bell. His count is 2-2. And it's 0-1 to Xavier Edwards. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Brett Beatty. The 1-2, and that's down for ball 2. Hunter Dobbins so far in this inning has thrown 20 pitches. Bell just struck out and 1 away in the Twins game. Next pitch to Beatty. Swung on and missed, and the inning is over. And so the Mets are going to go to the top of the second. 3-1 New York. And with that, Xavier Edwards is still up to bat for the Marlins with 2 runners on. The pitch is in there for a strike. The throw to third is in time. Great defense provided by the Diamondbacks so far in this game. What a throw that was made by their catcher for out number 2. McAuliffe says, hold up a second, and we'll see if they challenge this. I don't know if they got him. It was a good throw, though. Gosh. That was a really, really good throw. Provided by Garcia behind the plate. Is he out? They're challenging. They are challenging. Speaking of outs, there are 2 outs in the Tigers versus Twins game. This is a big call. So, again, we're seeing if the runner at third base was out on the stolen base attempt. Was not a double steal. If the call's overturned, there's runners at the corners. If it stands, there's 2 outs, and the count is still 1-2 to Xavier Edwards with a runner at first. Did he get him? Looking at it again, I think that McAuliffe has a case. Well, in the Twins game, Royce Lewis is up. The count is 1-1 to him. Tigers took a 1-0 lead on a sac fly by Riley Green. McGonigal got on with a double, then he advanced over to third, and then he came home on the sac fly. 1-1 pitch. That'll be in there for just a little bit up high for ball two. All right, so what's the call? The call's going to be overturned. They're going to say that he's safe over at third, and Otto Lopez, who is one of the fastest guys in the league, gets over to third base, and there's runners at the corners. Count is 1-2, and there's still one out, by the way. Let's go. We've got multiple games going on. What's up, Deke? How you doing, my friend? Cardinals are also back on as they start off the top of their second inning. Remember, they were up 1-0 going on into the bottom of the first on a solo shot by Burleson. And then Bo Bichette hit a two-run shot. And after that, in the next at-bat, it was Jared Young who homered. Here's the 1-2 to Xavier Edwards. That's a fly ball hit out over towards right field. This will get Lopez home, and the Marlins are going to blink first and take a 1-0 lead on a sac fly by Xavier Edwards off of Merrill Kelly. Lewis is up for the Twins. His count is 3-2. Let's go. Bottom of the first, 1-0 Fish. And there's two outs. Tigers are up 1-0. Top of the second, nobody on, two outs. It's 3-2 to Royce Lewis. Kaiser Montero's pitching. The pitch is fouled away. The pitch, that's a high fly ball hit out to right field. Lars Nootbaar goes deep, and the Cardinals are down by one. 4 homers so far, and we're only in the top of the second inning out in Queens. Wow. Lewis just got on with a single for the Twins. That'll put him over at first. And the Marlins are going to go to the top of the second as Sanoa just popped out. Lars Nootbaar just hit one out over to Mars. 4 homers in that game. And up to bat next is going to be Mason Wynn. So a homer by Nootbaar, a homer by Burleson, a homer by Bo, and a home run by Young. If you have any of them in fantasy, you're doing pretty good today so far. It's also 1-0 to Victor Caratini in the Twins game. The pitch is taken outside. Wynn's going to line one down the left field line. That's a fair ball. Mason Wynn's going to go over to second to throw. It's not in time. And so the Cardinals have the tying run over at second base. Let's go. Back and forth. Caratini's going to ground one over to first, and the inning is over. Charge! All right, so up to bat next for the St. Louis Cardinals is going to be Jim Crooks. And on the first pitch, there's another fly ball hit out to deep right field. It's going back towards the track. The Cardinals take the lead. 5 home runs. And what's a home run derby out in New York? The Mets put up 3 runs in the bottom of the first, and the Cardinals said, I'm going to put up 3 runs in the top of the second. Here comes the pitch, and that's a swing and a miss. 4-3 Cardinals. Are you kidding me? In the first 2 games, there were just 5 home runs. in this series, and so far in the first 1.5 innings, there have been 5 homers. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the pitch. And that is inside for ball 2. Up to bat is Nolan Gorman. Unbelievable. The Diamondbacks are also back on, and the count is 3-0 to Arenado. They're in the top of the second, and now it's 3-1. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Nolan Gorman. What a crazy game out in New York. Crooks just hit a 2-run homer to give the Cardinals a 4-3 lead. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Nolan Gorman. Scott gets set and fires, and a swing and a miss, and that's the first out of the second inning. There were no outs. And that is the first out right there. By the way, the Phillies have the second wild card in the National League. They are 1.5 games above the San Diego Padres. They're also 1.5 in back of the St. Louis Cardinals, in case you were wondering, which I find to be very interesting. Okay, so just a little recap. The Marlins and the Diamondbacks are in the top of the second. Perdomo is up to bat for Arizona. His count is 1-1, but he'll challenge, and it'll probably be 2-0. It's also 2-0 to Nathan Church as the Cardinals lead it by a run. That game is in the top of the second. The Tigers are in the bottom of the second. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. And I'll let you know who's up to bat in just a few seconds. Two and 1 is the count to Nathan Church, and Church pops this one up. It's a foul ball, and it goes out of play. Perdomo just saw ball 4, and the Diamondbacks have a runner over at first base with 1 out in the top of the second inning. So the scoring so far, 1-0 Marlins on a sac fly by Edwards, 1-0 Tigers on a sac fly by Riley Green, and 4-3 St. Louis. 5 homers in that Cardinals versus Mets game. The pitch, there's a line drive down the first base line. That's a fair ball. And just like that, there's going to be runners over at second and third for the St. Louis Cardinals. Or sorry, just over at second because it was a double by Nathan Church. But yeah, 5 homers in that Cardinals-Mets game. You had back-to-back homers in the bottom of the first from Bo Bichette and also Jared Young. And also a solo homer by Burleson, a 2-run home run by Jimmy Crooks, and a solo home run as well provided by, it was, 1 second, where is it? Lars Nootbaar. There we go. Here comes Groover to the plate for Arizona. He's up to bat, and the count is 2-1. Tigers and Twins are going to go to the top of the third inning. They're going to go to the third. So Cardinals still have a runner over at second. And here's the pitch. And that misses inside for a ball to J.J. Weatherholt. So we're going to do a double diamond here. Weatherholt is up. His count is 1-0. Groover is up for the Diamondbacks. His count is 2-2. The 2-2 pitch to Groover. It's outside and low for ball 3. And the 1-0 pitch to Weatherholt is down for ball 2. Diamondbacks have the tying run over at first. That's Perdomo. He walked just now. Phillips, Tyler Phillips that is, gets set just at the belt. He'll toss it back over to first. The throw is not in time. Meanwhile, the count is now 3-0 to J.J. Weatherholt. Christian Scott is pitching for the New York Mets. He's looking to try to get out of this inning. They were up 3-1, and now it's 4-3. The pitch is in there for a strike. And the pitch to Groover. Ground ball hit back over to second to tag to second. There's one. The throw to first, and that's a double play. And the inning is over. So Groover grounds into a 4-3 double play, and that's how the inning comes to an end. Time to go to the next inning. Bottom of the second coming on up. All right, 3 balls, 2 strikes to J.J. Weatherholt as the Cardinals look to add on to their lead in the top of the second inning out in Queens. 3-2 is the count to J.J. with 1 out. Church is at second. The 3-2 pitch. Chopper hit over to first. Church will go over to third, but the tag to the bag is in plenty of time for out number 2. Christian Scott, 1 1/3, 4 earned runs, and this is by far his worst outing of the season. His worst start of the season, I should say. Might be the best invention in the history of the world. It's very probable. It's pretty cool, right? All right, the Twins are back on. They're in the top of the third. I'll let you know how they do. Who's up to bat in that game? Can't even tell. Just the one thing is that I wish that I could get these screens to be a little bit bigger. It's 1:38 p.m. Eastern time, by the way. We'll have the 2:10 game, which is Rangers and Royals, up in about a half hour or so. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ivan Herrera is in the box for the St. Louis Cardinals. Two outs, top of the second, and the pitch, and that's a chopper hit over to third, backhanded by Beatty. The throw to first is a strike, and the inning is finally over. The Cardinals get the lead back. They get 2 home runs in the inning, one by Nootbaar, the other one by Crooks. It's 4-3 St. Louis, and they'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, Marlins and Diamondbacks are also back on. And by the way, the count is still 2-2 in the at-bats of the Twins game. Up for Minnesota right now is Tristan Gray. 3-2 pitch. That's a called strike 3, and there's out number 1. Gray goes down looking, he'll challenge. Let's see. What does ABS say? That is a called strike 3. And also 1 out already in the bottom of the second out in Miami. Weatherholt, a.k.a. the second place JJ. Oh, thank you. You guys are too kind. Here's Jacob Marcy. And here's the pitch. That's outside for a ball to Jacob. Marcy is up for the Marlins, and up to bats for the Twins is Austin Martin. His count is 1-0 too. The 1-0 to Marcy. That's fouled off towards the third base side. It'll still be playable, and Arenado has enough room to make the catch, and there's 2 up and 2 down. Martin's 1-0 pitch is down for ball 2. So 2 balls, no strikes to Austin Martin. Up next is Joe Mack for the Miami Marlins. A .253 average, 1 homer, and 13 RBIs as well. Martin's 2-0 pitch coming on up versus Montero. And here it is, and that's a swing and a foul tip. Mack's first pitch is in there for a strike. No balls, 1 strike to Mack, and 2 balls and 1 strike to Martin. The 0-1 to Mack. That's a high fly ball. This one's hit out over to deep center field. It'll stay in the ballpark, though, and the catch is made by Baroa for out number 3. And the Marlins are going to go to the top of the third inning, and they'll be back in just a few moments. The Mets are now back on. But first, the 2-1 to Martin. That's grounded back up the middle. Shortstop has it on the bounce, throws it over to first. And there's 2 away in the top of the third out in Detroit. The Mets have Francisco Alvarez up at the plate. And his count is 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1 to Alvarez, that's fouled back towards the screen. Again, the Mets and the Cardinals in the series before today had 5 homers. And so far in this game, there have been 5 home runs. The pitch to Alvarez, that's a foul ball, and the count still remains at 1-2. So 1-0 Tigers, 4-3 Cardinals, and 1-0 Miami. Miami's in a break. The 1-0 to Larnack is in there for a strike. And the 1-2 to Alvarez. Line drive, base hit out to left field. It's going to be cut off, and Alvarez is going to be held to just a single to start off the bottom of the second for New York. And they would like to retaliate once again. We'll see how that goes. The scrappy no-name Diamondbacks, I see. Yeah. Larnack's pitch, line drive, base it out to center field, and there's a 2-out single for Minnesota. Charge! The next man up at the plate is MJ Melendez for the New York Mets, and the first pitch that he takes is outside for ball 1. I don't know what the heck is going on in this game right here. I apologize. Okay, Byron Buxton is up for the Minnesota Twins with a runner over at first. The first pitch is in there for a called strike. And also the Marlins are back on, by the way. We'll let you know how things go there. Troy just fouled one over towards the right side, and there's out number 1. Okay. The ball is 1 strike to Byron Buxton, and the next pitch is taken for ball 1. Melendez is up for the Mets. Buxton is up for the Twins. And it's 1-2 to MJ Melendez. 5 homers in that Cardinals versus Mets game, as I mentioned before. 1-2 pitch, and that is down and inside for ball 2 to MJ Melendez. Tyler Phillips is pitching for the Miami Marlins. He's facing Garcia, who almost gunned out a runner. But 2 balls, 2 strikes to MJ Melendez, and the 2-2 is just a bit outside for ball 3. And the count is 3-2 in the Mets game. The 2-1 to Buxton, and that's low and away for ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes to MJ Melendez. And the payoff pitch, and that's fouled. 3-1 to Buxton. And here is the pitch, and Buxton's going to fly one out over towards right field. It's playable, and it'll be caught for out number 3. And the inning is over. Tigers will come back up for the bottom of the 3rd. Benj is now up for the Mets as there was a strikeout to MJ Melendez. And 1 away in the bottom of the 2nd. Keeping the Marlins game up for you guys to see what's going on over there. No balls, 1 strike to Carson Benj. Mets are down by a run. No balls, 1 strike, and the pitch is outside for a ball to Carson. The Diamondbacks have Jorge Barosa up to bat in the top of the 3rd with 2 away. He caught the final out of the 2nd. The pitch to Benj, fouled back. 1-2 to Carson Benj, and 0-1. Now I believe 0-2 to Barosa. We got another game starting in 24 minutes. The pitch to Benj, it's inside for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And it's now 1-2 to Barossa. What's up, chat? What's up, Morty? How you doing? Barossa's 1-2 is down and inside for ball 2. Marlins got a sac fly from Xavier Edwards to give them a 1-0 lead. The next pitch to Benj. Swung on and missed. And there's out number 2. Barossa's next pitch. Swing on and miss. There's out number 3. And going to the bottom of the third out in Miami. So Bo Bichette is now up to bat for the Mets. In the bottom of the second. Still a runner over at first. And 2 gone. Bo homered his last time up. And he looks at a strike at the knees. Listen to the scoring breakdown in this game. Bottom of the first, Alec Burleson homered. In the top of the first, excuse me. And then Bo Bichette hit a 2-run shot in the bottom of the first and went back-to-back with Jared Young to make it 3-1. In the top of the second, the Cardinals got a homer from Lars Nootbaar to make it 3-2. And Jimmy Crooks gave them the lead with a 2-run shot out to right. 5 homers in 2 innings. The ball is 2 strikes to Bo, and the pitch, that's a foul ball. Twins and Tigers are back on for the bottom of the third, and already 1 out. And McGonigal is going to come back on up to the plate for them. The ball is 2 strikes to Bo Bichette. The 0-2 is down for a ball. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Bo Bichette. And still 1-0 to Kevin McGonigal. One ball, 2 strikes to Bo Bichette. 2 outs, bottom of the second. And the pitch to Bo, that's a line drive played on a hop, and the inning is over as Burleson takes it right over to the bag for out number 3. And the Cardinals and the Mets are going to go to the top of the third. McGonigal's still up, and his count is 2 balls and 1 strike. And for the Marlins, they're back on. Story Ruiz is up to bat. It's 1 ball, 1 strike to him. McGonigal's 3-1, foul ball. 3-2 is the count. Ruiz flies one out over to deep left field. It's going to be caught, though, for out number 1 in the Marlins game. Oh, I thought that he was going to take that for a ride. Just was not able to do it, though. 3-2 to McGonigal. There's another fly ball hit out over towards left center field. It's playable, though, and the catch will be made. And there's 2 away in the bottom of the third inning for the Detroit Tigers. So bottom of the third out in Miami, bottom of the third out in Detroit, and going into the bottom of the third, or the top of the third, I should say, out in New York. The Rangers and the Royals are going to start off in a rain delay. Okay? It is raining out at Kauffman Stadium, so they will not start on time. They will start a little bit later. Twins and Tigers are now going to go to the top of the 4th inning. It's still 1-0 Tigers. No balls, 2 strikes to Liam Hicks. So Hicks is up to bat for the Miami Marlins. The 0-2 to Hicks. Foul ball. Mets and Cardinals are in a break. Once again, Rangers and Royals are not going to start on time. They're going to be in a rain delay. Nothing in 2 to Liam Hicks, and the pitch grounded over to first, picked up by the first baseman, and the tag to the bag. There's out number 2 in the bottom of the third. Hicks was 1 for 1. He started off the ball game in the bottom of the first with a single. And then he just grounded out over to first. And there's 2 gone in the inning. 5 homers, 2 innings. 1 amazing start to a baseball game. Still no word on Adolis. Yeah, I haven't heard anything. Have not heard anything. Okay. So here's Otto Lopez up to bat for the Marlins. And he'll take strike 1 at the knees. Cardinals and Mets are also back on. That game's in the top of the third. Bertelson, who homered his last time up, looks at strike 1. The 0-1 to Lopez. It's inside for ball 1. 0-1 to Bertelson. And the 0-1 pitch to him is fouled back. 0-2 to Bertelson. 1-1 to Lopez. The pitch to Lopez. He grounds it sharply over to short. Perdomo has it and throws it over to first. And that game's going to go to the top of the 4th inning as well. 1-0 Miami. The 0-2 to Bertelson, and he gets a foul ball there. Okay. Oops. Where are we? There we are. No balls, 2 strikes to Alec Burleson against Christian Scott. And the 0-2, he fouls it off again. Twins and Tigers are in the top of the 4th inning, and Cody Clemens is up, and his first pitch is taken for a ball. Clemens swings and misses at the 1-0 pitch, and the count is 1-1, and it's still 1-2 to Burleson. 4-3 St. Louis. The 1-2 pitch to Burleson. That's outside for ball 2. And Clemens, for the Twins, just grounded out over to first, and there's 1 away there. Two and 2 to Burleson, and Burleson fouls off another pitch. What an at-bat by Alec Burleson. It's been a long at-bat. Sound pretty fresh after last night. Let's go, baby. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Burleson, and the next pitch, that's smacked over to first, and it's going to be caught. It was a sinking line drive, hit right over to Beatty's way, and there's out number 1. He hit that so sharply. Josh Bell is up for the Twins. His count is 0-1. And the next pitch to Bell, that's a fly ball hit out over towards right field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. And the Twins have the tying run aboard. The next batter up is Jordan Walker for the St. Louis Cardinals. He has been a hitting machine for St. Louis. And on his first pitch, he fouls it off. The second pitch, he fouls it off again. All 3 games are back in action. 1-0 Tigers, 4-3 St. Louis, and 1-0 Miami. Marte's first pitch, fly ball hit out to left center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Marte's going to get 2 out of this, and Ketel Marte gets on with a leadoff double in the Arizona game. Wow, on the first pitch, too. 0-2 to Walker, swing and a miss. Jordan Walker strikes out. 2 gone in the 4th inning, and Scott gets himself his 3rd strikeout of the ball game. Jared Young is playing at first base for the Mets, not Beatty. Thank you, I appreciate it. You're right, it is Jared Young. My mistake. Here comes Corbin Carroll to the plate for Arizona, and Carroll's going to fly one out over to left field. This is not going to be deep, though. And the catch is made. There's out number 1. All right, 1-2 to Brooks Lee. And Lee is going to pop one up for the Twins. That's hit out over towards shallow center. And that'll be caught for out number 2. Nootbaar's going to smack one out to right field for the Cardinals, and that's going to go over the head of the right fielder Benj, and he's going to get a double out of this. A 2-out double by Lars Nootbaar. Oh, boy. So the Cardinals are looking to score. The Diamondbacks are looking to score, and so are the Twins. a runner at second for Arizona, a runner at second for St. Louis, and a runner at first for Minnesota. It's 1-1 to Gabriel Moreno in the Diamondbacks game, 0-1 to Mason Wynn, and 0-1 to Royce Lewis. And a wild pitch is going to get another runner over to second base. This time it's for Minnesota. Man, oh man. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Gabriel Moreno. Can they bring home Cattell? Phillips gets set above the belt, kicks, fires, and it's in the dirt for ball 2. It's also 1-2 now to Mason Wynn. Nootbaar is over at second, 2 away in the top of the third of that Cardinals versus Mets game. Two balls, 2 strikes to Gabriel Moreno. The Diamondbacks want to tie it back. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt for ball 3. It's 2-2 to Mason Wynn in the St. Louis game. And the 1-1 to Royce Lewis, that's a foul ball. The 2-2 to Wynn. Swung on and missed. The inning is over. St. Louis had a chance, couldn't capitalize. Bottom of the third coming on up out in Queens. So again, it's 3-2 to Gabriel Moreno. The 3-2 pitch and a foul ball. Still 1 out in the top of the fourth out in Miami. And it's still 1-2 to Royce Lewis. There's 2 outs in the top of the fourth of that game with a runner on at second. That's Josh Bell. 1-2 is the count to Lewis. And the 1-2 pitch, and that is just outside for ball 2. Moreno's pitch, that's outside for ball 4. And the Snakes have 2 men on base in the top of the fourth inning. 2-2 to Royce Lewis. 3 seconds left on the pitch clock. The next pitch, that's a called strike 3. And the Twins, they had a golden opportunity to try to tie the game, and they could not capitalize either. And they go to the bottom of the fourth. And now it's Nolan Arenado who's up for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and he looks at strike 1. Mets and Cardinals in a break, and so are Twins and Tigers. No balls, 1 strike to Nolan Arenado. And the 0-1 pitch, and Arenado slices it foul. The count is now 0-2. Back and forth like my girlfriend wants to know what she's having for dinner with that Mets game. Marte's at second. Moreno's over at first. 0-2 to Arenado. And the pitch, swing and a miss. There's out number 2 in the top of the fourth inning. Everybody's striking that with runners over at second. Crazy. Juan Soto is up for the New York Mets, and he looks at the first pitch in the bottom of the third for strike 1, right at the knees. Once again, just to remind you, the Texas Rangers and the Kansas City game was supposed to start at 2:10. They're in a rain delay. 2 outs, top of the fourth. And the pitch to Geraldo Perdomo is outside for a ball. And again, the Mets are in the bottom of the third, and no balls, 1 strike to Juan Soto. And the 0-1 foul ball. 1-0 still to Perdomo. Phillips trying to get out of the jam. The 1-0 pitch, that's a strike. 0-2 to Soto. And here's the pitch. That's fouled back, and Soto stays alive. He is so tough as a switcher. Morty, I want him. He's my ideal person that I want on the Phillies. The 1-1 to Perdomo. There's strike 2 at the knees. And just to add things on, the Tigers are also back on too. But first, Soto's 0-2 pitch. And that is ripped over to right field, but it's caught by Walker for out number 1. Riley Green just lined out over to left, and there's 1 out on the first pitch in the bottom of the 4th out in Detroit. The count is still 2-2 to Geraldo Perdomo. The tying run's at second. The go-ahead run's over at first. There's 2 outs in the top of the 4th, and Tyler Phillips is trying to get out of this inning unscathed. The 2-2 to Perdomo. It's down for ball 3. The pitch to Young. It's no balls, 1 strike to Jared Young, and 1-0 to Dylan Dingler. The 0-1 to Young, foul ball. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Geraldo Perdomo. And the next pitch, chopper hit over to first. And the flip back over towards the pitcher, Phillips, is in plenty of time. And so none of the teams who had runners in scoring position could score. None of them could. All right, and they will go to the next inning. The pitch to Dingler, that's a line drive hit out to left field. He'll get on with at least a double here as he smacks one over towards the wall, and Dingler gets aboard for the Tigers. And that'll put him over at second base for Detroit. Still 1-2 to Jared Young. 1 away, bottom of the 3rd. Cardinals are up 4-3. 1-2 pitch. That is low for ball 2. Here comes Kerry Carpenter, and on the first pitch, he smacks one out to right field, and a diving catch made for out number 2. Just an excellent catch made out in right by Austin Martin. A sinking line drive. It was a bullet. And he was able to make an awesome catch. That could have been an extra base hit. And now there's 2 outs in the Mets game in the bottom of the 3rd. It was a pop out that was hit by Young. But what a ridiculous catch made by Austin Martin. He's one of the most underrated defensive right fielders in the game. He has a good arm, he's quick, and he is just super athletic. Here comes Colt Keith, and on the first pitch, that is smacked up the middle and through the hole for a base hit. Martin is not going to be able to gun anybody out this time, but that is going to bring home a run. It's a 2-0 lead for the Tigers. Hit up the middle sharply by Colt Keith, and he gets himself an RBI. Stowers is up for the fish, and he looks at ball 1. A.J. Ewing is up for the Mets, and it's 2-1 to him. The one of the Stowers, did he go? No. They say it's 2 balls and no strikes. The pitch, that's a line drive down the right field line. That's a fair ball. That's going to go all the way towards the corner, and the New York Mets are going to get themselves a 2-out double in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Let's go. So the Mets have a runner over at second, and that's the tying run for them. A.J. Ewing gets on with a double down the right field line. Here we go. The Tigers are going to have a steal and going over to second base and advancing on the stolen base right there. We'll let you know who that was. That was Colt Keith because he had the RBI single. So he's now in scoring position as well. My name's JJ. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. I really appreciate it. Dude, he just tagged first base there, A.J. Ewing. And the Marlins also just got a base runner over there. I'll let you know how that happened. Xavier Edwards is up. Spencer Torkelson's up, and on the first pitch, there's a fly ball hit out to deep left field. Bye-bye, baseball. 4-0 Tigers. Torkelson nukes one out to left field. Got a hanger, and it was a bomb. Edwards is going to slice one out to left field. That'll get down for a base hit, and runners are at first and second for the Fish in the bottom of the fourth. And by the way, it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Marcus Semien, as the Mets have their tying run over at second. What a day in baseball so far. Rangers and Royals are in a rain delay. They will not start on time. The pitch to Semien, that's a line drive played on the hop, and the inning is going to be over as Burleson takes it right over to the bag, and there's out number 3. So the Mets could not capitalize again, and they will go to the next inning. For the Marlins, they have Javier Sanoja up to bats. They are looking to try to add on to their lead. It's 1 ball, no strikes. 2 singles to start off the inning for them, and nobody out. Kelly gets set and deals, and this is popped up over towards the left side of home plate, and this will be caught by Garva for out number 1. Garcia, excuse me. Matthews did just get on. What did Matthews do? I guess he got hit by a pitch, did he? Sorry about that, chat. Let's go. McKinstry just walked. All right, the Marlins have a runner over at first and second. Owen Casey's going to come on up. This guy had a terrific World Baseball Classic. Started off the season hot. He's looking to try to get hot here. He'll show bunt on the first pitch, and that is a strike. I don't know why he showed bunt there. That pitch was low. It's also 0-1 to Matthews. Or Rogers, that is. Jake Rogers. No balls, 1 strike. Owen Casey is up. The 0-1 pitch. That's low for ball 1. DiamondZone is basically like NFL RedZone. We try not to miss a pitch. That's basically what it is. The 0-2, and that's down and away for a ball to Rogers. If you know the league, it's easy to follow. The 1-1 to Casey, swing and a miss. We also do Phillies baseball, we do Sixers basketball, Eagles football, and we do other Major League Baseball games as well. We do a lot of content. We're doing all the afternoon games today. There's 2 more afternoon games that have not started yet. One's in a rain delay. That's the Rangers versus the Royals. The other one is Cubs and Rockies. That'll get started in an hour from now. 1-2 to Casey. The pitch. That's downstairs for ball 2. Cardinals are also back on. And by the way, it's still 2-2 to Rogers, and it'll still be 2-2 as he chops it foul. That's a Cardinals money line. Full game and first 5. Let's go, baby. The 2-2 pitch to Casey. That's a chopper hit over to first. The throw to second, there's 1. And no throw made back over to first. So the inning will continue. Stowers heads over to third. And Casey gets on with a 4-6 fielder's choice. The 2-2 to Rogers, and that is grounded. Is it fair? It is. And that is going to do it, as it hit over towards the first base side, and the first baseman tagged the bag for out number 3. So the inning is done out in Detroit. End of the 4th. They're going to the 5th. 4-0 Tigers. They get a couple more runs on an RBI single by Keith and a 2-run shot by Torkelson. Cardinals are back on. It's 1 ball, 1 strike to Nolan Gorman. And Jacob Marcy is up next for the Marlins. And he looks at strike 1. The balls, 1 strike, bottom of the 4th. 2 away out in Miami. Stowers at 3rd and Casey over at 1st. The 0-1 pitch inside for a ball. 2-2 to Gorman. 1-1 to Marcy. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Nolan Gorman in the Cardinals-Mets game. Here's the pitch, and that is swung on and missed, and there's out number 2. The 1-1 to Marcy. That's inside for ball 2. Christian Scott has sort of settled on in, it seems, after he allowed those 3 runs in the 2nd and the solo homer to Burleson in the 1st. 2 balls, 1 strike to Jacob Marcy. Still 2 outs. And the pitch. That's down in the way for ball 3. Oh, you and Philly. I'm an H down. Let's go, baby. Love that. That's so cool. Here's the 0-1. That misses outside for a ball. But yeah, if you're into like fantasy baseball, if you're into sports betting, like that type of a thing, let us know if you like DiamondZone. Again, we got 3 games going on at once. We're trying to call all 3. 1-1 to Nathan Church for the St. Louis Cardinals, and the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. The count is still 3-2 to Jacob Marcy, by the way. Haven't forgotten about him. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Top of the 4th, 2 away. To Nathan Church. The 1-2 on the way. Swung on and missed, and Christian Scott strikes out the side. That game is going to go to the bottom of the 4th inning, and the Mets are going to come back on up to the plates. So another break there, and the Twins and the Tigers are now back on. It's 2-0 to Victor Caratini, and his pitch is fouled away. Twins have not put up a run. It's 4-0 Tigers. Matthews has given up 4 earned runs in 4 innings. And the 3-2 to Marcy, another foul ball. This is a long at-bat by Jacob Marcy. For the Tigers, Kiter Montero, 4 innings, 3 hits, no runs, no walks, and 4 strikeouts. That's what's going on over there. 2-2 to Caratini. That's up high for ball 3. 3-2 pitch to Marcy. Line drive. Base hit out to center field. Miami's going to get another run. Stowers scores. Casey goes over to 3rd. An RBI single by Marcy. 3-2 pitch. That's up high for ball 4. And a leadoff walk in the top of the 5th for Minnesota. Correct. I'm into sports betting and usually watch my MLB games on TV app, but it's been tripping. I hear you. I understand you. Marcy almost stumbled as he ran past first, but he got back to the bag just in time. Snowballs and 1 strike in the Twins game. It looks like that Tristan Gray is up to bat. The leadoff man got aboard with a walk, and the 0-1 is in there for strike 2. Timeout taken in the Marlins game. 2-0 Fish. That was an 11-pitch at-bat to Jacob Marcy. And the Mets are also back on. They're going to the bottom of the 4th, and pitch number 1 is in there for a called strike to Brett Beatty. 0-2 to Gray, 0-1 to Beatty. And the 0-2 pitch to Gray, swing, and a foul ball. 0-1 to Beatty, that's taken down for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike to Brett Beatty, bottom of the 4th. Mets down 4-3. And the next pitch is chopped foul. 1-2 to Brett Beatty. And still 0-2 in the at-bat to Tristan Gray. That's down for a ball. Mack is up for the Marlins, and on the first pitch, it's down for a ball. The throw to second is not in time to get Jacob Marcy. And now they have runners over at 2nd and 3rd. 1-2 to Beatty. That's taken for ball 2. And so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gray just popped out for the Twins. And so there's 1 out there in the top of the 5th inning. Joe Mack is up for the Miami Marlins as they look to add on to their lead. 2 runners in scoring position. And his 1-1 pitch is upstairs for ball 2. It's 3-2 to Brett Beatty. And the payoff pitch, he fouls it off. Austin Martin, first pitch, fly ball hit out over to left center field, and that is cut on the track by the center fielder. That was a really good catch. And there's 2 away in the top of the 5th inning out in Detroit. So Martin just got a base hit taken away from him. The 3-2 to Beatty, and this is flied out over towards shallow left field, and the catch will be made for out number 1 in the bottom of the 4th. It's still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Mack in the bottom of the 4th out in Miami. Marlins have 2 runners in scoring position with 2 away. Can they add on to their lead? Casey at third, Marcy at second. The 2-2 pitch grounded over to first. That won't get it done, and the inning is over. We're going to go to the top of the 5th inning. 2-0 Marlins. And they'll be back. All right. The Mets have Francisco Alvarez up to bat. And he looks at ball 1 just a bit inside. And for the Twins, they have Trevor Larnach up at the plate. 1-0 to Francisco Alvarez. And that's in there for strike 1. Still 1 out in the bottom of the 4th in that game. 1-2 to Larnach. 2 outs, top of the 5th. Alvarez's pitch, swing and a miss. He got a pitch that was really inside, and he swung at it early anyways. Pitch to Alvarez, chopper hit over to third. That is, I believe it's a foul ball, and it is. Trevor Larnach's count is 2-2 in the Twins game with a runner over at first. So we're in the middle stages of all 3 of these games. Larnach is going to pop one up again. That's a mile high out over towards shallow right field. The catch is made, and there's out number 3 by the second baseman. So the Twins and Tigers will go to the bottom of the 5th. Minnesota just has 3 hits. Montero has looked really good in that ball game. Texas and Kansas City is still in a rain delay. Have not heard a word as to when they are going to start. We will let you know. Okay, so the Mets are the only team on right now. 1-2 to Francisco Alvarez. The pitch swung on and missed, and there's out number 2. 5 homers in the first 2 innings and nothing ever since. Joe Mack has actually caught the most runners since May 4th with 10. He's been doing a really good job. He's the catcher for the Marlins. Speaking of Marlins and Diamondbacks are back on, and the first pitch is in there for a strike. Groover is up. He grounded into a 4-3 double play his last time up. MJ Melendez is also up for the Mets, and his first pitch is in there for a strike. 2 away in the Mets game. Groover's going to ground out over to third. There's 1 away there. MJ Melendez, no balls, 2 strikes to him in the Mets game. Kendrick, who's your favorite team? 0-2. That's up high and away for a ball to MJ Melendez. Who's the team that you root for? Troy comes up, and his first pitch is up high for a ball. The 1-2 to Melendez. Down for ball 2. And so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Why did I switch this? Let's go. 2 balls, 2 strikes to MJ Melendez, and he fouls off the next pitch. Meanwhile, Troy flies one out over towards center, and the catch is made, and there's 2 up, 2 down for the Diamondbacks. You're a Snakes fan. Oh, sheesh, JJ. Can my Snakes get a hit? I need them for the money line. 2-2 pitch. And that's going to be popped foul and out of play. Oh, you're an Astros fan. You guys get so mocked. I always hear trash throws, all that sort of stuff. Trash throws cracks me up, though. I can't lie. Next pitch, that's a fly ball hit out over to right field, and the Diamondbacks can't hit, and they're going to go to the bottom of the 5th. All right. The pitch on the way, that's a line drive base hit up the middle by MJ Melendez, and he gets on with a 2-out single, and the top of the order coming on up for the New York Mets once again. And puts a runner over at first base. All right. Oops. Charge! Had a brain freeze. Gleyber Torres is up, and the first pitch is outside. The second pitch is outside, too. So it's 2-0 to Gleyber Torres and 1-0 to Carson Bench. Toss back over to first, and Melendez is safe. Melendez is safe. 2-0 pitch. That's inside for ball 3. So Torres is up for the Tigers. They lead it 4-0. Cardinals are up 4-3 in the bottom of the 4th with a runner over at first. Pitch on the way. That's a high fly ball hit out to deep right field. Gleyber Torres, the former Yankee, goes yard. And the Tigers offense continues to streak it up against the Minnesota Twins. You have Torres, he just homered for you in fantasy. Off of Matthews. I prefer the AA Marlins. Really? Dude, that's so cool. I used to work in minor league baseball. 1 ball, 1 strike, bottom of the 4th. Benj is in the box, and the 1-1 is outside for ball 2. You're a Cardinals and Braves dude, born in Georgia, raised in Missouri, currently living in Georgia again. Dude, that's so awesome. Here's the pitch to Riley Green, and that'll be in there for a called strike. The 2-1 to Carson Benj, fouled away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So it's 5-0 Tigers, 4-3 St. Louis. And also 2-0 Miami. 1 ball, 2 strikes. In the bottom of the 5th with 1 away. That's to Riley Green, and the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. The 2-2 to Benj. There's a swing and a miss. And the Mets and the Cardinals are going to go to the 5th inning, 4-3 still. St. Louis is on top. Ruiz is going to ground one out over towards short. Perdomo picks it up, and there's 1 away in the Marlins game. In the bottom of the 5th inning, 2-0 Miami. How did they get their runs? Well, they got a sacrifice fly from Xavier Edwards, and they also got themselves an RBI single as well. And that was by brain freeze, Jacob Marcy. Got it. Let's go. 2-0 Miami. Bottom of the 5th and 1 out. And Matthews is also facing Dylan Dingler right now. And his count is 1-1. Here comes Liam Hicks to the plate for the Marlins. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch. That's called strike 2. Dingler's 1-1. That's in there for strike 2 as well. 1 out, bottom of the 5th, out in Miami. Dingler strikes out, and the inning is over. And that's going to go to the top of the 6th out in Detroit, man. 5-0 is the score. Tigers are up by 5. Marlins are the only one that are on right now, not in the break. The 1-2 by Hicks, and that's grounded over towards the right side, and the throw to first is in plenty of time, and there's 2 up and 2 down in the bottom of the 5th. Merrill Kelly today for the Arizona Diamondbacks has gone 4 2/3. He has not struck out one batter, but he has allowed 2 walks, 2 earned runs, and he has given up 4 hits. Meanwhile, for the Fish, Tyler Phillips, 5 innings, 1 hit allowed, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts. The pitch to Otto Lopez, that's outside for a ball. And the Cardinals are back on. J.J. Weatherhold is up, and he fouls off the very first pitch. The 1-0 to Otto Lopez. Swinging a grounder, hit back over towards Kelly's way. No harm, no done, and the throw to first is in plenty of time. And the Marlins and the Diamondbacks are going to go to the bottom of the 5th inning, still 2-0. That's the score there. Weatherholt, 1 ball, 1 strike to JJ in the top of the 5th out in New York. And the pitch grounded over towards second, and the throw to first is in plenty of time. 1 up, 1 down. Nobody realizes just how small he is. Dude, he's an incredible player. I don't care what people say about him. The fact that he's been able to play this long, I mean, just unbelievable. Rangers and Royals were supposed to start at 2:10, but they are still in a rain delay. Here's the pitch, and that is taken for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Ivan Herrera looks at ball 2. 2-0 is the count. Altuve and I share the same birthday. May 6th. Yeah, I remember you said that. I like that joke. It's a good one. That's a good one. Byron Buxton is up for the Twins. His count is 0-1. And the next pitch is grounded over towards short, and the throw to first will get him out and retired. Buxton today, if you do have Byron Buxton in fantasy baseball, I'll let you know how he's doing in just a couple of seconds. Don't you worry. But there's 1 out in the top of the 6th. Herrera up for the Cardinals, and the 2-1 to him is inside. Not by much for ball 3. Buxton is 0 for 3. He's fouled out, he's flied out, and he's also grounded out today as well. All 3 games are back in action. 3 balls, 1 strike to Ivan Herrera for the St. Louis Cardinals. And the 3-1 pitch. And that's low for ball 4. And there's a 1-out walk in the top of the 6th inning. Christian Scott gives up his first walk in a little bit of time. Cody Clemens is now up for the Minnesota Twins. His count is 1-1. And his pitch, swinging and a miss. 1-2 to Cody Clemens. And Phillips is still out there pitching. 69 pitches, and he's pitching a shutout so far for the Marlins. Barossa's 1-1 is up high for ball 2. 1-2 still to Cody Clemens in the Twins game. And Cody's going to fly one out over towards the left field corner. And that is caught over on the line by Riley Green for the 2nd out of the inning. The pitch to Barossa, that's a line drive, base it out to right field. And the Diamondbacks have the leadoff man aboard. And the tying run's going to come on up to the plate for them. It's also 1-0 to Alec Burleson in the Cardinals game, and now it's 1-1. McAuliffe is going to go make a pitching change for the Marlins. Charge! They're going to take out Tyler Phillips, really? I mean, that's so sad. He has 71 pitches, and he's pitching a shutout, and it's the 6th inning, and he hasn't even been doing too well this year. Why would they take him out? Oh, my gosh. Playing the analytics game? That's ridiculous. Doesn't even have close to even 80 pitches. 1-0 pitch to Josh Bell, and that's down for ball 2. So we have a break in the action out in Miami. 2-1 to Burleson, and 2-0. That's to Josh Bell. Peter, thank you so much for the $10 donation on PayPal. I appreciate you, man. The 2-2 pitch to Burleson. That's outside for ball 3. Man. 2-1 to Bell. Foul ball. It's because I have the Marlins -1.5. Oh, boy. 3 balls, 2 strikes in the pitch to Burleson. That's a foul ball again. Scott now has 94 pitches, or 84 pitches. Can I read? Yeah, that's 84, right? It is 84. Bell's going to ground one out over towards the second baseman, and the throw to first is going to be in time. The Tigers are going to say, hold it, wait. They say that he beat out the throw. Did he beat it? I don't know. That's pretty close. Josh Bell actually runs. I'm not saying that he doesn't run before. I think he's out. But he hustled. Yep, they're going to challenge. The Tigers will challenge that. I think he's out. And they are probably correct. Three balls, 2 strikes. Top of the 6th to Alec Burleson. Ketel Marte is also up for the Diamondbacks, and he fouled off the first pitch. The 3-2 to Burleson. Another fly ball hit out over to right field. It'll stay in the ballpark this time, and there's out number 2. Burleson had a homer before, and now there's 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning. Top of the 5th inning out in St. Louis. I hear you. 0-1, and that's up high for a ball to Ketel Marte. By the way, the call was overturned. Bell was out over at first, and the inning is over out in Detroit. So the Tigers are going to go to the bottom of the 6th. The Diamondbacks are in the top of the 6th, and the Mets and Cardinals are in the top of the 5th, still with 2 outs. 2 balls, 1 strike to Ketel Marte. He is the tying run. Peterson gets set, kicks, fires, and Marte fouls it off. It was at 97 miles per hour. Barossa leads off over at first. There's nobody out in Miami. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to Ketel Marte. That is way up high for ball 3. Almost hit him. Look out above. Jordan Walker is up with 2 away in the top of the 6th out in Queens, and his first pitch is inside for a ball. 3-2 to Marte, fouled away. Feel is greater than analytics. I just don't understand because, like, Marte is up. He's a switch hitter. And it's not even just that. Like, he was pitching so well. 3-2 to Jordan Walker. Line drive, base it out to left field. The Cardinals have traffic on the bases. That'll put runners over at first and second base. Marte's pitch, line drive to center. Marcy makes the sliding catch, and there's out number 1. Ketel Marte just roped a line drive, and Marcy was right there, and he just came running on in, made the sliding catch, and there's 1 away in the top of the 6th inning. Oh, my goodness. He roped that thing, and Marte just, he hit it right on the nose. So Marcy just made an excellent grab there. Marte's a monster. Yeah, I want Marte, man. Cole Keith just got on to start off the bottom of the 6th inning out in Detroit. And here's Corbin Carroll up at the plates. I guess that there's a pitching change going on in New York. There is. So Scott is done. Herrera's at second, and Burleson, I believe, is over at first base. No, it's Walker. Excuse me. This didn't update. No balls. 2 strikes to Corbin Carroll. The pitch to Keith. That's a high fly ball hit out to right field, and Colt Keith gives the Tigers a 7-0 lead. Detroit is smacking Minnesota. 0-2 to Carroll. He gets hit by a pitch. Carroll will go over to first base. Peterson had him on the ropes, and Corbin Carroll gets on. He got hit in the foot. And McAuliffe is going to go out there, I believe, and have a conversation with Peterson. Colt Keith today, if you have him in fantasy baseball, he just hit a 2-run home run, and he has had himself quite a day. 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs, 2 runs scored, and a home run. Torkelson also homered, and so did Gleyber Torres in that ball game. 7-0 Tigers, and they're still in the bottom of the 6th. Let's go. Top of the 6th, 1 away, out in Miami. And 2 runners on base. And who's up next? That is Gabriel Moreno. Over 9.5 runs with the Tigers. Man. You're getting there. The pitch. That'll be in there for a strike to Gabriel Moreno. No balls, 1 strike. A.J. Minter is now on the pitch for the New York Mets, as the Cardinals have 2 runners on, too. And the 1-0 to Nootbaar, that's going to be flied out over towards left field, and that's going to be caught for out number 3. So they bring in a new pitcher, A.J. Minter, and it works. And they're going to go to the bottom of the 6th. It's still a 4-3 ball game out in Queens. No balls and 2 strikes still to Gabriel Moreno in this Diamondbacks game. The Tigers got their first outs. Torkelson struck out, and then Zach McKinstry, I believe, just got on with an infield single. He did. No balls, 2 strikes to Gabriel Moreno. Still in the top of the 6th. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed, and Peterson gets a strikeout. Don't tell this to long ball, but I've disliked Minter. My lips are sealed. My lips are sealed. I'm excited for the series tonight, Dodgers versus Pirates. Yeah, that should be a good one. Unfortunately, we won't be able to cover it. But it is what it is. 1-0 to Rogers. That's a fly ball hit out over towards left center field. Not that deep, though. It's playable, and there's out number 2 in the Tigers game. Arenado is up, and on the very first pitch, he skies it right behind home plate, and the inning is over. First pitch, he popped it up. The Diamondbacks had the first 2 runners on base, and what do you know? They're not able to come up with a run, and they're going to go to the bottom of the 6th. They're going to go to the bottom of the 6th inning. 2 outs, bottom of the 6th, out in Detroit, and the first pitch is popped up by McGonigal, and that is going to do it, and they're going to go to the 7th inning. So let's catch you all up as we're in this break right now. So here are the scores in all 3 baseball games. Okay, so you got the Mets and the Cardinals. 1 second. Hold up. Let's get the right scoreboard back up and running. 1 second. I forgot that we are on the wrong scoreboard, right? So this is the score. So we got 4-3 Mets. That game is going to the top, or the bottom of the 5th, I should say. And the first pitch is grounded over to short, and there's out number 1. Tigers and Twins are going to the top of the 7th. It is 7-0 Detroit. And then you got 2-0 Marlins against the Diamondbacks. That's going to go to the bottom of the 6th. And those are all your scores around Major League Baseball. JJ, do you cover the WNBA? You know, you're not the first person to ask me that. Somebody also asked me if I do it too. I don't. I don't do the WNBA. I do a lot of baseball though. I cover mainly baseball on my channel, but I do more NBA games during the NBA season, and I do some NFL games too. I cover the Eagles, I cover the Sixers, and I cover the Phillies mainly on this channel, but I do a lot of baseball coverage. We have a pitching change going on in Queens, so there's a break in the action there. Thirsty. Still no word as to when this Rangers-Royals game is going to start. Does anybody have anybody going in that game? Let us know down below. Here's the pitch to Kyle Stowers to start off the bottom of the 6th. And that's a foul ball. They're still delayed out in Kansas City, but I think we have the stream on. Cubs and Rockies will start at 3:10. 0-1 pitch to Stowers, fouled away. The pitch. That's a swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes to Kyle Stowers. Merrill Kelly is still pitching, and the 0-2, that's the first strikeout of the day for Merrill Kelly. And it comes in the bottom of the 6th inning. 1 out in the bottom of the 6th, 2-0 Marlins. Brooks Lee is up for the Twins, and his 1-1 pitch is fouled off towards the right side. Kelly had 17 pitches in the first. That was the most he's ever thrown today. The pitch to Edwards. That's a high fly ball hit out over to deep right field. That's going back towards the track, but it's caught right in front of the wall by Corbin Carroll. And there's 2 quick outs in the bottom of the 6th. Edwards thought that he had it. 1-2 pitch to Brooks Lee. That's a line drive caught out in right field for out number 1. We got Juan Soto also back up to bat, and he's going to be facing Justin Brewell. 28 1/3 of an inning for him, a 4.3 ERA. Soto is up for the Mets, and his 0-1 pitch is lined out to right field for a base hit. That's going all the way towards the wall, and the Mets will have the tying run in scoring position as Soto is safe over at second. And Sanoja's pitch, it's 1-1 to him. Bottom of the 6th, that in Miami, 2 away, nobody on. It's 0-2 also to Royce Lewis with 1 out in the top of the 7th inning out in Detroit. The 1-1 to Sanoja. He chops it over to third. Arenado plays it on the hop, throws it over to first. And that game is going to go to the 7th inning, still 2-0 Miami. Okay. So the Mets have a runner in scoring position. Brewell is pitching, and his first pitch that he throws in this at-bat to Jared Young is on the outside edge for a strike. Young and Bichette went back-to-back in the bottom of the 1st. Neither team has scored since the 2nd. The pitch, and that is going to be taken for ball 2. Royce Lewis gets on with a single out to left field for the Minnesota Twins. And he'll be over at first base with 1 out in the top of the 7th inning. So 1 ball, 1 strike in the at-bat to Jared Young. And the pitch, that's a line drive base hit up the middle. Soto's going to round third. He's being waved home. Here's the throw to the plate. It is not in time, and it's dropped by the catcher as well. That was a good throw made out in center field, but Herrera just could not do anything about that. Oh, man. 4-4 in the bottom of the 6th. And we got a pitching change out in Detroit as well. Maybe there was a chance that he could gun him out at the plate. It was a really good throw. How did he not catch that? I think he was taking his eyes off the ball and thought that he was going to catch it, and he was focusing on swiping Juan Soto. And that backfired for them. Tie game out in Queens. Boy, oh boy, a lot of action. And so a runner now over at second base on the RBI single provided by the New York Mets. That was Jared Young. Great day for him. Soto sort of slid awkwardly over towards the plate, too. He's okay. That was a little bit odd. 1 ball, 1 strike. And this is Ewing who's up at the plate. The pitch is in there for a strike. The throw back to second is not in time. Damn. Do you like the Mets? I'm not a big fan of the Mets, but I don't. As a Phillies fan, yeah, I'm not a big Mets. I'm not a Mets fan. I do not like the Mets. But as a baseball fan, they're okay. 2 balls, 1 strike. And that is to Ewing. Perdomo is also up for the Diamondbacks. His count is 2-0. He's facing Anthony Bender for the Miami Marlins. 2 balls, 2 strikes to A.J. Ewing. 4-4 in the bottom of the 6th. The Mets just tied it up on the RBI single provided by Jared Young. Next pitch, and a called strike 3 to AJ, and he is down on strikes. There we go. Okay, so 2 away, and Marcus Semien is due up next for New York. Bender's 2-1 pitch to Geraldo Perdomo. Here it comes, and that's in there for strike 2. The Diamondbacks today have left a lot of men on base. Ollie Marmol's actually going to make a move in the bottom of the 5th, and he'll make another call to the bullpen. That's still in the bottom of the 5th. That's a long baseball game. 2-2, and Perdomo takes the next pitch, or actually fouled it off, excuse me. Today, the Diamondbacks are 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Perdomo, and the 2-2 swung on and missed, and Geraldo Perdomo is down on strikes. And 1 away in the top of the 7th. The Twins are also back on. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Victor Caratini. They got a runner over at first, in case you forgot, on a single by Lewis. 2 balls, 2 strikes, top of the 7th inning. Caratini is in the batter's box. Groover for the Diamondbacks smacks a single out to right field, and he gets on base. Let's go. All right, here's the pitch. That's going to be smacked over towards short, and that is going to get through for a base hit. It looked like that was an error. But regardless, runners will be over at first and second base. Caratini gets on with a single, so they call it a single out over towards left field. Okay, so 2 runners on in the top of the 7th with 1 out in Detroit. And the Twins are going to try to get their first couple of runs on the day. What's up with that rain delay always on Thursday? I don't understand. I don't get it. 2 balls, 1 strike. And the pitch to Troy is in there for strike 2. Back to back we go. Cradler is now up for the Twins. And that is going to be outside for a ball. Bender's 0-2 to Troy. Outside for a ball. Lewis at second, Caratini over at first, and the 1-0 pitch to Cradler. That's grounded over towards the left side of the mound, and the throw over to first, that's a strike to get out number 2. However, the runners from first and second go over to second and third. And Soriano is now going to pitch for the Cardinals as all three games are back in action. 0-1 to Marcus Semien. Toss back over to first. That's going to get away from the first baseman. And just like that, there's a runner over at third base for the Diamondbacks. That was a bad pickoff throw by Anthony Bender. It bounced off the glove of Stowers over at first. And so a runner over at third for the Arizona Diamondbacks. That was something. No balls, one strike. And the pitch, swing and a miss to Austin Martin in the Twins game. The Cardinals ended up getting on out of the inning. Semien struck out, and the inning is over, so they're going to go to the top of the sixth. The pitch, there's a strikeout on a sweeper thrown by Bender, and there's out number 2 against the Diamondbacks. The 0-2 to Martin is down in the dirt for a ball. So Troy just struck out, and Groover's still over at third. But first, the 1-2 to Austin Martin, and that is, did he go? He did. Wow. So the Twins had a golden opportunity to try to get on the board with runners at second and third, and they come up empty in the gas tank. That game's going to the bottom of the 7th. The guy that's up to bat for the Diamondbacks, that's Adrian Del Castillo. So this is the only game that's not in a break. That's Diamondbacks and Marlins. Adrian's pinch hitting. The first pitch was down and inside, and it almost bounced away from the catcher. 1-0 pitch. That's low for ball 2. Cubs and Rockies are warming up. They'll get started in 16 minutes, and then we'll have 4 games going on at the same time. 2 balls, no strikes. A runner over at third, 2 away, top of the 7th. And here's the pitch. That's up high for ball 3. The Texas versus Kansas City game, once that's done, that's it for us. If there is a game. 3-0 pitch to Del Castillo. That's down and inside for ball 4. And the tying run is now at first base for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Cardinals are back on. Win. Line drive. Play it on a hop over at third by Beatty. And the throw to first is in time. Beatty made an excellent diving stop on a bullet that was hit right by Mason Wynn, and he just made an excellent play. Took away a base hit. Oh, boy. All right, so no balls, 1 strike. The Diamondbacks have themselves a couple of base runners. We got another DiamondZone alert going on in this game, so we're keeping our eyes on the Arizona game. No balls, 1 strike. And that's to Barossa versus Bender. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 0-1, check swing, did he go? And they say no at third base. Cody Lawyerson is going to pitch for the Twins. Again, it's 7-0 Tigers. A lot of scoring in that game. That one has really been just a bloodbath. And the Tigers have done a lot of damage. Couple of home runs, 3 as a matter of fact. 1-1. That's in there for strike 2 to Barossa. It's 1 ball, 1 strike to Jimmy Crooks. And the pitch, swing and a miss. 1-2 in the count to Barossa and to Crooks. The 1-2 to Barossa, swing and a miss. Bender gets out of the inning. And Bender and the Fish are going to go to the bottom of the 7th. Still 2-0 Miami. A nasty slider that just came running inside. And what do you know? There's out number 3. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Jimmy Crooks in the top of the 6th inning out in New York. The pitch, fly ball hit out over towards center field. That's going back towards the track, but it's caught in front of the wall for out number 2. That one went back for a ride, but it just died on the warning track. A.J. Ewing had just enough room to make the catch. And there's 2 away in the 6th inning. So you saw a player get robbed on a base hit. That was Mason Wynn. And Jimmy Crooks just missed a home run. That would have been his 2nd of the game. And Nolan Gorman is now up with 2 away. First pitch, swing and a miss. Tigers and Twins have 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. What happened there? Well, it was Torres who grounded out over to second to get the first out. 0-1 pitch to Gorman, and that's a line drive foul ball over towards the first base line. No balls, 2 strikes to Nolan Gorman. What's up, Herman? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. We got 3 baseball games going on right now. There's also one in the rain delay and another one that hasn't started yet. 0-2 pitch, high drive, hit out to deep left field. That ball's gone! Riley Green with a solo blast. And the 4th homer of the Tigers game. Uppo Taco for Riley. 1-2 to Nolan Gorman, and a foul ball by Nolan. The Detroit Tigers are spanking the Minnesota Twins, trying to bury them. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Nolan Gorman, and Gorman's pitch is going to be flied out over towards center, and plenty of room to make the catch for out number 3 is A.J. Ewing, and that game's going to go to the bottom of the 6th out in New York. Okay, so it's still a 4-4 ball game. 2-0 Marlins in the bottom of the 7th. No balls and 1 strike. This is Heriberto Hernandez who will pinch hit. 0-1 to Hernandez. That's a fly ball hit out over towards left field. He got underneath it, though. And there to make the grab for out number 1 in left field is going to be Troy for out number 1. Bottom of the 7th, 1 out, and Jacob Marcy is up to bat. Marcy's 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the 4th and a stolen base as well. And his first pitch, he shows bunt but takes it back, and the count is 1-0. 8-0 Tigers, 2-0 Miami, and 4-4 in the Cardinals versus the Mets game. 1-0 pitch. That's high for ball 2 to Jacob Marcy. Dingler's next pitch, and now it's 1-2 with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th, making now 2-2. Next pitch to Marcy, that's in there for a strike. Jacob Marcy has had a very good day today. He made an excellent sliding catch. He also has gone 1 for 2 with a single out to center, and he drove in a run. 2-1 pitch, outside for ball 3. Dingler gets on with a single out over to right field, and he gets aboard once again for the Detroit Tigers. Good for him, man. 3 balls, 1 strike to Jacob Marcy, and the next pitch is downstairs for ball 4. And there's 1 out and a walk. The Mets will start off the bottom of the 6th with a ground out by Brett Beatty back over towards the mound. So 1 away there. Mets are in the bottom of the 6th. They're tied at 4. Tigers are in the bottom of the 7th. It's 8-0 Detroit And then it's 2-0 Miami in the bottom of the 7th. Mack is up to bat, and he takes the first pitch for a strike. Francisco Alvarez for the New York Mets. Let you know what his first pitch is in just a couple of seconds. But first, the 0-1 to Mack, swing and a miss. The 0-1 to Alvarez coming on up. And here it is. It's high for a ball. Cubs and Rockies are warming up. We'll get you that info in just a couple of seconds. No balls, 2 strikes to Mack. The next pitch is outside for a ball. Alvarez fouls off his next pitch, and the count to him is still 1-2. And it's also 2-2 to Colt Keith. The 1-2 to Mack. Here it comes. Swung on and missed. 2 away in Miami. Alvarez just fouled out over towards the left field corner. Not a lot of room there. And there's 2 away in the bottom of the 6th out in New York. So the Cubs, their starting lineup, they have PCA, Alex Bregman, Michael Busch, Ian Happ, Seiya Suzuki, Nico Horner, Matthew Ballesteros, and then you got Carson Kelly and Dansby Swanson in that lineup. And they will have Edward Cabrera facing Ryan Feltner. The Rockies will have Edward Julian, Willie Castro, TJ Rumfield, Hunter Goodman, Troy Johnston as well. And then you got Carrig, Thompson, Tovar, and Sullivan. Mets and Cardinals are going to go to the top of the 7th. Still tied at 4. There was a pop out over to short to end the inning. So after Beatty grounded out, Alvarez flied out over to left, really fouled out. And it was MJ Melendez who grounded out over to short. So they're going to go to the 7th. 0-2 on the way to Ruiz, and that's a foul ball in the Marlins game. No balls, 2 strikes to Astori Ruiz. The 0-2 pitch, here it comes. Strike 3 called. Time to go to the 8th out in Miami. Gary Carpenter is up. It's 3 balls, 2 strikes in the bottom of the 7th with 1 out. Tigers have 8 runs. They got a runner over at first. The 3-2 to Carpenter. Swing and a foul ball. Oh boy. Three and 2 is the count to Carpenter. Cubs and Rockies are ready to get started in about 4 minutes or so. We'll have the early slate of that game as well. 3-2, fouled away. And the count is still full. Did you watch the NBA game last night? Dude, we called the rest of that. That was the craziest thing. The Mets going to have a bad year, says Coach Sterling. What's going on? He says, I took Marlins first 7 for plus 100 odds. Damn. Are the Mets just going to have a bad year? I mean, it's a championship or bust kind of a season with all the moves that they made. Alonso gone, Jeff McNeil's gone, Starling is gone, Soto's in, etc. Yeah, I know. They also got rid of Sproat. They got Freddie Peralta. I hear you. And they got Bo Bichette. 3-2 pitch to Gary Carpenter, and that's down for ball 4, and the Tigers have 2 runners on base. This is DiamondZone, baby. We're covering all 3 games going on. We'll add a 4th one to the mix in just a little bit, so if you have any bets, if you're into fantasy baseball, or if you just like to hear JJ call 4 different games at once, stay on here. We have a lot of fun. It's great. Still one out in the bottom of the 8th inning out in Detroit. It's 8-0. If you know the league, it's really easy to follow along. Church is up for the Cardinals. The count is 1-1 to him in the top of the 7th. So it's 1 ball, 1 strike to Nathan Church. And there's a timeout as Colt Keith is up to bat for the Tigers. He homered his last time up. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. And it's 1-2. The Diamondbacks, this is a pivotal inning for them. They're back on. Ketel Marte is up. And the first pitch is down for a ball. Foucher is pitching. That's Calvin Foucher for the Fish. The 1-0 to Marte is in there for a strike. 2-2 pitch to Church. Swung on and missed, and there's out number 1 in the top of the 7th inning. 1-1 to Marte. That's grounded over to second. Picked up by Edwards, and the throw to first is in plenty of time. 1 gone. 5 more outs to go for the Fish to seal the deal. The ball is 1 strike to Cole Keith in the Tigers game. And the next pitch on the outside edge for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes to Cole Keith. 2 runners on, 1 out, bottom of the 7th. And a big pitch coming on up to him. Corbin Carroll is up and he looks at the strike. J.J. Weatherholt just got a piece of a pitch and just barely fouled it off. 1 ball, 1 strike to Corbin Carroll. Trying to get on here. The 1-1, swing and a miss. He was swinging for the fences there. Couldn't catch up to the cutter. 1-2 on the way to Keith. That's a grounder hit over towards the right side. The throw to second, there's 1. The throw to first, not in time. The inning will continue and runners will be at the corners. 1-2 to Carroll. Swung on and missed. 2 away out in Miami. There's a grounder hit by Weatherholt over towards the right side. Second baseman has it. Throws it over to first. 2 outs in Queens. So 2 up, 2 down in New York. Top of the 7th. Nobody on and 2 away. And here comes Spencer Torkelson for the Tigers. 2 outs and runners at the corners for Detroit. And the first pitch will be in there for strike 1. First pitch to Marino. There's strike 1 there too. Diamondbacks down to their final 4 outs. 0-1 to Marino is down for a ball. We're in the witching hours, baby. The start of the 3:10 game is ready to get things going. Pete Crow Armstrong ready to step on into the box. And we'll have 4 games going on at the same time. No balls, 2 strikes. Still no word yet on the Royals game. 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and Torkelson's down on strikes, and the inning comes to an end. And so the Detroit Tigers are going to go to the top of the 8th inning. It's 8-0 Tigers. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jacob Marino. And it's 1-2 to Ivan Herrera. Herrera with his pitch. It's high for ball 2. 2-2 to Herrera and 2-2 to Marino. Nobody on and 2 outs in each of their games. The 2-2 to Herrera, that's a fly ball hooking foul. And Marino's pitch is lined foul towards the right side. Blue Jays, Padres, Mets, and Mariners have been so upsetting this season. I think Milwaukee's my favorite team now. I just love everything about them, says Coach Sterling. Yeah, I know. They've had a really good team, and the Phillies get to face them tomorrow. Not really looking forward to facing Miz. 2-2 to Marino. Swung on and missed. Felcher is able to strike out the side. And the Marlins are going to go to the bottom of the 8th inning. They lead it 2-0. against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and that's to Herrera. That's outside for ball 4, and the Cardinals have the potential go-ahead run over at first base. The Cubs are underway. Pete Crow Armstrong is up, and his first pitch is going to come on up right now. It's challenged by the Rockies. Charge! Looks like Raley is going to have a conversation with the pitching coach. No balls. 1 strike to Pete Crow Armstrong. And the pitch to Pete. That's going to be grounded over towards the mound, and the throw to first is dug out for out number 1 in Colorado. Ryan Feltner is pitching for the Colorado Rockies. Burleson is up next for the St. Louis Cardinals. In the top of the 7th, 2 outs, a runner over at first, and the pitch is outside for a ball. We'll keep you updated on the Cubs-Rockies game, but obviously we'll go there once things sort of settle down, or if there's any sort of highlight, of course. 1-0 pitch to Burleson. That's a foul ball. It's also no balls and 2 strikes to Trevor Larnach as the Twins are back on. And his 0-2 is outside for a ball. Now 1-2 to Larnach. Burleson at the plate. The toss back over to first, not in time. Pitch to Larnach. That's going to be lined over towards the second baseman. Played on the hop, and the throw to first is in plenty of time. And there's 1 out in the 8th inning. The Tigers are 5 outs away from getting a victory and shutting out the Twins. The Diamondbacks are also back on. Paul Sewald is going to face Liam Hicks. 2 balls, 1 strike to Alec Burleson. His 2-1 is swung on and fouled again. Remember, there's 2 outs in the 7th inning out in New York. Arcia is up for the Twins, and he will take ball 1. The 2-0 to Hicks. That's a called strike, though. It's a little bit outside. 2-2 to Burleson. Grounded over to first. Inning over. And time to go to the bottom of the 7th inning out in Queens. All tied up at 4. Bregman just struck out. 2 away, 2 up, 2 down in the top of the 1st out in Colorado. So 2 games and a break. And the 2-1 delivery. And that is popped up and hit out over towards the right side. And Hicks fouls out. 1 up, 1 down in the bottom of the 8th. Arcia is up to bat for the Twins, and his 2-2 pitch is fouled away. Two balls, 2 strikes in the top of the 8th inning out in Detroit. Orlando Arcia is up. And the pitch to Arcia, swing and a miss. He went waving after a changeup that was way outside, and he strikes out once again. The Cubs and Rockies are going to go to the bottom of the 1st, a 1-2-3 inning pitched by Ryan Feltner. So nothing to it, and the Rockies are going to come on up. Meanwhile, the Miami Marlins did just get a base runner. It was on a single by Otto Lopez. He scored a run earlier, too, so he gets aboard as well. Marco, thank you so much for the sub over on YouTube. I really appreciate it, my friend. Cody Clemens is up for the Minnesota Twins, and on the 0-1, that's going to be grounded over to second, and the throw to first is in plenty of time. And the Tigers will go to the bottom of the 8th inning, up 8-0. 8-0 score out in Detroit. And the only game that's not in a break right now is this Miami game. 1-0 to Stowers, fouled away. The Marlins lead it 2-0. They got an RBI sacrifice fly from Edwards in the first, and Jacob Marcy had an RBI single in the fourth. That's all the scoring she wrote. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Tyler Phillips went 5 innings. He had 70 pitches, and he allowed no runs, 2 walks, and he had 5 strikeouts. And McAuliffe pulled him. One and 2 to Stowers. Carson Benj is up to bat for the New York Mets as that game is back on in the bottom of the 7th. And the 1-1 pitch to Carson is inside for ball 2. The 1-2 to Stowers. Swing and a foul ball. The pitch to Benj. Swing and a miss. And now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Still no word yet on the Rangers-Royals game as to when that's going to get started. It was supposed to start about an hour ago. But they're in a rain delay. That'll be the final game that we do. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 8th inning. Stowers trying to add on to the lead for the Fish. Benj just flied out over to left. 1 away in the bottom of the 7th out in New York. 1-2 to Stowers. It's outside. The throw to second to get Lopez. He is safe. And he will be in scoring position. 2-0 Marlins as they have a runner over at second base. And the Tigers, meanwhile, are back on. This is McKinstry who's facing Jackson. And the 2-0 pitch, that's a high fly ball, hit out to right field. It's now a 9-0 ball game. Let's go. Zach McKinstry hits the 5th homer of the day for the Tigers. Two balls, 2 strikes to Kyle Stowers in the Marlins game. Sewald fires, and it's outside for ball 3. The Tigers are just pouring out their frustration against the Twins. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Kyle Stowers. 1 out, and here's the pitch, and that's fouled back again. Now the Mets, after Benj got himself out, Juan Soto is now up at the plate, and Bo Bichette ended up getting himself out. Let you know how in just a couple of seconds. 3-2 to Stowers. Swung on and missed, and there's 2 away in Miami. Rockies are on. They're in the bottom of the 1st. We'll catch you up with that in a little bit. 1 ball, no strikes to Juan Soto. The pitch. There's a called strike right at the knees. Got a runner over at first, by the way, out in Detroit. Edwards' pitch. That's going to be popped up and hit out over towards shallow left field. The catch is made, and the inning is over. Last chance for the Diamondbacks as they go to the top of the 9th inning. We got some more action. Juan Soto is up for the New York Mets. What's up, District Nation? How you doing, my friend? The pitch to Soto. That's a high fly ball. That is drilled. That is high, and it is far and gone. Let's go. 5-4 Mets. Juan Soto launches a missile out to right, and New York takes the lead. There's the apple. Everybody's standing up. I don't know what the heck that call was, but that was bad. What was that, like John Sterling 2.0? That was terrible. Five to 4 Mets. It's also 0-2 to Perez. The pitch to Perez. That's another fly ball hit out to left field. One-seal Perez goes yard as well. The Tigers are in double figures. Perez puts them out in front by 11. The 6th home run of the ball game by the Tigers. 13 hits, 11 runs, 6 long balls. Fisted up Detroit fans. That was bad. I don't even know why I did it like that. Whatever. No balls, 1 strike, and the pitch is grounded over to third. The throw over to first is in plenty of time, and there's out number 2. It is high, it is far, it is gone. By the way, the Rockies have runners over at first and second. Again, we'll catch you up with what's going on over there. So how did the runner get over to first, JJ, in that Tigers game? Well, Rogers walked and then short flied out over to center, and then Wencio Perez had a 2-run shot. Matt Vierling just grounded out over to third, and there was a pop out as Dingler popped out, and the inning is now over, and they're going to go to the top of the 9th inning. Okay, speaking of the top of the 9th, here is Noah Arenado leading things off against Pete Fairbanks. The Marlins want to try to shut the door. Okay. No balls. 1 strike to Nolan Arenado. Fairbanks has been terrific this season. And the 0-1 is in there for strike 2. The Rockies, not trying to sleep on them, but they have 2 runners on. And I believe the infield fly rule just applied, did it? No balls, 2 strikes. Yes, it did. The 0-2 to Arenado, it's popped up. It's right behind home plate, and that is going to be out of play. So Julian grounded out, Castro singled, Rumfield walked, and Hunter Goodman just popped out. Still no word on this Texas-Kansas City game. Runners are at the corners now for the Rockies. No balls, 2 strikes to Noah Arenado. The 0-2 pitch, and that's outside for a ball. Troy Johnston is up for the Colorado Rockies as they look to strike early in the bottom of the 1st. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Nolan Arenado. Fairbanks kicks, fires, swung on and missed. There's 1 away. So 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. Should we put this game up over here so that way you guys can see it? Here we go. That's better. 1 away in the top of the 9th inning. The pitch to Geraldo Perdomo. He shows bunt but takes it back. And there's strike 1. Johnston's count is 1-2. Rockies trying to knock on the door and get some runs in. And by the way, the Cardinals are back on. They're down by a run. That game's in the top of the 8th. And the first pitch to start off the 9th inning out in Detroit is a grounder hit over to shortstop. There's 1 away there. And the Rockies can't put up a run. They're going to go to the 2nd inning. So Johnston grounds out over towards short. And that's how the inning comes to an end. So 2 outs left in the Tigers game. And 2 outs left in the Marlins Diamondbacks game. Fairbanks gets set against Perdomo. The 1-1 inside and high for ball 2. And it's also 0-2 in the count to Jordan Walker. These are late. 2-1 to Perdomo. The early games are in the later stages right now. The 2-1 to Perdomo. He pops it up. It's a foul ball, and it goes on out of play. No balls, 2 strikes to Jordan Walker. They're down by a run. That's in the top of the 8th inning. Nobody on, and the 0-2 to Walker is fouled off. 1-1 pitch to Lee. That's grounded over to first, and there's out number 2 out in Detroit. 1 more out to go over there. 2-2 to Perdomo. The windup and the pitch, and Perdomo flies this one out over towards shallow right center field, and that is caught for out number 2. The right fielder just called off the center fielder and made an excellent catch. 2 outs there. 1 more out to go in Detroit, and 1 more out to go in Miami. First pitch to Lewis, there's strike 1. And by the way, Walker's 0-2 is up high for a ball. The 0-1 to Lewis inside for ball 1. For the Diamondbacks, it'll be Groover, who's their last chance, and he looks at strike 1 there. No balls, 1 strike to Groover. And the 1-1 pitch to Lewis, and that is swung on and missed. Walker just flied out over to right, so there's 1 away for St. Louis. The 0-1 to Groover, and just like that, the Diamondbacks are down to their final strike. Cubs just start off the top of the 2nd. Twins and Diamondbacks are down to their final strikes. The 0-2 to Groover. Swing and a miss. The ball game is over, and the Marlins win. And the next pitch on the way. There's a swing and a miss, and the Tigers shut out the Twins. 11-0 Detroit. 2-0 Arizona loses against Miami. 2 shutouts in the early afternoon slates. So we still got 2 games going on right now. Lars Nootbaar just grounded out. So the Mets and the Cardinals are in the top of the 8th inning. If we are correct, yes. Also, we'll get the 3D up over here. So this game is still going on. This game's done. This one's done. And this one is still going on. All right, so 2 final scores, 2 shutouts. And what do you know? We got an 0-1 count to Mason Wynn. We'll catch you up with the Cubs and the Rockies game in just a couple of seconds. No balls, 1 strike to Mason Wynn, and the 0-1 swing and a miss. Mets lead at 5-4 in the top of the 8th. This one actually is sort of finishing on time, so the other 2 games finished a little bit early. Because that got started at like 1:10, all 3 of these games. The 0-2 to Win. That's a fly ball hit out over towards straightaway center. It'll stay in the ballpark, and the catch is made. There's out number 3, and the Mets will go to the bottom of the 8th inning, up by a run. So the Cubs and the Rockies are on. It's 2 balls and no strikes to Nico Horner. And now the count is 2-1. And again, we're still waiting for Texas and Kansas City to get underway, but they are still in a rain delay. They haven't even announced when the game is going to start. Have not even announced when it's going to start. The Rockies. Okay. The Rockies. Happ flied out over to center for Chicago. Suzuki struck out. And the count is 2-2 to Nico Horner. Two balls, two strikes. And the pitch is going to be challenged. Let's see. Rocky's challenge. That is going to be ball 3. Man. Deke says thank you. Got you, man. District Nation, shout out to you, man. 3-2 pitch. That's going to be popped up, hit out over towards the shortstop area, and the inning is over. So we're going to go to the bottom of the second out in Colorado. And we'll continue with the Mets game. So, obviously, just wanted to make sure that I let you guys know. So these are all the final scores. So 2-0 Marlins. They got themselves a shutout in that game. The Marlins had 2 RBIs. One was from Xavier Edwards on an RBI sac fly, and then Jacob Marcy had himself an RBI single to make it 2-0. The Tigers, they put up 5 home runs or 6 home runs in that game. One was hit by Spencer Torkelson. The other one was hit by Gleyber Torres. Then you had one by Colt Keith and one by Riley Green, another one by McKinstry, and another one by Wencio Perez. Colt Keith also had an RBI single, and Riley Green did have a sacrifice fly as well. The Mets and the Cardinals are back on as they go to the bottom of the 8th inning. And the first pitch to start off the bottom of the 8th will be in there for strike 1. So just 2 games going on right now. Still waiting for the Rangers and Royals to get underway. That'll be the final game that we do. No balls, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 8th and the 0-2 pitch. And that is going to be flied out over towards shallow left and hooking foul. And out of play. Damn, Cardinals lost. It ain't over yet. Still isn't done. Shad, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome on into DiamondZone, where we cover all the Major League Baseball action. That was pretty good. With all the late games finishing and the one just starting. That was pretty good. No balls, 2 strikes. Ewing is in the box. The 0-2 pitch and a called strike 3 at the knees, and there's one gone. One away in the bottom of the 8th inning, and we are going to have a pitching change. Ali Marble's going to go make a move, and so that is going to do it for his pitcher. Rockies and Cubs are still in the early stages, bottom of the 2nd, out in Colorado. 0-1 is the count. And it looks like Karras is up to bat against Cabrera. 0-1 pitch. It's a foul ball. The Rockies coming on into today are 26-42. And the Cubs are 34-34. The Colorado took the series, and they're going to try to sweep the Cubs. They won 3-2 yesterday, and they won 7-3 in Game 1. No balls, 2 strikes to Cole Karras. 0-2 pitch, and Karras is going to smack one down the right field line, but it's fouled. And it's no balls and 2 strikes. Did they postpone the Rangers game? Still delayed. The ball is 2 strikes. Must be pouring over there. 0-2 pitch. And check swing. Did he go? They say yes, he did. And there's out number 1 in the bottom of the second. Let's go. Let us know if you're still tapping on in down below. Obviously, if you're busy, don't want you guys to, come on and do that. But if you have a chance, just let us know. Gordon Graceffo is going to face the New York Mets right now. So we got double trouble. Simeon is up to bat in the bottom of the 8th. What's up, David? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. 1 ball, no strikes. And that is to Thompson. And the 1-0 pitch is taken for ball 2. One ball, 1 strike. No way, the Phillies got a bat? That's crazy. Just happened a minute ago. Huh. That's cool. I guess they're preparing for Adolis Garcia getting hurt. I haven't heard anything about Garcia today. But that's crazy. Next pitch, strike 3 called. There's out number 2. Wow, thanks for telling me. If Adolis Garcia has to go on the IL, Gabriel Rincones, will he get the call up? Well, I guess now we sort of have that question. They got Derek Hill and international bonus money from the White Sox for outfield prospect Dylan Campbell and infield prospect Jose Colmenares. Interesting. By the way, there's 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning out in New York. So just 2 games going on right now. Graceffo does got himself the second out there, so that was good. Cabrera, or Tavar that is, I don't know what happened, but he is hurt. Got hurt in the batter's box. He's standing up and he's going to walk it off. Here comes Brett Beatty, who looks at ball 1. So the count is 1-0. So Derek Hill, wow. Good defensive player. I don't really know how much he'll help them at the plate. 1-0 pitch, and that's taken down for ball 2. I don't know. I don't think it's a bad move. But I don't think that I'm not thrilled. He's only batting .213. He has 4 homers. Not really a needle mover. But I guess something. 2 balls, 1 strike. Rockies are going to go to the top of the 3rd inning. No score. 2-1 to Beatty. That's a high fly ball hit out over to deep left field. It'll stay in the ballpark, and the catch is made on the track for out number 3. Cardinals will go to the top of the 9th inning. Last chance for them. Okay. Folks, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Welcome on into MLB DiamondZone. Appreciate you guys for being on here. Hit the thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. Let's go, baby. It's 3:41 p.m. Eastern Time. Hopefully you're all doing well. We will not be on tonight. The final game that we're going to do, that we're planning on doing, is the Texas versus Kansas City game. But if the cutoff time, honestly, is going to have to be at 4 o'clock. So if that game does not start by 4, then we're just not going to do it. So we'll just finish out and do the rest of the Rockies game. But we have got to get off. I'd like to be off before 7, if possible. Rangers and Royals were supposed to start at 2:10. It's now 3:42. So top of the 9th, Cardinals and Mets are going to come on up. Ryan Feltner is also going to pitch in the top of the 3rd inning to the Chicago Cubs. We'll see what happens there. I like Buxton too. I do. I like Buxton. District Nation, drop your link down below. Is DN still here? DN, you still here? Or no? A ball, no strikes. Ballesteros is up to bat. And the 1-0 is fouled away. I hope the Cards have the juice to come back, says TD. All right, here's Devin Williams pitching for the Mets. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Ballesteros grounds one over to second, and the throw to first is in time, so one away in the top of the 3rd. Jimmy Crooks will lead off the top of the 9th inning. Here we go. Crooks will face Devin Williams. And the first pitch is upstairs for a ball. Crooks did have a 2-run home run back in the 2nd inning. There were 5 homers in just the first 2 innings of this game. And nothing ever since, home run-wise. Except for Juan Soto. Actually, Juan Soto hit the 6th homer, so I stand corrected. Because he gave them the lead. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's to Jimmy Crooks. The 1-1 pitch. And that's in there for strike 2. It's also 0-2, by the way, in the at-bat during the Cubs game. Williams gets set. And the 1-2 pitch to Crooks. Swing and a miss. 1 away in the top of the 9th. Okay, so 1 out there in the top of the 9th inning, and the Cardinals are down to their final 2 outs. Royals are still in that rain delay. Did they say when first pitch was even going to start? We'll look it up in a bit. Here's Brian Torres. Torres is up to bat for the St. Louis Cardinals. The pitch. And that is outside, not by much, for ball 1. Swanson comes on up, and he's going to pop one out over towards the shallow right field side. And the catch is made by Rumfield for out number 3, so the Cubs and the Rockies will go to the bottom of the 3rd. Still no score. It's 1 ball, 1 strike in the top of the 9th inning. Out in New York. Williams kicks, fires, swing and a miss. I mean, badly. Williams this season with a 5.57 ERA. Hasn't gotten a save since May 27th. 1-2 is the count. Williams gets set, kicks, fires, and it's just inside for ball 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Top of the 9th, and the 2-2 pitch, and he stays alive. Just got a piece of that pitch. It's still 2-2 to Torres. 2 more outs to go. Williams takes his time. Gets set at the Mets letters. Kicks. Fires. And another foul ball again. What a battle between the both of these guys. Cubs and Rockies are in the bottom of the third. 2-2 pitch. That is flied out over towards shallow right center field. The catch is made, and the Cardinals are down to their final outs. Brett Sullivan will lead off the bottom of the third for the Colorado Rockies. On the first pitch, he flies one out to deep right field, and that ball is gone! 1-0 Colorado. A bat flip by Brett Sullivan and a 1-0 lead for the Rockies. First pitch to Church, and that is in there for a strike. No balls, 1 strike to Nathan Church. The 0-1 pitch, that misses outside for ball 1. Rockies take a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the third. If Church gets on, Weatherholt is in the on-deck circle. The 1-1 fouled away, and the Cardinals are down to their final strike. Williams gets set, kicks, fires, another foul ball, and Church stays alive. How about that swing by Brett Sullivan? That's his second home run of the season for the Colorado Rockies. 1-2 pitch, and a swing and a miss, and the ball game is over. Williams shuts the door. Juan Soto's homer's the difference of the ball game, and the New York Mets come back and beat the Cardinals by a final score of 5-4. The 1 o'clock games are all done. Big-time win for the New York Mets. What a comeback by them. All right, so with that, we still have 1 game left to go. Derek says by parlay hit, Cardinals plus 1.5, Marlins minus 1.5, Tigers money line. I got you, man. No worries. The pitch, there's a line drive, diving catch by Pete Crow Armstrong, and the inning is over. Cubs and Rockies are going to go to the top of the 4th inning. All right, so again, we still got 1 game going on right now. We will figure out what the heck is going on with this Texas game, if they are going to play or not, or if they even announced a start time. We'll let you know about that right now. Rangers versus, what is it? It's Royals, Kansas City Royals. Let's go to their Twitter page. Kansas City Royals. Today's game has an expected start time of 3:30 p.m. Central Time. So they will get started at 4:30. 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time is when they're going to start. Okay. We'll do it. 4:30 is when the game is going to start. Yeah, I saw it too. Derek Hill. I mean, Not really a needle mover at all whatsoever. David came on here and he announced it. I saw it over on X. Yeah. Part of that also wants me to. Part of that also is making me think, like, are they saying that the Adolis Garcia thing is worse than we thought? I don't know. So, I don't know. He's a good defensive player. He's a cheap guy. But I want an actual bat. Denver, I want a bat. That's what I want. That's what I want, man. All right, so with that, we'll go back over to this stream right here, and we'll change the scoreboard. Sounds like he fits in our team hitting 213. It's just, I mean, come on, man. You did get international bonus money, which was good too. So I like that. But yeah, that's crazy to me. Okay. All right, so the Rockies and the Cubs are back on. Pete Crow Armstrong is going to bat for the second time today. So just to catch you up a little bit with this game, Edward Cabrera, 3 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. You covering the Kansas City game? Yep, we are. We'll be covering that too. We'll do it. And then once that game is over, we're done. 1 ball, 1 strike. This is Pete Crow Armstrong who's up to bat. So we're going to have 2 games going on in about 40 minutes or so. And the pitch to Pete, that's a line drive hit out to right center, and that is going to die down for a base hit. And Pete gets on with a leadoff single in the top of the 4th inning. So the final scores from the 1 o'clock games. The Mets won 5-4 against the Cardinals. The Marlins shut out Arizona 2-0. And the the Tigers shut out the Twins 11-0. A lot of home runs hit in that ball game, 6 to be exact, for the Tigers. So just 1 game going on right now, and that is Rockies versus Cubs. The pitch, that's up high for a ball. You guys missed the action of when we were doing 4 different games at once. It's pretty cool. 1 ball, no strikes to Alex Bregman. And a runner over at first. The Rockies got a 1-0 lead on a solo home run by Brett Sullivan that happened in the bottom of the 3rd. That's when the Mets were in the top of the 9th inning and Devin Williams was pitching. So we just sort of hovered over that, but we did play the bell for him. 1-1 is the count. The pitch. And this is skied right behind home plate. Where is it? The catcher looks, and he has plenty of room, Sullivan, to make the grab. And there's 1 out. What's up, Alex? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Anybody have any bets going on in this game or any players in fantasy? Let us know. That's right. Exactly. This is DiamondZone, baby. It's like NFL RedZone, but it's for baseball. It's a lot of fun. Toss back over to first, and the throw is not in time. Stay on at 4:30, and you'll see how we get to call 2 games at once. It's still pretty cool. Top of the 4th, 1 out. A runner over at first. And Bush is up, and the pitch is in there for a strike. The throw to second, not in time. That is Pete Crow Armstrong running across the bases. He's one of the fastest guys in the league, that's for sure. They call him Speedy Gonzalez. He is quick. He was going, and got himself a very good jump there. Cabrera, by the way, has a 4.9 ERA for the Chicago Cubs, and the guy that's on the hill, Ryan Feltner, has a 3.82 ERA. So Pete gets on with a single, and he steals a bag as well. Got his hand in there. I don't think it came off. No. Did not. But Pete ended up getting hurt. Oh, no. I don't know if his arm got caught or what. No balls, 1 strike. Council's out there along with the trainer to just go check up on Pete Crow Armstrong. And the first base coach is out there too. And Pete is going to stay in the game. Everybody's going to go back to the dugout except for the first base coach. For PCA, that was his 18th or his 15th, stolen base on the season. I hear you're a Phillies fan. Your Pennsylvania cousin and Dr. DeLay has talked about you many times. Yes, sir. I'm from South Jersey. But yes, right outside of Philly. No balls, 1 strike, by the way, to Michael Bush, And the 0-1 is outside for a ball. Shout out to Dr. DeLay. That's my guy. Does such an awesome job covering the Pirates games, of course. And does other NL Central games, too. 1-1 pitch. And that'll be taken just a hair inside for ball 2. Why do I have the horrible feeling that we'll get that we'll get Mickey Moniak back and it'll suck for us? I don't know, because Coors Field is like the most hitter-friendly ballpark. 2-1 foul ball. And plus he's on the IL too. Alex says, I'm watching the World Cup. Nice. What's the score? Let us know. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pete is over at second. 1 out. The 2-2 pitch to Michael Bush. And that's a line drive hit out over towards center field. And that'll get down for a base hit. Pete's rounding third. And he is going to stay right where he is. He would have been out at the plate. So it was cut off over at second. He was rounding third and decided to just put the brakes on. There's a single nonetheless, though, for Michael Bush, and he's over at first base. Runners are over at the corners for the Chicago Cubs. Unfortunately, Philly did beat my Blue Jays yesterday, so good game to you guys. Bell go dong. I'll tell you what, the fact that you guys beat Duran, that was really impressive because that was his only blown save. Charge! That was really impressive. Here comes Ian Happ in the first pitch to him, and that's taken low for ball 1. So it's 1 ball, no strikes. We got 1 more game that'll get started at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It was supposed to start at 2:05, 2:10 to be exact. 1-0 pitch, and Happ stares at ball 2. Your Blue Jays have a really good team. I'm not sleeping on them. I still think that they can be a wild card team. I am really not sleeping on the Toronto Blue Jays. Could they use some more pitching? Yes. But they have a very scrappy offense. Mexico 1, South Africa 0. Thanks. 2 balls, no strikes. Ian Happ is in the batter's box. 1-0 Colorado on a solo jack by Sullivan. 2 balls, no strikes to Ian Happ. Happ is batting .229 on the season, which is a little bit low. Had himself not such a good May. Did have 6 homers, but he did have 23 hits and 100 at-bats. The 2-0 pitch, and that is down for ball 3. Feltner in a jam. And then Max is probably done for the Blue Jays. A 10 ERA, yikes. 3-0 pitch, that's in there for a called strike. I hope not. I want him to do well. I just wanted the Phillies to do well against him yesterday, of course. The 3-1 pitch, and that misses inside. Bases are loaded for the Chicago Cubs. 1-0 Rockies, and they're trying to hang on. And A guy that drives in a lot of runs. That's Seiya Suzuki. He's up next. Just has 22 RBIs, though, on the season. But he also missed a little bit of time. The first pitch, and that's low for a ball. Rangers are still in a rain delay. Yeah, they're going to get started at 4:30. They'll get started at 4:30. They announced it on the Kansas City page. PCA's over at third. Bases are loaded. At second, it's Bush. And at third, it's Happ. What a pitch. That's a high fly ball hit out to deep left field. And that ball is gone. Suzuki with a grand slam. And that clears the bases. 4-1 Cubs, and Seiya Suzuki drives them all in. That was a meatball, and Suzuki got the barrel of the bat on top of it and just watched that baseball fly. The first grand salami of the day, and Seiya Suzuki is the one who puts the Chicago Cubs up 4-1. The 1-0 pitch to Nico Horner, and that'll be in there for strike one. That was unbelievable. They sure do, but Schneider needs to stop putting Springer in the leadoff. He's not doing too good, and Vladdy just isn't doing much as either. At least Kirk, he's back. He's been my favorite MLB player other than Bryce Harper's chance. Tell you what, it's funny because we've been saying to get Trey Turner out of the leadoff spot too, and now he's finally out of the leadoff spot, but he's slid down to the 2. 3D's not working. I don't know why. I'll try to get it back. Sorry about that. There we go. Thanks. Thanks for speaking up. 3-1 pitch. That's in there for strike 2. And it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. So Seiya Suzuki hit a grand slam. And it's Nico Horner who's up next. He's 0 for 1. He popped out. 3-2 pitch, and that is smacked towards the right side. First baseman Rumfield plays it on a hop, makes a sliding stop, and throws it back over to Feltner, who goes to cover the bag for out number 2. Yep. We fixed it. We're good. No way I can sync it up, but at least you can see it. Yep. Appreciate you, Alex. 2 outs, top of the 4th. 4-1 Chicago. There's 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. 2 outs, top of the 4th. And the pitch to Ballesteros, and that is going to be smacked out to right field for a base hit. It gets through the 4-3 hole, and a 2-out single by Ballesteros in the top of the 4th inning. Charge! Here are all the home runs hit for today. Burleson, Bichette, Young, Nootbaar, Crooks, and Soto. That was all in the Mets-Cardinals game. And then in the Detroit game, you had Torkelson homer. And after that, you also had Torres, Keith, Green, McKinstry, and Perez homer. So 6 homers there. And then in this game, you had a home run by Sullivan and a grand slam by Suzuki. Those are all the home runs that have been hit today in baseball. Marlins didn't have any homers, just a sac fly and an RBI single. One was by Marcy, that was the RBI single, and the sac fly was from Xavier Edwards. 1-1 pitch. That's down for ball 2. Cover the Phillies, the Sixers, and the Eagles on this channel. We are Philadelphia sports fans. Yes, absolutely. And we cover other Major League Baseball, too. You like the Bruins? Oh, man. Yeah, I'm not a Bruins guy. 2-1, swing and a miss. The perfection line, yeah. No. Pasternak. Patrice Bergeron. Brad Marchand, yeah, no. Torrey Craig. 2-2. That's up high for ball 3. Charlie McAvoy. No. You like the Penguins too? I was so happy that we beat the Penguins. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The payoff pitch. And that's another fly ball, but this one is fouled towards the left side. Feltner, 11 pitches in the first, 11 in the second, 8 in the third, and so far 31 in the fourth. A lot of pitches here. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch, here it comes. Swung on and missed, and the inning is over. Bottom of the fourth coming on up. And with that, we'll be right back in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. Folks, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. Make sure that you guys hit the thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. Appreciate you guys for being on here. Denbro is here. Alex is also here. Chance is here as well. You guys are the best. Denbro, how you been, man? So good to see you on here. Always love it when you come on. Tonight at 6:40, we won't be covering any of the night games tonight, but the Dodgers do play against Pittsburgh. That game will begin at 6:40 p.m. Eastern Time. Then you got Seattle against Baltimore at 7:05, followed up with Braves and White Sox at 7:40. And actually what we'll do is after the game is over, yes, we are redirecting you over to Dr. DeLay's channel. So if you guys want to stay on for that, you most certainly can. Go tell him that I said hello. He is awesome. 90 people voted. Nice. On Texas and Kansas City and Chicago Cubs versus Colorado. Okay. Hit that thumbs up button. We got 42 people tapping on in. And 53 of you have hit the thumbs up button. That is awesome. Good stuff. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hunter Goodman is up to bat for the Colorado Rockies in the bottom of the fourth. In MLB, I'm a Blue Jays fan. Phillies is my NL team because of Harper and Schwarber. I love the 2022 run. I love the style of just hitting a bunch of bombs. I'm getting tired of it, man. I mean, I like the long ball, don't get me wrong, but I need them to put up runs in other ways because it doesn't always equal winning. 1-2, and that's a foul ball. So I need them to get on base more, and I like how Don has actually been playing more small ball with them. And then the long ball's coming. You know? 1 ball, 2 strikes to Hunter Goodman. And here's the pitch, swing and a miss. And there's out number 1 in the bottom of the 4th. Sebastian Rivero fractured his left wrist. Ouch. That's gotta hurt. For the Angels. That sucks. Here's the pitch. Line drive. Base it out to right field. A 1-out single provided by the Colorado Rockies. And they get the man on as the ball goes past the dive of Nico Horner. So a good swing there by TJ Rumfield. That'll put him over at first base. That was actually Johnston who singled out to right, excuse me. And now Carrick is up. And Carrick stares at a strike. That'll be in the zone. 0-1 is the count. Bottom of the 4th. 1 away. D-backs certainly had their chances. Way too many left on base today, says Morty. Yeah, they did. The Cardinals had chances. And the Twins had no chances. The 0-2, or the 0-1, that's a swing and a miss. Rockies had a 1-0 lead on a solo home run by Brett Sullivan. That was his second home run of the season. And then a grand slam was hit by Seiya Suzuki in the top of the 4th. And now the runner goes in a pickoff attempt and the throw. The second base is in time. Johnston went way too soon, and he gets picked off in a rundown. And there's 2 away, nobody on, and the count is still 0-2. That he went way too early. And he stopped for a second as well. He should have just kept running. No balls, 2 strikes. And 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. And the 0-2 pitch is down for a ball. Montero ended up getting the win for the Detroit Tigers. He did good. He did. Matthews, on the other hand, not so good. 7 earned runs on 9 hits. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that is to Carrick. True, you need a balance of both to win, not just one. Well, unless if you're the 2015 Royals or the modern-day Phillies. Yeah, but even the Royals, like, I don't know. Oh, yeah, they did have Hosmer, and they did have Moustakas that could do it. Gordon could sometimes hit the long ball, too. 3-2 pitch. That's a towering fly ball. Hit out over to deep right field. Looking up, and that ball's gone. Bye-bye, baseball. Would have been a 2-run homer. Instead, it's a solo shot. But the Rockies will take it. They cut the deficit in half. "12 home runs on this afternoon in Major League Baseball. And already 3 homers in just this game alone. The pitch, and that is outside. Let's go. Next one, that'll be fly down the left field line, and that ball is foul. And pardon me, the first pitch was actually called a strike. The count is 0-2. No, I did not. 0-2 pitch, and that's a pie for a ball. I still can't believe, Morty, that De'Aaron Fox tried to go for the layup there. I still can't believe that. What was he thinking? 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and the inning is over. And we will go into the top of the fifth, 4-2 Chicago. All right, so really quickly, as we have one more game in the late afternoon that has not started yet, and that game, as we turn this off, that game is this one right here, the Texas Rangers taking on the Kansas City Royals, okay? And the lineups for that game, we'll get you that right now. Okay, here we go. The Texas Rangers, they will have Wyatt Langford lead things off. It'll be Langford leading things off for them. And then it'll be after that, you got, where is it? There it is. Langford, Seager, Young, Nimmo, Duran, Berger, and then it's Carter, Diaz, and Lopez. And for the Kansas City Royals, they will have Carter Jensen batting leadoff, Bobby Witt Jr. second, Vinny Pasquantino third, and then it'll be Jack Caglione batting in the 4 spots. Fifth is going to be Lane Thomas, and then you got Michael Massey batting 6th, and then Misner's going to be batting 7th. Lofton is batting 8th, and Collins is batting in the 9 spots. And it'll be Michael Wacha pitching for the Kansas City Royals, and Kumar Rocker pitching for the Texas Rangers. And that is the final afternoon game. The final one that has not gotten started because it was in a rain delay. A 2-hour rain delay, to be exact. Okay, so we are going to go to the top of the 5th inning, 4-2 Cubs. Thanks to a grand slam by Seiya Suzuki and 2 solo shots, one by Brett Sullivan, the other one provided by Carrig in the bottom of the 4th inning. Cole Carrig making his first homer of the season. That was his second hit of the season. 1 ball, no strikes to Dansby Swanson as we start off the top of the 5th, and the next pitch is going to be taken for ball 2. It's supposed to be a vet. Fox wasn't thinking. 2-0 pitch, and that's down for ball 3. I don't know why he just didn't dribble it out and just call for the foul. He's a good foul shooter. I mean, he wasn't going to have a chance to hit that layup against OG Anunoby. 3-0. That'll be in there for a called strike. I do give the Knicks credit, though. Like, they played really good defense. But that was a boneheaded mistake. And Rupert, I don't know what he was doing. 3 balls, 1 strike. Swanson's 3-1 pitch. Low for ball 4, and a leadoff walk to start off the top of the 5th inning. Feltner now has 67 pitches, and that'll put a runner over at first base, and we have another timeout ticking on the bump. Those Royals, I loved how they played. Heck, even now, Bobby Witt Jr., Salvador Perez, Jonathan India, so many good players. Sal Perez was on that team, too. Don't forget about that. Sal, Gordon, Moustakas, Escobar, Lorenzo Cain. That was a good team. It was a really good team. Hosmer. Are you doing any more games today? Yeah, I said that I was going to do the whatchamacallit game, which was supposed to start at 2:10, the Texas Rangers game. And then that's it. Once the Rangers game is done, I'm done. I am done. And even if the Pirates starts against the Dodgers, I'm not even going to call the beginning of that game. Just going to wait out and see how the end of the Texas game goes against the Royals. Top of the fifth, here's Pete Crow Armstrong. A runner over at first. The pitch is high. The throw to second base. That is not high. It is not in time, though. It was late. And Swanson gets himself a good jump, and he's in scoring position. Need to start thinking about right-handed bats for the Phillies. Yeah, they just got one today. Derek Hill. What do you think about Shea Langeliers? A's always making deals I like it, says Morty. Well, where are you going to put him? Shea's a catcher. So what, you're going to trade JT? Or are you going to put Shea? What, put Schwarber back in the field? I'm not doing that. And by the way, I was joking about the Derek Hill thing. They did get Derek Hill, but he's not a needle mover. Top of the fifth. One out. A runner at second. And here is Bregman. And the pitch is taken up high. So Pete ended up grounding out over to short. One ball, no strikes. One away, top of the fifth. And a little bit of a disengagement there, but no throw made back over to second. 1-0 pitch. That'll be in there for a called strike. I'd like them to get a right-handed bat too, but it also sort of has to make sense, and I don't know what, like, they're not going to trade JT. 1-1 pitch. And that's down for ball 2. And are the A's even going to shop? I don't know. Because I think that they feel like that they have a shot to win this division out in the AL West. Oh, my bad. I didn't change the thing. Sorry. That was my fault. I blocked the window. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes. Runner over at second. The pitch, and that's inside and high for ball 3. Next pitch, here it comes. That's taken down for ball 4. And just like that, we're going to have a pitching change. Two runners on, one away, top of the 5th. And that is going to do it for Feltner. Castaro's going to step on in for Michael Busch. I got a right-handed bat for you, JJ. Anthony Volpe. You know what, man? Is he better defensively over at short compared to Trey? What's up, Max? How you doing, man? Guys, you're just tuning on in a little bit late. Man, we were calling 4 different games at once. It was pretty wild. By the way, we have another game about ready to start in 5 minutes, and that is the Texas Rangers versus the Kansas City Royals. Let's get you the starting lineups for that right now. We'll do that really quickly. So batting leadoff, it's going to be Wyatt Langford, and then you got Corey Seager batting second, Josh Young third, Brandon Nimmo fourth for the Texas Rangers, and then it's Ezekiel Duran batting fifth. Jake Berger is going to be batting sixth, and then it's Evan Carter out in center field batting seventh. Elias Diaz is going to be batting eighth. He'll be the catcher. And batting ninth, the caboose, is Nicky Lopez. As far as things go for the Kansas City Royals, the Royals, on the other hand, will have Carter Jensen batting leadoff, Bobby Witt Jr. batting second, Vinny Pasquantino third. Jack Caglione is going to be batting fourth. He'll be the DH. Fifth is going to be Lane Thomas. And then after that, it'll be Michael Massey batting sixth. And then batting seventh is going to be Cameron Misner, who is playing out in center field. And then you got Nick Lofton batting 8th, and batting 9th is Isaac Collins. And so they will be getting started in just a little bit. The pitching matchup for that game, by the way, it's Michael Wacha going up against Kumar Rocker. So that is what the pitching matchup looks like for that. All right. But first, Michael Busch, I believe, is up for the Chicago Cubs. Is it Busch? Top of the 5th inning. It is Michael Busch. 2 runners on, 1 out, and the pitch. And that's down for a ball. Guys, make sure that you guys go subscribe to Max Coverage TV. Drop your link down below, my friend. He says, no, I don't want Trey. Yeah, you can't play the outfield. 1-0, and that's down for ball 2. Kauffman Stadium is open. It is 84 degrees. Humidity's at 64%, and we're going to be calling 2 different games at once again. We did 4 during the 3:30 hour. The pitch, that's a line drive, and that's a base hit out to right field. The Cubs are going to get another run home. Swanson comes home. It's 5-2 Chicago. RBI single by Michael Busch. The former Dodger gets on base for the Cubs. Runners at the corners, and Michael Busch is now 2 for 3 on the day. Michael Wacha is going to pitch for the Kansas City Royals. Make sure that we get that game on in just a little bit. 1 ball, no strikes, top of the 5th, 1 away. A 2-hour, 20-minute rain delay. That is what the rain delay was out in Kansas City. 1-0 pitch. That's a fly ball hit out over towards left field. Happ is going to get a sacrifice fly. The runner from third, Bregman's going to come home, and it's a 6-2 ball game for the Cubbies. So if you got the over, you did good. I believe, right? Wasn't the over 7.5? Make sure that you guys go subscribe to Max Coverage TV for all your Yankees needs. My guy Max, shout out to you, man. Love you so much, buddy. Here's the pitch, and that is to Seiya Suzuki, and that's down for a ball. All right, the Royals are ready to get things started against the Texas Rangers. But first, 1 ball, no strikes, and that's to Seiya Suzuki. And the toss back over to first is not in time. Michael Wacha in his last game went 5 2/3, allowed 4 earned runs against the Twins, and he just struck out 2 batters. The fact that he's still in the league is actually really impressive. But he came up at a really young age with the St. Louis Cardinals, now that I remember. My bad, I'm in desperation mode if Garcia can't go. No, you're totally fine. I would love Langeliers, but like he can't play the outfield. Wyatt Langford's going to lead things off for the Texas Rangers. Suzuki's 1-1, foul ball. Seiya Suzuki hit a grand slam his last time up. We're going to form a double diamond here, as it's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Seiya Suzuki with 2 away in the top of the 5th. And time is called. The first pitch of the Royals game will be in there for strike 1. Kansas City and Texas are on its way. Suzuki's 1-2. That misses outside, and the count is 2-2. Langford's 0-1 pitch. That'll be in there for strike 2. So 0-2 to Wyatt Langford. The 2-2 to Suzuki. Down in the way for ball 3. Langford's 0-2 pitch. Outside for a ball. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Seiya Suzuki. The payoff pitch on the way, and that's fouled out of play. And he will stay alive. Langford's 0-1-2 is up high for ball 2. Any fans left after the 2 hours in Kansas City? Yeah, I can't really see. There's people that are there. 2-2 pitch to Langford. That's a pie for ball 3. 3-2 pitch, and that is, I believe, called ball 4, but this is going to be challenged by the Rockies. Suzuki gets called looking at a strike 3. The Rockies win their challenge, and the inning is over. Next pitch, line drive, hit out to left, and a diving catch made out in left field, and there's one out in the top of the first inning. Man, what a catch, what a grab there made by the left fielder, Isaac Collins, the former Brewer, just robs Wyatt Langford on a base hit. And so one away there. All right, so let's get this 3D up and going so that way you can be kept up with this game. The teams that I absolutely hate in baseball would be the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Tampa Bay Rays, the Braves, the Tampa Braves, the Tampa Bay Rays, the Atlanta Braves, the Seattle Mariners, the Giants, the Padres, and the Angels. You absolutely hate all of them? Hate's a strong word, my friend. 1-1, and that's a pie for ball 2. You don't like any of those teams. Interesting. 2 balls, 1 strike to Corey Seager, top of the first, out in Kansas City. The 2-1 fouled away. So once this Texas-Kansas City game is done, we're done. It's the last one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch to Seager, and that's smacked back up the middle and through the hole for a base hit. Corey Seager gets on with a 1-out single, and he is aboard. I would take Corey Seager. I absolutely would do that for sure. So a 1-out single, and he was carrying his bat with him over to first base. I don't know why, but whatever. Josh Young is up. He is the only third baseman in all of baseball who has a batting average over 300. I saw that stat the other day. He's hitting 314. The pitch. That's in there for a strike. Rockies are also back on as they go to the bottom of the 5th inning. They trail by 4. And the first pitch to Ezequiel Tavares inside for a ball. The 0-1 to Young. That's in there for strike 2. Tavares 1-0 pitch. And that's up high for ball 2. Boone needs to let Spencer Jones play every day without wondering. Let him cure that strikeout problem. I agree. I definitely agree with that. I hope Max is still here. 0-2 pitch. That's outside for a ball. And the pitch to Tavar, that's grounded sharply over to third. And the throw over to first by Bregman is in plenty of time for out number 1. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes to Josh Young. Waka gets set and deals. That's down in the way for ball 2. 2-2 is the count. Top of the first out at Kauffman Stadium. Sullivan's first pitch is in there for strike 1. That game is in the bottom of the 5th. The 2-2 to Young, and that's a called strike 3. Will Young challenge? No. Looked a little bit outside, but there's 2 outs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sullivan still up to bat. And his pitch is outside for ball 2. Two and 1 to Sullivan, who homered earlier in the ball game for Colorado. At the time, gave him a 1-0 lead. Nimmo's first pitch is taken for a ball. 3 balls, 1 strike to Brett Sullivan for the Rockies. And his 3-1 pitch. And that is smacked towards the right side and through the hole for a base hit. Brett Sullivan has 2 hits on the afternoon. Still 2 balls and no strikes to Brandon Nimmo. The former Met is in the batter's box. He's batting .255 on the season. And his pitch is going to be lined out to right field for a base hit. That's going to go all the way towards the wall. And so, heading over to third base is Seager. Now he's going to come on home. The throw to the plate. It's not in time. And the throw over to third. That is in time. And the inning is over. Didn't realize he was still going to go. But it's a 1-0 ball game. Texas is on the board. Seager had a little collision at the plate with the catcher. It was a bang-bang play. But regardless, an RBI double to give Texas a 1-0 lead, and they're going to go to the bottom of the first. They're checking on Carter Jensen to see if he's okay, and he's going to go back to the dugouts. All right, still bottom of the fifth, out at Coors Field. Bottom of the fifth right there. 6-2. Colorado down by 4. I hate them because they're all cheap, and 2 because 3 of them are division rivals of my Blue Jays, and 3 of some of those fan bases like Seattle and San Diego have been all talk and no action. Well, I mean, Seattle, the fan bases, I mean, Seattle made it all the way to the ALCS last year. 2 balls, 1 strike. And then their football team won the Super Bowl. 2-1 pitch. That'll be in there for strike 2. USA plays tomorrow. Nice. Two balls, 2 strikes. I didn't know that you could hate, like, so many teams, though. That's crazy. 2-2 pitch. That's a fly ball hit out over towards left center. That's going to be caught, and there's out number 2 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Hopefully Carter Jensen's okay. Alex says my Braves are doing good, but my Mets are not. You're a Braves and a Mets fan? How does that happen? That's crazy. So, like, what's going to happen when the Braves play the Mets? Don't they play against the Mets this weekend? What are you doing about that? 2 away, bottom of the 5th, and a runner over at first. I really hope that Carter Jensen's okay, by the way. The pitch, that's taken for a ball. It's 1 ball, no strikes. I don't know how you do this. Passion. It's all passion. That's all it is. 1-0 pitch. That's down for ball 2. So Jensen, I believe, is going to stay in the game. Yes, he is, and he's going to lead off the bottom of the 1st inning for the Kansas City Royals. So again, their starting lineup today, it's Jensen, Witt Jr., Pasquantino, Caglione, Thomas, Massey, Misner, Lofton, and Collins. Still 2-0, by the way, to Willie Castro. And his pitch is in there for a called strike. Rockies have a runner over at first with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Jensen's first pitch. And that's way outside for a ball. JJ, I'm not talking to you. It's okay. I like, will you take a hug? No? 1-0. And that's down for ball 2. I root for the Braves because of CeeLo. Got you. That makes sense. That makes sense. I like CeeLo. The 2-0 delivery to Carter Jensen. And there's a called strike. Just got the inside corner. So it's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Willie Castro for the Rockies. And 2 balls and 1 strike to Carter Jensen. 1-0 Texas. They got an RBI double in the top of the 1st. And the 2-1 pitch. That's going to be called strike 2. Seager scored. Nimmo was outstretching over at 3rd. They're still waiting for the scoring. They haven't originally ruled it. 3-2 pitch. That's grounded towards the right side. Sliding stop by the first baseman. The throw to first is just in time for out number 3. Nice play there by Michael Busch. And a 3-1 put out to end the inning. And the Rockies are going to go to the top of the 6th inning down by 4. Okay. Change the screen. And Kumar Rocker is facing Carter Jensen still. And he got him actually to ground out, excuse me. And Bobby Witt Jr. is up. And Bobby takes the first pitch for ball 1. So Jensen grounded out over to second. Yes, I will take a hug. You know I love you. Here's a hug. I still can't believe that you guys beat us, or that you were able to take care of business against Iran the way that you did. But we won 2 out of 3. But you should feel really happy after that win, though, against Iran, because I'm telling you, like, nobody's done that this year. 1-1, and that's a foul ball. Your team is grit. They do. I don't know how you do this, change. Yeah. I love it, man. I have 7 different pairs of eyes. Just kidding. 1-2 pitch. Foul ball. After the ALDS loss, the fan base kept on saying that Springer was a cheater, and they also booed him when he got hit in the knee during last year's ALDS, so that rubbed me the wrong way. Did they? I don't remember that. I believe you, though. 1-2 pitch. That's a foul ball. Got you. It's crazy here in Houston versus... Oh, sorry. It's crazy. Here in Houston, we got World Cup Fan Fest. JJ, you still can't have Trey. My Trey. Trey Savage. We'll trade you Trey Turner for Trey Savage. 1-2. That's popped up. Hit out over towards the second base side. And there's out number 2 in the bottom of the first. The Cubs will have Nico Horner up to bat. And he stares at strike 1. So Cubs lead at 6-2 in the top of the 6th. And the Rangers are up 1-0 in the bottom of the first with 2 away. The pitch. That's up high and away for ball 1 to Vinny Pasquantino. Remember, he had those 3 homers in the WBC. Only time in his career that he's ever had 3 homers in a game. And that includes high school and middle school. And Little League. The pitch. That's a foul ball. 1-2, by the way, to Nico Horner. And his 1-2 pitch is fouled off. Horner's 0 for 2. The pitch to Vinny, outside for ball 2. So they did call Nimmo's hit an RBI double, and Seager scored, and then Nimmo was out over a third. 2-1 pitch. Nets down for a ball. That was back in the top of the first inning, by the way. Yeah, that and a ham sandwich will get me a Subway ride. Acuna's out on the IL. It would be crazy if the Braves keep winning at that clip. 2-2 pitch. Ground ball hit over to third base. The throw over to first is not in time. And an infield single by Nico Horner. That guy has wheels, and he gets on. Nice play, though, by Castro. Tried to backhand it over towards the third base line and threw it sidearm over to first base, but just could not get him out. 3-2 still to Pasquantino. And the payoff pitch. That's outside, and the tying run is over at first base for the Kansas City Royals. Okay, so the Cubs and the Royals have a base runner over at first. Up next is Ballesteros, who stares at strike 1 for Chicago. It is Trey Turner. He is really good. And who am I kidding? A Savage is the savage. We just can't get rid of him. Yeah, Trey Turner's great. You guys should trade for him. We should, definitely. We'll definitely trade. We'll definitely take Trey off of your hands. You can take our Trey off of you could take our Trey off of our hands, and we could get your Trey off of your hands. It's totally fine. Blue Jays love to get savage. Yes, they do. 1-0 pitch. That's a foul ball to Jack Caglione. And the count is still 1-1. Well, now it's 1-1. But totally, we'll take Trey A. Savage. The umpires are coming together to talk about something in the Cubs-Rockies game. I don't know what the heck happened. Interference, maybe? Ballesteros, when he was up, I don't know, he fouled off a pitch. Wait to see what the calling is. 2 balls, 1 strike, and the next pitch is swung on and missed for strike 2. The 2-2 pitch on the way. That's going to be grounded sharply over to second, and the throw to first is in time, and the inning is over. Time to go to the top of the second inning. 1-0 Texas. Craig Counsell's arguing with the umpires. I really don't know what he's mad about and what ended up happening over there. So I can't even tell you anything. But nonetheless, there's 2 outs and nobody on in the top of the 6th inning. A 4-run lead for the Cubs. Counsell's still arguing with the third base umpire. That's Nestor Seja. I don't know what just happened. Counsell just got tossed. He's done. So wave goodbye to Craig Counsell. He just got thrown out of this game. Craig Counsell is ejected. Nestor Seja says goodbye to Craig Counsell, and he's still having words with him. He's getting red hot, and now the home plate umpire, Louis Krupa, is going to go talk to him to try to calm him down. My gosh. He's cursing at him. I'm sure that John Boy's going to be all over this. 2 outs in the top of the 6th. So I think that there was a foul ball by Ballesteros, or that he thought that the ball was foul, but it was grounded towards the right side, and I think that Ballesteros was saying that it got off of his foot, and Craig Counsell was not happy about that. So there's 2 away in the top of the 6th. So Ballesteros grounded into a double play. Horner got on with an infield single, and instead of it being a foul ball, he grounds into a double play instead. 0-1 pitch, and that is in there for strike 2. Which means, by the way, that the Cubs bench coach, Ryan Flaherty, is going to manage the rest of the game. 0-2 is the count, and the pitch is grounded over towards the first base side, and Rumfield has it, and he will take it to the bag for out number 3. The inning is over. Time to go to the bottom of the 6th out in Colorado. 6-2 Cubs. 1 ball, 1 strike, and up to bat is Duran facing Michael Wacha. It's supposed to be the hitting coach getting tossed like Sunday night. I've never seen anything like that. That was the craziest thing. That was really funny. And we couldn't even tell if it was the pitching coach or the hitting coach or the opponent. But gosh, that was funny. What's up, Scott? How you doing, man? 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to Duran, and that is fouled off. Ezekiel Duran, that guy was traded in the Joey Gallo deal. Remember when he was on the New York Yankees, Ezekiel Duran? I think that the Rangers won that trade. 2-2. That's a pie for ball 3. Pitch. And Duran is going to get on. That ball was lined out over towards left field, and it got down for a base hit. And so he gets on with a single. He was sent to the Rangers along with Josh Smith and Trevor Halver and right-handed pitcher Glenn Otto in exchange for Joey Gallo, and also left-handed pitcher Joely Rodriguez. Joely Rodriguez, didn't he play for the Phillies at one point? I don't remember now. Jake Berger is up. It's no balls, 1 strike to him in the top of the second. 1-0 Texas. 0-1. And that's outside for a ball. John Boy's a clown. You don't like John Boy media? 1 ball, 1 strike. And that's to Jake Berger. Up to bat, by the way, for the Rockies. That's DJ Rumfield. His count is 2-0. Another former Yankee player. Pitch to Rumfield, swing and a miss. And the pitch to Berger, that's in there for a strike. Duran's over at first for Texas. The 2-1 pitch, and that's a foul ball to Jake Berger. So again, Ryan Flaherty is now the manager for the rest of the Cubs game because Craig Counsell got tossed. 2-1. That's outside for ball 3. I appreciate you, man. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Waka kicks, steals. It's outside for ball 3. And the pitch to Rumfield, that's going to be taken for ball 4. And TJ gets on. The leadoff man's aboard for Colorado. I try to do this like once a week, MLB DiamondZone. It's basically like NFL RedZone, but it's for baseball. So if you like all the action, if you don't want to miss a pitch, that type of a thing, that's what DiamondZone is. 3-2 still to Jake Berger, and the pitch, and that is a called strike 3 at the knees. Berger will challenge. That looked like it was a strike. And we'll see what ABS has to say. The first pitch to Hunter Goodman, that'll be in there for strike 1. Is Berger out? That's down for ball 4. Wow. Pitch track said it was a strike. ABS says it was a ball by less than 1/10 of an inch. The pitch to Berger. Line drive caught over at second. The throw back to first is not in time. So that's a line out over towards second. And by the way, that was not Berger. That was Hunter Goodman who lined out over to second. And Troy Johnston, I believe, is going to come on up next. But we're going to have a pitching change, as Ryan's going to go out there and he'll pull the plug. Evan Carter is up to bat now for the Texas Rangers. So we'll be back with the Colorado game in just a few moments. Here's the pitch. And that's a high fly ball hit out over to right field. It'll stay in the ballpark, though. Caglione finds it. He'll make the catch. And the first out is recorded. And the runner from second advances on over to third base. And runners are now at the corners with 1 out in the top of the second inning. Gallo's selling insurance now. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. But yeah, I try to do this like once a week. So I really appreciate you guys. I do Sunday night baseball. I do Phillies baseball. And I try to do some afternoon baseball as well. And a day of DiamondZone. Sometimes, like, after a Tuesday night game, I'll ask people, do they want me to go on for DiamondZone? And if they say yes, then I'm like, all right, we'll do it. Here we go, first pitch, and that's taken for a ball to Elias Diaz. Batting just .259 with 2 long balls on the season and 6 RBIs as well. It's cool, man. It's a lot of fun. I love it. 1-0, that's going to be bunted towards the third base side. Runner comes home. The throw's not in time. It's now a 2-0 ball game. A squeeze bunt, and that was performed perfectly. You get to watch that on the replay. Diaz, a catcher, performed that thing. It was a textbook bunt just towards the third base side. The pitcher actually bobbled it, And there was actually no throw made to home. So he gets on with a squeeze. Pitch, there's a ground ball, dive and stop over at short. The flip to second, there's one. The throw to first is not in time. That was another really good play, too. And runners are now going to be at the corners with 2 outs in the top of the second inning. Here comes Johnston to continue the bottom of the 6th for the Rockies, and he stares at ball 1. Excellent play over at shortstop. What a diving stop by Bobby Witt Jr. That guy is just so good defensively. Here's the pitch to Johnston. That's the fly ball hit out over to left center. That'll get down for a base hit. The Rockies are going to have runners over at second and third as Rumfield will pump the brakes. And the Rockies have 2 runners in scoring position with 1 out. I do. That's something that I got to work on, yeah. I do have to get that done. You're absolutely right. The 0-1 pitch to Wyatt. That's outside for a ball. So the Rangers have 2 outs with runners at the corners in the top of the second inning. And the Rockies will have Carrick up to bat. He homered his last time up. And that's outside and low for a ball. 1-1 pitch to Wyatt Langford. Swing and a miss. Back and forth. 2 games going on. The pitch. That's a line drive. Played over at third. And that... Did he catch it? I think he did. Bregman caught... Did he catch it? Or was that a one-hopper hit over to third? It was. And the bases are loaded for the Rockies. It was a bounce played over at third, and then the runner at third just got back over to third. Bregman thought that he could get him out, and it ended up not working out that way. Langford's pitch, that's a grounder hit back over to shortstop, and the flip over the second is in time, and the Rangers and the Royals are going to go to the bottom of the second inning. 2-0 Texas. All action going on in Colorado. Wouldn't this be something? Suzuki hit a grand slam for the Chicago Cubs. And the bases are loaded in the bottom of the 6th inning. 6-2, Counsell got pulled out of the game. He got ejected. And so the bench coach for the Chicago Cubs is in there managing. That's Ryan Flaherty. So bottom of the second out at Kauffman, 2-0 Texas. And Kyle Karras is now up to bat for the Colorado Rockies. First pitch, and that's down for a ball. Charge! 1 ball, no strikes, and the 1-0 is way outside for ball 2. The guy that's pitching for the Chicago Cubs, that is Blas Castano, with a 3.45 ERA. This guy has only given up 6 earned runs this season. The 2-0, swing and a miss. Crazy. Absolutely, man. Absolutely, we try. I'm telling you, I have 4 sets of eyes. The 2-1 pitch. That's in there for strike 2. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. I love my chat. I love baseball. And I love calling games and providing you guys with as great professional coverage as possible. By the way, here is the 3D of the Rockies game. It's now 3-2. Royals are back on. The count is 1-0 to Thomas. We got a double diamond. The 3-2 pitch. That's a line drive. Hit out over to right field. It's going to be caught for out number 2, and it won't be deep enough for Rumfield to score. Suzuki made the catch, and there's 2 away. Not deep enough. The 1-1 to Thomas, and he goes around. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. JJ, yesterday you said it's been a day of comebacks. In my head, I said, Knicks are going to come back. Watch. That's true. I fell asleep and woke up and said, oh, my gosh, it actually happened. It did. All right, so we got a pitch and change out in Colorado. And meanwhile, the Rangers and the Royals are back on. Let's go. Thomas in the batter's box. 1 ball, 2 strikes, bottom of the second. And the pitch, here it comes. Swung on and missed, and there is out number 1. Cha-ching. And Michael Waka, or excuse me, that wasn't Waka. Who's pitching? Kumar Rocker. Kumar Rocker gets himself a strikeout. I'm like, wait, why am I having a brain freeze? That's Kumar Rocker, JJ. You good? Yeah, absolutely, I'm fine. 1 out, bottom of the second. And the best part, unlike RedZone, is that this is completely free. Do you do this only for baseball, or do you do this for football, too? I haven't done this for football. Should I do it for football? Might be interesting. 1 ball, no strikes. I never even thought about that. But it would have to be on a Sunday where the Eagles don't play. 1-0 pitch. That's going to be taken for ball 2. It's 2 balls and no strikes. The only thing is that with the football, I can't get the 3D. That's the only bad thing about it. Like for baseball, absolutely. 2-0 pitch. That's in there for a strike. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. This is Michael Massey who's up to bat. Massey is facing Kumar Rocker. And the Rockies are back on. A 2-1 to Massey. Swing and a miss. Rockies will have Tavar up with the bases loaded against Phil Maton. The 2-2 to Massey. That's outside for ball 3. Here comes Ezekiel Tavar with the bases loaded. First pitch, swing and a miss. He was late on a 90-mile-per-hour pitch. The Rockies are knocking on the door with the tying run up to bat. The 3-2 to Massey, and that's going to be grounded over towards second. And the throw over to first is in plenty of time. 2 away out in Kansas. 0-1 to Tavar. Swing and a miss. Another slider that was thrown by Maton that had a lot of movement to it. And the count is 0-2. Maton's trying to get out of this nightmare situation. It was so cool. It was. 0 balls, 2 strikes. Time is called by Tavar. Over at third, it's Rumfield. At second, it's Johnston. And at first, it's Carrick. And by the way, we have a pitch clock violation called in the Royals game. 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. The inning is over. The Rockies had a golden opportunity and come up empty in the gas tank. Wow, they could not get anything home with the bases loaded with 1 out. Not 1 run at all. And that could be the killer for them. Unbelievable. But give the Cubs credit. Up next is Misner for the Kansas City Royals. And his count is 2-1. Still 2 outs in the bottom of the second. The 2-1 pitch to Milsner, and that is outside for ball 3. Yeah, you should please do that for football. I think people would love it. It'd be like free NFL RedZone. I would love it, and I know other people would as well. Cool. Yeah, I might do that. JJ, there is the final score from Game 1. 2-0 Mexico. They shut out Africa. Wow. Maybe do the DiamondZone for the night games. I can't do it for the night games tonight, my friend. We're done after the end of this Royals game. I can't do it. I've done the afternoon. I have other things that I got to get done tonight. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Bottom of the second. But it's good to see you, my friend. Really good to see you, Ken. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Another strikeout by Kumar Rocker. And the inning is over. Time to go to the top of the third out at Kauffman Stadium. Willie Castro is now going to play over out in left field for the Colorado Rockies. And Thompson's now out of the game. Karras will slide on over to third base. So just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that. I was out like that in 2008, dude. We had so much fun when the Phillies won, and I still have pictures on my PC from that night. And at Pat's, we had cheesesteaks at 4 a.m. before we went home. While places actually stayed out till 4. They were actually staying open till 4 a.m. That's become a big thing now. I'm really hoping that places, especially for the World Cup, are going to be open because I really like going out. I do. Top of the 7th, Cubs are up by 4. The Rockies had bases loaded, and they couldn't get anybody home in the bottom of the 6th with 1 out. Not one batter. Dansby Swanson's up, and the first pitch is going to be in there for a called strike as we change back to the other game on 3D. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 0-2 is the count. Top of the 7th, 6-2, Chicago Cubs. Sports is fun. It's enjoyed together. Absolutely. Yep, sports is definitely a thing. It's a vibe. 0-2, outside for a ball. Where are you guys tuning on in from today? Let us know down below. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swanson, his 1-2. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. And just like that, Castano gets his second strikeout of the inning, of the game. Actually, that was his first. No, it was his second strikeout. 2 innings, 2 strikeouts, 2 hits, no walks, no runs. Here comes Corey Seager. First pitch to him. Fly ball hit out to deep right field. Bye-bye, baseball. It's a 3-0 party out in Kansas City. And Seager goes yard for the first time today. That's now 2 runs scored by Corey Seager, and there's his 9th homer of the season. One ball, 1 strike to Pete Crow Armstrong. In the top of the 7th, back out of course. The pitch, swing and a miss. Corey Seager just hit his first homer since May 6th. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Top of the 7th, 1 out. Pete CA is in the box. And the pitch to Pete. That's down for ball 2. Young is up, and on the very first pitch, he'll ground this one out over to third. And the throw over to first is in plenty of time. 1 away out at Kauffman Stadium. I really would like to get Corey Seager. But I don't really even, actually, the Phillies don't even need Corey because he's another left-handed bat. With all due respect. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Top of the 7th. And here we go. 3-2 is the count to Pete Crow Armstrong. The pitch. That's grounded over towards second. And that's going to get through out to right field for a base hit. PCA is going to go for 2. The throw is not in time. Pete Crow Armstrong just hit one up the middle. He's like, I'm going to go for 2 all the way. And he was sprinting for his life. It's like fire was underneath his butt or something. And he just was able to sprint his way over to second, dive in there head first, and he beat out the throw by a mile. Wow. He has wheels. 2 outs, by the way, in the top of the 3rd, out at Kauffman Stadium. And the pitch to Duran. That's down for a ball, so it's 1-1 to Ezekiel Duran. Bregman up for the Cubs. No balls, 1 strike. And the 1-1 to Duran, swing and a miss. In case you're wondering, how did the Texas Rangers get their second out? I'm on that right now. Young grounded that over to third, and then Nimmo flied out to left. No balls, 2 strikes to Alex Bregman. And 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ezekiel Duran. The 0-2 to Bregman. And that is up high for ball one. The 1-2 to Duran. He fouls it off. Big pitch to Alex Bregman. And the pitch, that's a high fly ball hit out over to left field. It's going back towards the track, and that ball is gone. Bregman leaves the yard. The 1-2 to Duran, that's outside for ball two. Alex Bregman sends one 410 feet, and the Chicago Cubs head on to their lead. That's his second hit of the ball game, and he now has 4 RBIs. Rangers are going to go to the bottom of the third. Still a 3-0 game. But Seager added on to their lead with a solo home run, and Duran grounds out, and the inning is done. No balls, 1 strike. I'm tuning on in from Florida, says Ken. Shout out to you. 0-1 the Bush, grounded over towards the right side. Second baseman has it, throws it over to first, and Michael Bush is retired. And so 2 away. Two outs, top of the 7th inning, 8-2 Chicago Cubs. The Cubs just put up a couple of runs on 1 swing of the bat by Alex Bregman. Lots of homers today. That's for sure. The Cubs put up 4 in the 4th on the grand slam by Suzuki. Then they got 2 in the 5th from Bush on an RBI single by him, and a sac fly from Ian Happ as well. And then Bregman hit a 2-run home run in the top of the 7th. Pitch, this is going to be grounded over towards the shortstop area and through the left field for a base hit. And that was a bad play over at short by the Colorado Rockies. They had Tovar over at short. He's been not so good defensively this season. And, well, that's going to be, I believe, ruled as a single, even though it really should be an error because it went underneath his glove on the one-hopper as he tried to backhand it. One ball, no strikes to Seiya Suzuki with a runner over at first, and the 1-0 to Seiya fouled off. CeeLo's doing the Chicago White Sox and Braves game tonight, says Alex. That's good. That's really, really good. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, top of the 7th, runner over at first, and the pitch to Seiya Suzuki. That's a fastball right down the middle for strike 2. No throw made over to second, and another runner in scoring position for the Chicago Cubs. Damn. So Suzuki, his count is 2-2, and Happ gets a stolen base. Lofton is up for the bottom of the 3rd out of Kaufman, and he grounds out over to short for out number 1. 2-2 pitch to Suzuki. That's grounded sharply over to shortstop. Tovar has it this time, throws it over to first, dug out by Rumfield, and the inning is over. 8-2 Cubs on 1 swing of the bat by Alex Bregman. And another inning break as they go to the bottom of the 7th. It is stretch time over there. Bottom of the 3rd, 1 away, and up to bat next for the Kansas City Royals. That is Isaac Collins. Dr. DeLay, shout out to you. 0-1 pitch. That is in there for strike 2 to Isaac Collins. Shout out to Dr. DeLay. Doc, how you doing, my friend? Always good to see you. Guys, make sure that you guys go follow Dr. DeLay. He is closing in on that 10,000 subscriber marker. Want him to get there. Obviously, his goal is to get there before the start of football season. And we want to get him there as soon as possible. So if you have not subscribed to his channel, please make sure that you guys go do that because he is great at what he does. Covers the Pirates. He covers the I don't know why the TV was shaking. That was really weird. 1-2 pitch. That's a foul ball. He covers the Pirates. He covers the Penguins. He also does NFL football, and he does, of course, the Pittsburgh Steelers. And March Madness, and also NL Central baseball as well. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So bottom of the third, 1 out. Doc, we were calling 4 games at once at one point. 1-2 pitch. That's in the dirt for ball 2. So 2 games going on right now. One of them was supposed to start at 2:10. That's this Texas Rangers versus Kansas City game. That was in a 2-hour 20-minute rain delay. Got started at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The other ones got started at 3:10. It was scheduled, and it was right on time. Rockies and Cubs. 3-2 is the count to Isaac Collins. Kumar Rocker is pitching for the Texas Rangers. And by the way, the Rockies are back on as they start off the bottom of the 7th. Here's the first pitch. That's a line drive hit out over to left field by Sullivan, and a diving catch made by Happ. And there's 1 gone in the bottom of the 7th. Meanwhile, in the other game, there's a grounder hit over to shortstop, and the throw over to first is in plenty of time. So Isaac Collins grounds out, and there's 2 away in the bottom of the 3rd. Double trouble with JJ. Just finished watching the opening World Cup match. Not a thrilling match, but happy to watch regardless, says Dr. DeLay. Yeah, I can't wait to watch the highlights. Julian is up to bat for the Colorado Rockies, and on the very first pitch, that's a line drive hit out over to left center field, and that'll get down for a base hit. Julian's going to pump the brakes over at first as he gets on with a single. He was rounding first and decided, I'm not going to go over to second. For the Kansas City Royals, Carter Jensen takes ball 1 inside. 1 ball, no strikes to Carter Jensen. And up to bat next for the Colorado Rockies, it'll be Willie Castro. The 1-0 to Carter, inside for ball 2. And Castro, who's in the box, his first pitch, swing and a miss. The Cubs have gotten a lot of runs today, 8 to be exact. They had a grand slam from Suzuki. They also had an RBI single from Michael Busch, a sac fly by Happ, and a 2-run blast by Bregman. The ball's 1 strike in the bottom of the 7th, and the pitch, foul ball by Castro. The pitch to Jensen, that's a line drive, base it out to left field. That's going to go all the way towards the wall, and the Kansas City Royals have a runner in scoring position. Let's go. Okay. Carter Jensen with his 11th double of the season, and the Royals are trying to get back into this game. The ball's 2 strikes to Willie Castro. Runner over at first for the Rockies. Charge! This one's going to be skied over towards shallow center field. Swanson's there, says I got it, and he'll make the catch. 2 outs at Coors Field. And Bobby Witt Jr. is up to bat. He made an excellent diving stop and got himself a fielder's choice defensively. That was a big-time play. It could have saved a run. It actually did save a run. It could have scored a run. 1-0. It's down in the way for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes to Bobby Witt Jr. And we have a pitching change going on out at Coors Field, so they'll be back in a little bit. So we just go back to a single diamond. The 2-0. That's in there for a strike to Bobby Witt Jr. I can breathe. Two balls, 1 strike to Bobby Witt Jr. And here's the pitch. And Bobby pops this one up out over towards shallow left. The catch will be made by Seager, and the inning comes to an end. Another opportunity squandered by the Kansas City Royals. And they played 3, and they go to the 4th inning, 3-0 Texas. So both games have a break. Meanwhile, what we'll do right now is we'll let you know what's going on tonight. Obviously, Dr. DeLay is going to have you covered for the Pittsburgh Pirates game. That game will be at 6:40. We will actually have a redirect over to Dr. DeLay's channel. We already set that up. But, yes, we will have a redirect over to Dr. DeLay's channel. That game will be at 6:40. And then at 7 o'clock, it'll be the Baltimore Orioles playing against the Seattle Mariners. It'll be on the hill for Baltimore. Kyle Bradish is pitching for Baltimore. Brian Wu is on the hill for the Seattle Mariners. For the Dodgers, they will have Justin Robleski, who's had himself a magnificent season. He'll be facing Mitch Keller, who will be on the hill. And then the final game tonight, it'll be the Braves out in Chicago against the White Sox. Martin Perez will be facing Anthony Kay. And that's the pitching matchup between Atlanta and Chicago. Bottom of the 7th as we go back to the 3D. And here we go. 2 outs, bottom of the 7th, and Ryan Rollison is going to pitch for the Cubs. A 3.35 ERA and a 1.26 whip as well. Still a runner over at first, if you remember. Out in Colorado, 8-2 Cubs. 2 outs and the pitch. And that is just on the outside edge for a called strike. Called by Louis Krupa. TJ today is 0 for 1 with 2 walks. By the way, Craig Counsell got thrown out of this game earlier. And so, therefore, Ryan Flaherty is the manager for the rest of the game. After what ended up being a double play that Counsell did not agree with, he got tossed. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 away, and the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Our second diamond is coming back on. And we'll get you over there really, really soon. 1-2 is the count to TJ Rumfield. And they got a runner over at first. Rumfield's in the box. 2 away. For the Rangers, they will have Jake Berger up to bat. 1-2 pitch to Rumfield. That's a swing and a miss. And the inning is over. And the Rockies are down on strikes. The Rockies today have struck out 6 times and make it 7 times as they end the 7th inning and they go to the top of the 8th. Here's the pitch to Berger. That's a fly ball hit out over towards left center field. On the run to make the grab right shy of the wall for Kansas City is Misner. And so there's out number 1. Nice play by him. Brian, what's going on, man? Good to see you on here. Always good to see you, my friend. All right, so we'll switch the 3D, and we'll go back over here. Top of the 4th, 3-0 Texas Rangers. 1 out, and the pitch. That'll be bunted towards the third base side. And here's the throw over to first. It is in time! Josh Young, or excuse me, that was Nick Lofton, who got over towards that ball. Lofton was perfectly placed there. He was over on the infield grass. He went charging for that baseball, barehanded it perfectly, and just got it into the sweet spot and threw it over to first base to get the out all by himself. Really good play there. Boy, oh boy. 1 out in the top of the 4th inning. 2 outs, actually. Excuse me. And Michael Wacha still pitching. The pitch to Diaz, fouled away. Kumar Rocker, 3 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 1 walk, and he's also punched out 2 batters today. Wacha's gone 3 2/3. He has allowed 3 earned runs, and he's also struck out just 1. The pitch, that's a line drive, base it out to center field. It'll take just 1 bounce in front of the center fielder, Misner, and we have a 2-out single by Elias Diaz, the former Colorado Rocky. And speaking of Rockies, the Rockies are back in action. Sammy Peralta is going to be pitching for Colorado as they head to the 8th inning. So 2 outs out at Kauffman Stadium. And the pitch to Lopez, that's a foul ball. Lopez batting for the Texas Rangers. And the guy that's up for the Cubs, that's Nico Horner. And his 1-0 pitch will be in there for strike 1. 0-1 to Lopez, 1-1 to Horner. The 0-1 to Lopez, that is going to be swung on and missed for strike 2. Two away, top of the fourth, 3-0 Texas. Runner over at first. The 1-1 pitch on the way. That is going to be smoked out over towards the third base side, though, and it's caught by Karras for out number 1. The exit velocity must have been so high there, and the camera operator thought that was going to go out to left field, but he even got fooled. And Karras catches lightning in a bottle for out number 1. All right, so there's 1 out in the top of the 8th inning. And back to the 1-2 pitch to Lopez. That's going to be in the dirt for ball 2. For the Cubs, they will have Matt Shaw up next. He will be pinch hitting in the top of the 8th inning. Shaw versus Peralta. And the first pitch is right down Broadway for strike 1. Sammy Peralta with a 27 ERA, and that's because he only lasted 2/3 of an inning against the Texas Rangers and gave up 2 earned runs. Rangers and Royals are going to go to the bottom of the 4th inning. And so the inning comes to an end over there thanks to the ground out that ended the inning. It's no balls and 2 strikes still to Matt Shaw. So Lopez grounded out. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, top of the 8th. The 0-2 pitch, here it comes. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Shaw goes down swinging on strikes. "100% not related, but yes, JJ is awesome." Yes, sir. We're cousins. We look very much alike. 2 outs, top of the 8th, the pitch. And that'll be in there for a strike. Is that Carson Kelly that's up to bat? It is. Kelly is hitless in 3 at-bats. Grounded out in his last at-bat, which was back in the 6th. 0-1 pitch. And that is smacked foul. And out of play. Cubs lead at 8-2. Top of the 8th inning. Chicago today has put up 9 hits. And the Rockies, they've had their chances. They've had a lot of chances. Could have tied it up or done something in the bottom of the 6th with the bases loaded and 1 out, but they just could not cash in. The 0-2, there's a high drive, hit out to left field. That's the 7th homer of the day for the Cubs. Carson Kelly watches it fly. A pitch right down Broadway. And Carson Kelly just fires a missile. That goes 428 feet. And by the way, that was home run number 5 in this game. I was thinking about the game earlier today. My apologies, but it's a 1-ball, no strike count. And that's to Dansby Swanson. 2 outs, top of the 8th. And the pitch. And that is swung on and missed. The count is now 1-1. The Royals are also in the bottom of the 4th inning. Vinny Pasquantino is up. His count is 1-1. Facing Kumar Rocker. The pitch. That is a line drive. Base it out to right center field. Vinny Pasquantino gets on once again for the Kansas City Royals. Swanson's 1-1 pitch coming on up. It's a 9-2 lead for the Chicago Cubs. And his pitch, swing and a miss. And you, Dr. DeLay, have a great Rising channel as well. Folks, go and support these 2 guys who do a fantastic job calling baseball games. I support your Pennsylvania bros. I appreciate you. Yep, Dr. DeLay is incredible, for sure. 1-2 pitch. That's a called strike 3 at the knees, and Swanson goes down looking on strikes. And the inning comes to an end. Carson Kelly on an 0-2 pitch, though, drills one 428 feet out over to left field and makes it a 9-2 ball game. So back to the bottom of the fourth of this Royals game. The 1-0 is taken outside for ball 2. We've been on since 12:45 today. We had 3 1-10 games. 2-0 pitch. That's going to be smacked down the right field line. It's a foul ball, though. Saw 5 homers in that St. Louis versus Mets game in just the first 2 innings. And not much offense after that. Soto did end up hitting the 6th homer of the game, though. And that ended up being the difference. A 5-4 win. 2 balls, 1 strike to Jack Taglione. A runner over at first. And the 2-1 is down and inside for ball 3. We've done, I believe, 4 Royals games this year. I think we've done 4 Royals games. Whenever, of course, the Phillies don't play. We do other baseball games. 3 balls, 1 strike. And the pitch to Jack Taglione. A foul ball. Out of play she goes. In case you're wondering, Carson Kelly, who launched that home run, that was his 3rd homer of the season. His last homer was actually back in April. April 14th to be exact. April 18th it actually was. The pitch, and now there's going to be runners over at first and second base for the Kansas City Royals. What ended up happening, Rocker threw a pitch, and Massey, I believe, who was up to bat, ended up getting on with a base hit. And that's going to put runners over at first and second. Hunter Goodman is up for the Rockies, and his 0-1 is taken for a ball. That was actually Jack Taglione who singled out to right. Pasquantino is over at second, and Thomas is up, and Massey is actually in the on-deck circle. 1-1 pitch to Goodman. That's a foul ball. All right, my Royals fans. Thomas, the former Guardian and National, is up to bat. The pitch, and that's down for a ball. Charge! 1-2 pitch coming on up to Hunter Goodman. The 0-2 is down. And the 1-2 from Rollison, and that's down and inside for ball 2. The 1-0 to Thomas, that's low for ball 2. So 2-0 is the count to Thomas, and 2-2 to Goodman. Thoughts on the Phillies trade to acquire Derek Hill? Good defensive player. I want to bat. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and Goodman is down on strikes once again. Or is he? I said he just fouled it off. Looked like the signal for a strike 3. I stand corrected. My mistake. He is still alive. 3 balls, no strikes to Thomas. And the 3-0, bases are loaded out at Kansas City. The 2-2 to Goodman. That time he strikes out. And so there's 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. I knew it all along, chat. The Texas Rangers are going to go out there. The pitching coach will go have a word with Kumar Rocker. Good defensive player, though, Dr. DeLay. Just not as good of a hitter. I need a bat. I need a bat. I don't think he moves the needle. The pitch, that's a foul ball. That's to Troy Johnston. No balls, 1 strike. Bottom of the 8th, 1 out. My logo is the White Castle with the Royals logo and the colors. I see it. I see it. Michael Massey is coming on up with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 4th. There's still nobody out, and Kumar Rocker is in a nightmare of a situation. Here's the 0-1, and that's down for a ball to Troy Johnston in the bottom of the 8th. Rockies are down by 7, 1 away, Nobody on. The 1-1 to Johnston, and he fouls it off. Here is the first pitch to Michael Massey with the bases juiced. And he looks at strike one. That's a slider that dances in the zone at the knees. 1 ball and 2 strikes still to Johnston. Johnston's 1-2 pitch. And that is grounded over towards second base and off the glove and barehanded, and the throw's not in time. All right, here's the pitch to Massey. That's going to be grounded. Where was it? Thomas Watts. And the pitch, I don't know why it froze up on me for a second. This was grounded over to second base. The throw, the shortstop. There's one, and the throw to first is in time. It's a double play, but the Royals are on the board. Sorry, screen froze. 3-1, runner over at third. And Misner is up. He's the tying run. There was nobody out with the bases loaded, but they did get a run. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That'll be in there for a called strike to Misner. Bottom of the 8th inning, Rollison is facing Karras. Or Carrick, that is. 2 balls, 1 strike. In the bottom of the 4th, Misner versus Rocker. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the 2-1 delivery. Fouled away again. Count is still 2-2. So Johnston got on with an infield single for the Colorado Rockies. 1 ball, 1 strike in the bottom of the 8th with a runner over at first. It's 2-2 as well to Misner. The 1-1 to Carrick. That's a fly ball hit out over to deep left field, but it'll be caught right in front of the warning track for out number 2. Next pitch to Misner. Now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Misner versus Rocker. Rocker has 73 pitches. 22 in the first, 15 in the second, 16 in the third, and 20 so far in the 4th. Two balls, 2 strikes. Delay whatever you do. Do not let JJ get a hold of a baseball bat. 2-2 pitch. That's a line drive hit out of the right field. That'll get down for a base hit, and the Royals will cut the deficit to 1. An RBI bloop single provided by Misner, and a run scores. It's a 3-2 ball game. Caglione jogs on home right off the end of the bat of Misner. It was a hanging slider, it looked like. And he just poked it out to right field. So now the tying run's over at first. And Lofton is up to bat. His first pitch inside for ball 1. The Rockies are still in the bottom of the 8th inning, but there is a pitching change with 2 away. Karras will come on up to bat once the break is over. 1-0 pitch, grounded over to third, picked up by Young. The throw to first, that's in plenty of time. The Royals do get 2 runs, and that's the good news. The bad news is that they're still trailing 3-2, but they are going to go into the top of the 5th inning. And they are down by a run. Okay. All right. Good stuff. Once again, once the Pirates game starts, we're not even going to do the Pirates game. We're just going to finish out. Once the Rockies game is over, we're just going to do the rest of this Royals game because I just don't want to even start doing another game and not have to finish it, you know? So that's how it's going to work. Tyler Ferguson is going to pitch here in the bottom of the 8th inning for the Chicago Cubs. And we'll get you his stats right now. A 1-1 record so far on the season. And he has just 1 strikeout. Gave up 4 earned runs in his last outing against the Philadelphia Phillies. And he allowed 2 homers. Here's the pitch that's in there for a strike. And by the way, Ferguson was picked up from the Athletics. He actually doesn't even have a record. Just 1 1/3 of an inning. One ball, 1 strike. Bottom of the 8th, 2 outs. Christian Karras is up to bat. The pitch, fouled away. Kyle Karras. You got Cole Carrig, and then you got Kyle Karras. I just realized that. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 8th, 2 away. Runner over at first, and the pitch. It's going to be flied out over towards the shallow right field side. That's cut, and the inning is over. Time to go to the top of the 9th inning. It's a 9-2 lead for the Chicago Cubs. 1 more inning left to go. Out of course. And the Royals are now back on as they go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Top of the 5th, excuse me. It's no balls and 1 strike. And the pitch. That'll be flied out over to right. And the catch is made for out number 1. Very quick first out there. It was Wyatt Langford who flied out over to right. And Corey Seager is up next. Seager homered and also got himself 2 runs thanks to a single. The pitch. That'll be taken for ball 1. 3-2 Texas. 1-0 pitch. It's a foul ball. That one goes on out of play. Once we get back down to the Rangers game being the only game left, I am going to take a very quick step off. 1-1 pitch. That's going to be grounded back up the middle, and here's the throw over to first. That's in time. What a nice sliding stop made over at second base right there by Michael Massey. He just took away a base hit from Corey Seager. Got right over towards that ball, went over towards his right side, stopped the ball from going on up the middle, and then just got up, shot out of a cannon, and just threw a strike over to first. He did. He slid, and he just, as he caught it with his glove on the ground, he just scooped it up, got it into his bare hand, made the sidearm throw over to first, and there's 2 away. Here's Josh Young. First pitch to him. That's a foul ball. No balls, 1 strike. Top of the 5th. 2 away. I said that my cutoff time was going to be 7 o'clock. I lied. It'll be at the end of this Texas-Kansas City game because I got other stuff to do tonight. Here's Pete Crow Armstrong. First pitch to him. That's taken for a strike. So the Cubs are back on for the top of the 9th. 0-1 is the count, and the next pitch is fouled away. Young's 1-1 pitch. That's inside for ball 2. Josh Young. We talked about this a couple of times today, but he does lead all third basemen in batting average. He's the only guy that's batting over 300 as a third baseman. 2-1, foul ball. The 0-2 to Pete. It's outside for a ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Josh Young, and 1 ball and 2 strikes to Pete Crow Armstrong. The 2-2 to Young. Check swing. Did he go? They say yes, he did. There's out number 3. And the next pitch to Pete. That'll be grounded over to first. Rumfield has it over on the line. He'll take it to the bag. There's out number 1 in the top of the 9th inning out in Colorado. And it's Bregman's turn. He also homered his last time up. He's also walked, and he's driven in He's scored 2 runs, and he's driven in 2 as well. His first pitch, that'll be smacked foul towards the left side. The Cubs have 10 hits today. They lead it 9-2. Rockies have 9 hits. The Colorado Rockies in this ball game, chat. The Rockies have gone 1 for 5 with runners in scoring position, and they've left 8 men on base. Pitch to Bregman, that'll be grounded over towards third, and the throw over to first is in plenty of time, and there's 2 away. And that'll bring up Michael Busch to the plates. Busch is 2 for 4 with a pair of singles and an RBI as well. Rockies won the series, but the Chicago Cubs are 3 outs away from winning this game. Everybody has gotten a hit today for the Cubs in the starting lineup except for Dansby Swanson. Busch is going to get hit by a pitch. Oh, boy. He's okay. He shakes it off, and he'll be over at first base. Where did that pitch hit him? Got him right on the hand. The right hand. Oof. They're checking up on Michael Busch to see if he's okay. The trainer's out there. Once again, just a reminder, no Craig Counsell. Ryan Flaherty's managing the rest of this game because he got ejected. What's up, Daniel? How you doing, my friend? All right, the Royals are back on for the bottom of the 5th. Isaac Collins is up, and the first pitch to him is in there for a called strike. Collins versus Rocker. No balls, 1 strike to Isaac Collins. And the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 0-2 to Collins. Still 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning. Out at Coors Field, Busch stays in the game. Which means that Happ is up next. 0-2 to Collins. Strike 3 called. It's at the knees. And there's 1 out in the bottom of the 5th, out at Kauffman Stadium. Hendricks says he didn't get a hit, but he got a run. That's true. Happ's pitch. He grounds it foul, just barely towards the first base side. Carter Jensen is up, and his first pitch is upstairs for ball 1. So it's 1 ball, no strikes to Carter Jensen. Next pitch to Carter. That's grounded towards the left side of the infield, and the throw to first. That is in time. Excellent play there by Kumar Rocker. He had to go charging towards that baseball, right over towards the third base line. He barehanded it and made an excellent throw over to first for out number 2. Happ's 0-1 pitch. That's going to be taken down for a ball. 1-1 is the count to Ian Happ. 9-2 Cubs. Runner over at first. 1 ball, 1 strike. Happ is batting on the right side, and the pitch, swing and a miss. Happ is one of the best switch hitters in the game. I'd still say that it's Jose Ramirez, but let me know what you think down below. Here's the pitch to Bobby Witt Jr. That's down for a ball. 1-2 to Happ. Fouled away again. The 1-0 to Bobby, and that's smacked back up the middle for a base hit. The second baseman tried to jump and catch it, but it went over his head. And Bobby gets on with a 2-out single. Looks like that was over towards the inside corner. And he just got that right over the second baseman's head. The 1-2 to Happ. Swung on and missed, and the inning is done. Time to go to the bottom of the 9th out at Coors Field. And so, 3 more outs to go. We have a timeout taken on the mound as well in the Texas game. And Kumar Rocker is done. So the Texas Rangers will have their skipper go out there and pull Kumar Rocker. That's Skip Schumacher. Boy, oh boy. 5:31, 5:51 p.m. Eastern Time. Oh my gosh, time flies. We've been on for about 5 hours. It's pretty good. Robleski versus Keller. I'm pulling out for Brad Keller and for Dr. DeLay to beat those Dodgers tonight. Really. Once again, after this, after the final out is recorded in the Texas Rangers game, we will be redirecting you over to Dr. DeLay for the rest of that Pittsburgh Pirates game. So please make sure that you guys stay on for that. I got stuff to do. I can't finish out doing the rest of the day for baseball. I wish I could. I really do, but I can't. Just can't do it. That's fine. We'll be back on tomorrow, though, for the Brewers versus the Phillies game. That'll be at 7:40 p.m. Eastern Time. And then Saturday, we got the Phillies and the Brewers again at 7:40. And then Sunday, we got a doubleheader. We're doing the Sunday night baseball game, and we're doing the Phillies versus Brewers finale. So make sure that you guys are on for that. That is what's going on. Folks, if you have not left a like just yet, please make sure that you guys do it. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Time to go to the bottom of the ninth out at Coors Field. Let's go, baby. All right, let's go. 3 more outs to go. All right, bottom of the ninth. Are y'all ready for this? Here we go. The pitch. That's a foul ball. No balls. 1 strike to Ezequiel Tovar as we begin the bottom of the ninth inning. Royals are back on for the bottom of the fifth. Again, Kumar Rocker just got pulled, and he's facing Vinny Pasquantino, and Pasquantino's first pitch is for ball 1. The 0-1 to Tovar. That's down for a ball. Pitching for Chicago is Ferguson. Toss back over to first. That's not in time to get the runner over at first in the Rangers game. 1-1 to Tovar. Swing and a miss. So Bobby Witt Jr. was over at first. You got to watch out for him. But he was able to get back to the bag in plenty of time. 1-2 pitch to Tovar. Fouled back towards the screen. And the toss back to first again to get Witt. That's not in time either. Only 2 disengagements you're allowed. Alstrom is pitching for the Texas Rangers. The 1-2 to Tovar. Swung on and missed. 1 away in the bottom of the ninth inning. There we go. Robbie Alstrom, by the way, has not given up a run this season. He's gone 4 1/3 of an inning for Texas, and he's only allowed 2 hits and has struck out 2 batters. Brett Sullivan is up for the Colorado Rockies, and still 1-1, by the way, to Pasquantino. First pitch to Sullivan. That's going to be taken for a ball. The 1-1 to Vinny. It's popped up, hit out over towards third. Young is there, makes the grab, 2 or 3 away, that is. And they're going to go to the top of the 6th. Which means that we will be focusing on the final 2 outs of this game right now. Brett Sullivan is up. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Brett Sullivan. White and purple batting gloves for Brett Sullivan. And here's the pitch. That's a fly ball hit out over to deep right field. And for the second time today, Brett Sullivan goes yard. That got out in a hurry. That was a screamer. Hit down the right field line. And it went into the first row. Sullivan, who only had 2 homers on the season, just doubled that in 1 game. Good for him. Edward Julian is now up to bat, and the former Twin is going to take a pitch, and this will be challenged. What was it called? Rocky's challenge. He thought it was a ball. That was a strike. so he's incorrect. No balls, 1 strike in the bottom of the 9th inning. 9-3 lead for the Chicago Cubs. That just got the outside corner, too. No balls, 1 strike. Julian in the box, and the 0-1 pitch, and that'll be flied foul and out of play. Of course, Doc. Love you, buddy. No balls, 2 strikes to Edward Julian. The 0-2 pitch, that's inside for a ball. Ferguson is still pitching for the Chicago Cubs. He's allowed 3 homers so far. Gave up 2 against the Phillies in his first outing of the season. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And here's the pitch, and a called strike 3 at the knees. By the way, Brandon Nimmo just doubled for the Texas Rangers. He's over at second base, but the Colorado Rockies, more importantly right now, are down to their final out. Can't lose sight of that Nimmo double, though. Hit it out over to right center, right on the first pitch. It's up to Willie Castro for the Rockies. And the first pitch, that's going to be lined out over to right field for a base hit, and the game will continue as Castro gets on with a single. The pitch on the way. This is bunted right back over towards the mound. The throw to third is in time to get Nimmo. Oh my gosh. Skip Schumacher's thinking about challenging. Is he going to? No, he will not. What was Nimmo doing? He went over to third. Jensen went right towards that baseball and just threw a strike right over to third base to get out number 1 on what ends up being a 2-5 fielder's choice. Golly. It was actually a 1-5 fielder's choice. The pitcher just got right over to it, and he just was able to throw a strike to third to get Brandon Nimmo out. No balls, 1 strike to TJ Rumfield, and the pitch is down for a ball. Meanwhile, a base hit for Jake Berger and the Texas Rangers, and now runners are back over at first and second. This time, though, it's with 1 out. It was a really good play made by the pitcher. 2 balls, 1 strike to TJ Rumfield. 2 outs for Colorado. And the next pitch, that's going to be lined back up the middle again for a base hit. And the Rockies are not done yet. The runner from first is going to come on home, and it's now a 9. They're going to hold him up over at third. It looked like that he was going to come on home, but he sort of stopped at the last second. So my mistake. Rumfield gets a double. It's still a 9-3 game, and there's 2 runners in scoring position. It's still 2 balls and no strikes to Evan Carter, by the way, top of the 6th. Rangers are trying to add on to their lead with 2 runners on base. The pitch, swing and a miss. Carter's 0 for 2. Timeout taken in the Rockies game as they are still down to their final out. 2-1 to Evan Carter, and disengagement by Waka. Let's go. All right, so 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning. Hunter Goodman is up. He is 0 for 4, but obviously this guy has a lot of power in the bat. And his first pitch, that smacked foul. And still 3-2, by the way, to Evan Carter. 0-1 to Goodman. 3-2 to Carter. Rockies down to their final outs. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and now they're down to their final strike. The count is 0-2. The 3-2 to Carter. That's fouled off. TJ Rumfield, yep. Goodman at the plates. 0-2, and the pitch, that's outside for a ball. And the at-bat continues. 3-2, pitch to Carter, fouled away. There's still one out in the top of the sixth inning, out at Kaufman. 1-2 pitch, that's high to Goodman, and the count is now 2-2. The 3-2 to Carter. Here it comes. And that's going to be grounded out to right field for a base hit. And the Texas Rangers are going to get another run home. Meanwhile, the 2-2 to Goodman. Here it comes. Swung on and missed, and the ball game is over. And the Cubs are able to salvage the series, and they avoid a sweep out in Colorado. They win 9-3. So you got an RBI single by Evan Carter to make it a 4-2 ball game, and the Cubs are done. Cubs put up 9. It was plenty enough for them, and they hang on and beat the Colorado Rockies. So Carter gets himself an RBI single. All right, so we got one game left on the afternoon, and this is our final game of the day. Even if it leads into the beginning of the Pittsburgh game, doesn't even matter. We're not even calling the Pittsburgh game, even the beginning of it. We're just finishing the rest of this game right here. And that is Texas versus Kansas City. If you're going to stay on for that, thank you so much. If you are going to leave, I really appreciate you guys for your time. It really means a lot to me. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day if you're going to stay on, if you're not going to stay on for the rest of this. Here's the 0-1 to Diaz. That's a high fly ball. This one's hit out to deep left field. It'll stay in the ballpark, though, when the catch is made, and it's time to go to the bottom of the sixth. I'm going to take a very quick step off. Caglione, Thomas, and Massey will be up for the Kansas City Royals when we do return. Be right back in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. All right, so one game left to go to finish out the late afternoon. And again, this game got started at 2:10. It was supposed to start at 2:10, but it was really a 2-hour and 20-minute rain delay. That's why it's late. So it got started at 4:30. Bottom of the sixth, 4-2 Texas, as they have the lead. There we go. Okay. It's a 4-2 game. How do we get here, JJ? That's a really good question. Jack Caglione is going to come on up to the plate. Brandon Nimmo had himself an RBI double in the top of the first inning. And then that's Elias Diaz, got on with an RBI bunt single to make it 2-0. Seager also hit a solo home run to make it 3-0. Caglianone's first pitch, line drive, and that's going to be hit out to left field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. So, a leadoff single in the bottom of the 6th inning for Jack Caglianone and the Kansas City Royals on our final diamond left. Michael Massey also had himself an RBI. He actually hit into a double play. Didn't get the RBI, but it did drive in a run with the bases loaded. And then Misner had himself an RBI single to cut it back to a 3-2 game. Carter then in the top of the 6th had himself an RBI single to make it 4-2. Caglianone's over at first in the bottom of the 6th. And Thomas is up, and he stares at strike one. It's amazing, besides the big names, how few good right-handed hitting outfielders there are out there. I know. It's crazy. 0-1. That's low and inside for a ball. But part of it also, and we were having this conversation the other day, is that when you add in these wild card teams, people feel like that they're in this. So they're a little bit more hesitant to buy or sell. You know? To sell, really. 1-1, and that is inside for ball 2. Grayson, what's going on, man? How you doing, my friend? Really good to see you. This is the only game that we have left. 2 balls, 1 strike. So it's just regular MLB coverage right now. The 2-1 pitch to Thomas, and that's in there for strike 2. What's up, Grayson? Final scores from earlier today. The Mets won 5-4 and beat the St. Louis Cardinals. The Cubs, they just beat the Rockies 9-3. 2-2 pitch, grounded over to second, and then the throw to shortstop, there's one, and the throw back over to first, and that's a 4-6-3 double play. And now there's nobody on base with 2 outs. The Marlins, they shut out the Diamondbacks 2-0. Tyler Phillips pitched very well. Phillips ended up going 5 innings, gave up 2 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, and was pulled just after 70 pitches. That still bothers me. I don't know why. Merrill Kelly also had 74 pitches. He went 6 innings, and he allowed 2 earned runs. Crazy. The pitch to Michael Massey. Swing and a miss. The count is 0-1. And then the Tigers absolutely mollywopped the Minnesota Twins 11-0. Montero got a shutout in 6 1/3. 1 ball, 1 strike, bottom of the 6th. Michael Massey's 0 for 2. He grounded into a double play as well. But he got the first run home for Kansas City. Here's the 1-1. And that is a foul ball. Grayson says Jackson Chourio. I like Jackson Chourio. He's good. Agreed, but there aren't many even out there besides the Trouts, the Judges, and the Buxtons. It's true. It's so true. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Or the Mookie Betts of the world. And the Teoscar Hernandez's 1-2 pitch. And that is down for ball 2. Like the Dodgers have Muncy, Tucker, Freddie Freeman. They're all lefties. 2-2 pitch. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. And that is out number 3. Time to go to the 7th. It's 4-2 Texas. Okay, what time is it now? 6:10 p.m. Eastern Time? But yes. All right. If you have any of these guys in fantasy today, so these are all the players that have homered today. Okay? Corey Seager homered. He was the only guy that has homered in this game so far. In the Cubs game, you had Brett Sullivan homer twice. Seiya Suzuki hit a grand slam. Carrig actually had a home run as well. And Alex Bregman and Carson Kelly each homered 2 in that Cubs versus Rockies game. In the Mets game, Juan Soto homered, Alec Burleson homered, Bichette and Young also went back-to-back, Lars Nootbaar homered as well, and so did Jimmy Crooks. So those are all the home runs in that game. There were no homers in the Marlins game. In the Tigers game, the Tigers put up 6 homers. One was by Torkelson. Another one was by Torres. Then they got one from Keith, one from Green, one from McKinstry, and one from Perez as well. And those are all the home runs that have been hit today. We mentioned in the Cubs game what ended up happening over there. But yes, those are all the home runs that have been hit so far today. Pages too. Absolutely. Yeah, Pages has been their best hitter. And Will Smith is a good right-handed bat for them as well. I agree. They definitely do have some good right-handed batters. For sure. If you're the Dodgers, like, at the deadline, like, you don't need anything. Like, obviously they're going to try to go after Scubell or even another closer. But they just don't need it. Like, they have Edwin Diaz who's out. And if Edwin Diaz is out for any other team, that hurts them. Pitch. That's outside for a ball. To Nicky Lopez. It's just so funny. There's the 1-0. It's down for ball 2. Michael Wacha's still pitching, by the way. He has 86 pitches. Wacha is 34 years old. He's been in the league since 2013. The pitch. And now it's 2 balls and 1 strike. The 2-1 offering. And that misses down in the way for ball 3. The Royals are 8.5 games in back of the Chicago White Sox for the AL Central. So the Guardians have lost 4 in a row. They're a half a game in back of Chicago, because Chicago has won 2. It's also 3 balls and 2 strikes. So even the Royals might still feel like, we still have a chance. Three balls, 2 strikes to Nicky Lopez. And the 3-2 pitch, fouled back again. You know who I would really like on the Phillies? I'll be honest with you. I would like him because he's a catcher and an outfielder, and I said that I'd like him last year. I would love for the Phillies to get Hunter Goodman. But the Rockies would probably ask for a haul. The pitch. That is grounded over to second, and the throw over to first is in plenty of time. And there's out number 1. Like you mentioned, lots of big power hitters like Schwarber, Freeman, Yelich, Harper, Stott. I don't consider Stott to be a power hitter. But Jose Ramirez, Juan Soto. Well, Ramirez is a switch hitter. He's a switch hitter, so he bats righty too. But yeah, you're right. Absolutely, you got a lot. Yordan Alvarez. I mean, can't forget about Yordan. Can't forget about PCA either. 1 ball, no strikes. And the pitch. And Bellinger. And Tucker. The pitch is in there for a called strike. How about Matt Olson? 1-1. It's down for ball 2. How is Hopper doing for the Phillies? Topper's gone. Topper is gone. He was let go after they went 9-19. So Don Mattingly's the manager. 2-1. That's chopped foul towards the left side, and the Phillies have been doing very, very well under Don Mattingly. They've been playing very good baseball. They've won 28 games with him at the helm. And they've lost just 12. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Wyatt Langford. Say the Phillies let go of Topper. Oh, Harper. 2-2 pitch. And that's a foul ball. Harper's done okay. He's done good. I think that people have wanted him to do more, but I think he's doing fine. A hole is fine with me because the window is now. See, I agree. And I'm with you there, but the way that they're probably looking at this, they're probably like, no. And that's why I don't think that they're going to do that. If it was me and Hunter Goodman has a chance to be traded, I would take Hunter Goodman. But I also would like Tarek Skubal. I just can't have it all, man. I can't. 2-2. That's a pie for ball 3. I don't even know what Hunter Goodman's contract is. I think he's still under the team control for 2 years, right? Maybe not. 3-2 to Langford, and he gets jammed on a pitch and pops it up over towards second, and the catch is made, and there's out number 2. 2 up and 2 down. Waka now has 100 pitches. And this will probably be his final batter, right? I have a Phillies t-shirt with Harper on the back. Oh, that's cool. So cool. Yeah, I have a Harp. I love Bryce. I got one too. Of course. The ball is 1 strike. This is Corey Seager, who is 2 for 3. And the pitch, bouncer, hit back over towards shortstop, and the throw over to first by Bobby Witt Jr. in plenty of time. Excellent play. He just makes it look so easy, and he's like a kid out there. He's just having so much fun, and it doesn't matter where the ball is hit. It doesn't matter what he does with it. He just makes everything look so easy out there, really. Nobody's mentioned Skubal more than JJ if it happens. I want Tarek. I do. I want Tarek, and I want a right-handed bat. I also want a pony. Just kidding. I don't want a pony. I was walking around my apartment and heard you in the kitchen. Really? Oh, man, you had me on that loud. Hold up, JJ. Did you say that you want Skubal on the Phillies? Oh, yes, I do. Oh, yes, I do. In the words of Ruben Amaro Jr., you can never have too much pitching. And that's why the Dodgers did so good last year, because even in the World Series, their pitching is what carried them. Sasaki became the closer. Right now, look at them. Okay, they're missing Blake Snell. They're missing Tyler Glasnow. They have Justin Robleski. They still have Shohei Ohtani. They have Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Roki Sasaki. I mean, like, my gosh. They just have so many starting pitchers. It's ridiculous. And I want another starting pitcher, but I also want a right-handed bat, too. I think Skubal not really hurt. They're just waiting on a trade. Ooh, that's an interesting one. But I don't know. They said that he's the fastest player ever to recover from the injury that he had, and with the procedure that they had him go through, he's, you know, that could be changing as far as the medical field goes for baseball. I am mad at you, Tupac. JJ, imagine if he was on my Stros, though. Tell you, imagine if you still had him and Fromber, and if Christian Javier was healthy, with Hunter Brown, with Spencer Arrighetti. I almost called him Spaghetti. I'm so sorry. That is just, that's a great starting rotation. Cameron Misner is up to bat for Kansas City as they go to the bottom of the 7th, and the pitch is down for a ball. Am I that loud? I didn't realize that. Man, you had me on, and you could hear me all the way from another room. That's crazy. I've never really been called loud before, but maybe I am. 1-0 pitch, and that's a pie, and outside for ball 2. Sorry, chat. I had an itch. I didn't have a tissue near me. 2-0 pitch. That's a foul ball. It would cost a lot to get Scubell, though. It would. Say goodbye to Wood. Say goodbye to Painter. Say goodbye probably to Bohm, right? Aiden Miller, too. The pitch. Now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. In the bottom of the 7th. My apartment's not that big, though. Okay, that's good. I don't want to be known as the loud guy. I like being the quiet guy. I do. I am pretty quiet. 2-2. And that's down for a ball. JJ, did you hear Phillies are adding Derek Hill in a trade with the White Sox? Yes. David was the first one to tell me about it. And it was a minute after it was reported from Jeff Passan. Yeah. Look, a guy that plays defense, as the 3-2 is outside for ball 4. A guy that plays defense, a guy that has a really good arm, but a guy that really does not hit for average. He's going to be a platoon player. That's the way that I look at it. And that's not what I want. I want an actual right-handed bat, and I know that there's not really many that are out there, but that's what I want. I want a Mike Trout or a Byron Buxton. I almost said Billy Butler. Get Billy Butler out of retirement for the Kansas City Royals. We'll take him as a bat. The pitch, that's in there for a strike. That's to Nick Lofton. Billy Butler was a really good hitter, though. Underrated. 0-1. That'll bounce in the dirt for a ball. Lofton is in the box. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Royals have a runner over at first, and the tying run is up. Charge! One ball, 1 strike. Runner over at first. And the 1-1 pitch. And that's a check swing foul ball. Can we talk about the Miz for a second? No. Because the Phillies have to face him tomorrow, and I'm not happy about it. I mean, he broke his own record for fastest starting pitcher, I believe. I think first player this season to get 100 strikeouts. He is he's ridiculous. He is ridiculous. Oh, man. It's unbelievable. I'm so scared to face him tomorrow and have Andrew Painter face the Brewers. It's going to be tough. 1-2. It's a foul ball. And it goes over towards the right side. I do not expect the Phillies to put up a lot of runs tomorrow. As a matter of fact, if they get 2 runs, I'll be happy. Off of Miz. I will take 2 runs off of Miz tomorrow. 1-2 on the way to Lofton. That's a fly ball. This one's hit out over towards center field. It'll stay in the ballpark, though, and the catch is made by Wyatt Langford for out number 1. Trout on the Phillies would be nasty. As long as he stays healthy, man. But Buxton is cheaper. That's the thing. I would love Byron Buxton. I know that people in my chat have said no, absolutely not, because another guy that's injury prone, but he's cheaper. But I wonder if you know what I wonder, chat? Would the haul be bigger to get Buxton or bigger to get Mike Trout? I don't know. The pitch, that's going to be grounded over to second. The throw to shortstop, there's 1. The throw to first, that's a 4-6-3 double play. And speaking of the Brewers, former Brewer Isaac Collins grounds on out, and the inning is over. That was a 4-6-3 double play. 4-2 still as we go to the top of the 8th inning. Texas is up by 2. Tonight, do we have hockey tonight? Tonight we do have hockey. Knights play against the Hurricanes. Jack Eichel versus Sebastian Aho. Should be really good. Series is still tied. It's now tied 2-2. I forgot that the Golden Knights ended up losing that game. I am rooting for the Hurricanes. Let me know who you guys are rooting for down below. Buxton would play more games. He's more healthy, says Kendrick. Yeah. I see Trey ABS. You gotta call him ABS Panicker. Challenging the Miz. What is he, 0 for 8 now? There's gonna be a pitch down the middle, Morty. There's gonna be a pitch down the middle. It's gonna be a called strike 3, and he's gonna challenge it. It's just a cop-out. It's gonna happen. I'm telling you. He's gonna be like, but that was a ball. Oh my gosh. Is this next pitcher any good, says Blake? The next pitcher who's going to be in there for the Kansas City Royals. Yeah, this guy that's pitching, his name is Beck Way. He's only pitched in 2 games this year. One of them was against the Minnesota Twins, and he gave up 4 earned runs. So we'll see. We'll see how he does. They're going to have him go out there to pitch. But I can't really tell you much about him because this is his rookie season. But maybe the injuries of Trout slows down on a good team like the Phillies. Yeah, I don't know. I'm rooting for nobody. My stars are out, says Alex McCutcheon. Back away, as we mentioned before, 2 games. 1 in the third of an inning, a 3.75 whip. And he is going to be out there to face the Texas Rangers as we go to the top of the 8th inning. He is a righty. And the first pitch to Josh Young will be in there for a strike. It's a cutter at 92. Schwarber's about to get Angel Hernandez flashbacks versus Josh Hader, says Grayson. Well, they don't have to face Josh Hader because Josh Hader's on the Astros. He's on my guy Kendrick's team. 1 ball, 1 strike. But you know what? The Phillies have actually done really good against Josh Hader, so I kind of wish that he was on the Brewers. 1-1. That's in there for strike 2. Trey, it was 103. I didn't see it, but I'll challenge it. My man is just so bad at challenging pitches. He uses it as a cop-out. He's like, and it costs your team, man. Like, come on, bro. 1-2. Or the 1-1, that's in there for strike 2. 1 out, and the 1-2 pitch, and that's a foul ball. Part of me also sort of kind of wonders, like, imagine if Pete Rose or just guys from, like, the 70s or the 60s were able to challenge pitches. Like, it's just crazy. Imagine if there was a pitch clock, like, back in those days. Golly. 1-2. That's taken down for ball 2. Tell you what, though. What was I going to say? We're talking about closers. You know, McGill, I don't know what's going on with him, but I'm curious if he's going to close in the series. Pitch, that's a called strike 3, and there's out number 2. The Rockies player who got hit in the head by a Miz fastball. When was that? When was that? Two outs, top of the 8th, and Brandon Nimmo is up facing Way here. The pitch. That's going to be taken for a ball. Beck Way. Beck Way is actually from Harrisburg. 6 feet 4 inches tall, 200 pounds. What a pitch. Grounded back over towards in front of the mound. And the throw over to first is in plenty of time. We're going to go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It's a 4-2 game. Texas leads it by 2. Here's the crazy thing, chat. Look at this. Okay, so they just put up the MLB league leaders in batting average. Otto Lopez, Jung-Hoo Lee, Yandy Diaz, Luis Ariz, and Brandon Marsh. Do you realize that 3 of those guys are lefties? Here comes Duran, and the pitch, that'll be floated out over towards center. That's a base hit. Sorry, did I say that there were 3 outs? There's 2 outs. My mistake. I'm getting distracted. It's a bloop single by Duran, and he gets on. My bad. So it's a 2-out single here in the top of the 8th inning. Please don't mention the great Pete Rose in any proximity to Trey Turner. I'm just saying, imagine if they had, like, ABS challenges, or if they had pitch clocks like back then. But part of it's also, like, you really can't, because it's just, like, other things have caused the game to go in that direction. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 outs, top of the 8th. In the pitch, that'll be in there for a strike. I will say that when we had this conversation the other day, chat, it was about what rule changes do you like? The one thing that I do not miss those collisions. I really am happy that they implemented the slide rule with what happened with Chase Utley and the Ruben Tejada situation. I'm really happy that they actually implemented that, because I was not a fan of guys just going on into players and head-on collisions. Toss back over to first, and the throw is not in time. Wish I could have heard what you said, and the ad just popped up. I don't even remember what I say some of the time. You'll have to go back and rewind. One ball, one strike. The next pitch, that's another foul ball by Jake Berger. I really don't even remember what I said. I know you're young, but Pete Rose was the man. Loved him as a player. He was really good, though. Like, he knew, like, how to put the ball in play. And he was just, I mean, he hustled all the time. He just played the game the right way. He did. 1-2. That's going to be grounded off the mound, and it's going to hit the pitcher. And just like that, there's going to be runners over at first and second base. Got him right on the foot. It wasn't lined to him. It actually hit the ground first, so it wasn't like it drilled him, but still bounced, and then it hit off of his back foot, and he had to go chase after the baseball towards the third base grass. And it's an infield single. 2 runners on, 2 away. And here comes Carter again. Pitch number 1. Swing and a miss at 99, right down Broadway. But no, I never watched his full career, so I can't get, like, the full experience. I couldn't get the full experience of Pete Rose, but I do know, like, I've seen highlights, like, he was really a hustler, and he would choke up on that bat, and he just knew how to, again, like, he really played the game the right way. Jake Berger is a sick name. Well, besides Coco Crisp, he was an Athletics outfielder. I'm dead serious. I remember Coco Crisp. Oh, it's Coco Crisp. 2-1, swing and a miss. And the count is now 2-2, or Lars Nootbaar. I like Lars Nootbaar. It's a good one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 away, top of the 8th. And time is going to be called by Carter. Wondering if Coach can still challenge. There's 2 ABS challenges left for each team. 4-2 Texas. 2 away, top of the 8th, 2 runners on base. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Evan Carter, who has 1 hit this afternoon. And the 2-2 pitch, they try to see if he went. Did he go? And they say no, he did not. Coco Crisp sounds like a cereal name. He was fast, too. In this smaller chat, I'm scared to ask about the Lasorda video. Oh, I forgot. 3-2 pitch. And that is a called strike 3. And the inning is over. Bottom of the 8th. All right, I'm going to pull it up right now. I'm just going to do it right now. Tommy Lasorda. It's Tommy Lasorda and Doug Rouse mound visit. Is that correct? Is that correct? The sickest baseball name. The sickest name is, yeah, Spencer Arrighetti, Spaghetti. Yeah, I almost called him Spaghetti. That is a really good one. The sickest baseball name, though, Raleigh Fingers is really good. Raleigh Fingers is good. Tommy Lasorda's meltdown about Kurt Bevilacqua. Okay, so it was this one. Oh, man. They didn't go to a break? Nothing? I'm making decisions. Wow. We can talk about it in my admin office. Oh my gosh. I don't give a shit, Doug. Damn. Bottom of the 8th, Jensen is up to bat. And the first pitch is in there for a strike. That's crazy. Catfish Hunter's a good one, too. 0-1. That's bounced over towards the right side. First baseman has it. He'll take it over to the bag, and there's out number 1. Dude, that's crazy. That is unbelievable. Bobby Witt Jr. is up. And the pitch coming on up in just a couple of seconds. There's one out in the bottom of the 8th inning. Bobby is batting .279 with 9 homers and 27 RBIs. Only the batter, the pitcher, or the catcher involved in the pitch may initiate a challenge. Managers or other players cannot request. That's correct. That's correct. The pitch, that's a fly ball hit out over towards right center field, and on the run is Carter, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. You don't hear any of that, no. I can't believe that they didn't even cut to a break. Like, how did they get that audio footage? Especially like back then. It must have been live on TV, right? That's so crazy. Christian Encarnacion Strand is a good one, too. Yep. That was a good name. What's he doing now? Is he still on the Reds? Pitch. That's a pie. Or a high strike, excuse me. No balls and 1 strike. My favorite Philly name of all time, Tadahito Iguchi. Love Tadahito. 0-1. And that's in there for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch. And that's low for a ball. Dodgers and Pirates are ready to get started. Once again, after this game is over, we'll send you over to Dr. DeLay. I believe he is. Is he? 1-2 pitch. And that is called a ball, but this will be challenged. It'll be challenged by the catcher. Let's see. And that's a strike 3. Rangers win their challenge. And just like that, we go to the 9th inning. Time to go to the 9th. Let's go. All right, one more inning to go. Christian Encarnacion Strand. Well, it's like Edwin Encarnacion. So it's ENCARNAC Encarnacion. Yeah. NACION Strand. STRAND. Let's go. I should be in the spelling bee. Give me a baseball spelling bee. That'll be a really cool content, actually. That'd be really awesome. Where are we tapping on in from? Let us know down below. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. We're getting into the 9th inning of our final game of the afternoon. All right. If you guys are new to my channel, hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell icons too, and that way you will know when we do go live. We got the Phillies tomorrow, we got the Phillies on Saturday, and we got the Phillies on Sunday, but we also have a Sunday night baseball game on Sunday as well. That Sunday night game is going to be Red Sox and Rangers. Ken, thank you so much. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, YOSHINOBU, YAMMAT, Yamamoto, YAMMOT, oh my gosh, YAMAT, YAMAMOTO, oh my gosh. No. Yamamoto. Okay. Oh, man, that's bad. All right, let's go, baby. We're going to go to the top of the 9th inning. Yamamoto. Yeah, YAMAMOTO. Yamamoto. No, I think there's 2 M's. There's 2 M's. Yeah, there's 2 M's. Screw that. One ball, no strikes, top of the 9th inning. Wade versus Diaz. The pitch. That's a fly ball hit out over towards left center. And that will be caught by Bobby Witt Jr. for out number 1. Four to 2 Texas. Our next episode of Diamond Zone probably will be on Thursday, I believe. It has to be Thursday. No. Yeah, we'll be able to do the afternoon games on Thursday. That's true. Thank you so much. One ball, no strikes. And the pitch. And that's going to be called strike 1. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. That's right, because the Phillies played the Mets. Ah, the Mets. The stinking Mets. They play them next week. It's a 4-game set. No, they play... Yeah, it is a 4-game set. It starts on Thursday. Oh, no, they're off Friday. That's right. 2-1. And that's going to be in there for strike 2. That's right, they're off Friday. And I'm off Friday because I'm going to go see Tom Grassi. I'm excited about seeing Grassi. Because he's going to be in Philly that day, and the Phillies are also off. So that'll be cool. So no baseball for me that day. Would have been a good day to do Diamond Zone, but whatever. It's important to go out and live. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Top of the 9th, Lopez versus Way. And the 2-2 fouled away. Again, in case you're like, well, why is this game running so late? It's because it was supposed to start at 2:10, but they were in a 2-hour, 20-minute rain delay. So they started at 4:30. 2-2 pitch. And that is high and outside for ball 3. Have you seen the Beat the Mets song about how bad the Mets are? Just Google it. It's funny. Beat the Mets? Oh, I gotta look it up. Last pitch on the way. Lopez strikes out, and there's out number 2. There we go. 2 up and 2 down. That was strike 3 called on the outside corner. Wyatt Langford is up next. Beckway is still pitching. And you would probably assume that going out there for the 9th inning is probably going to be Jacob Latz. He'll try to get a save here. He pitched on Wednesday. But before that, the last time he pitched was on Friday. He has a 1.8 ERA, and he has 10 saves on the season. Langford in the box. No balls, 1 strike. And the 0-1. And that is in there for strike 2. I got it right up here. I'll have to listen to it when the game is over. 0-2 pitch. Here it comes. Swung on and missed, and there's out number 3. Caglione, Thomas, and Massey are going to come on up for the bottom of the 9th. 3 more outs to go. And then that'll wrap it up for us. No more challenge phone in the dugout. Only phone in the dugouts. Call in the new pitcher. That's right. All right. The rest of the games tonight, you got Mariners and Orioles at 7 o'clock. You got Braves and White Sox at 7:40 as well. Brian Wu is facing Kyle Bradish at 7 o'clock. And then you got Martin Perez versus Anthony Kay at 7:40. And then the Pirates are playing the Dodgers right now. It's Mitch Keller who is pitching and already runners over at the corners. And for the Dodgers, they will have Justin Robleski pitch. Phillies did not do well against Justin Robleski. No. Robleski has the 9th best ERA in all of baseball. Gosh. All right, so Latz most likely will come on in the pitch. He will. So here he comes. Is he? Hold up a sec. Latz did pitch the 8th inning. Is he going to pitch the 9th? Because he's their closer. Unless they're doing a closer by committee. God bless you, JJ. Great work. This is just like watching the game. Keep killing it, brother. I really appreciate you, man. I really do. Caglione is going to come on up to the plate for the Kansas City Royals. And the first pitch will be in there for a called strike. Latz is still pitching through 7 pitches in the 8th. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. And here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. That fastball was at 96, but he got it up there. That was pretty good, not going to lie. Caglione bought into it. Jack, by the way, has 8 homers on the season and 19 RBIs. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch, and a called strike 3 at the knees. A curveball that just danced in the zone. It's like you said, it's like watching the game, but it's better. Absolutely, man. Like we love the commentary. Again, I feel like that it's like really important to try to get people involved. You know, I love it when you guys participate. I love it when you guys talk amongst yourselves. Somebody said, I mean, it was Hardcore about a couple of months ago. Hardcore Sports said that he thinks about it like it's a virtual bar, and I agree. I really do. Lane Thomas is up, and the first pitch, that'll be in there for a called strike. Like, imagine Vince Scully or Harry Cowles doing this. I feel like that they would have just loved it. I really do. Like, that's what this is all about to me. It's storytelling. 0-1, and that is a foul ball. If you're not a Phillies fan, that's cool. But guess what? We'll be covering the Phillies versus the Brewers all weekend. And then Sunday we got the Boston Red Sox game on Sunday night. So we'll have a doubleheader on Sunday, of course. The 0-2 pitch to Thomas. Swung on and missed, and there's out number 2. One more out to go at Kauffman Stadium. Latz has 13 pitches. He has struck out 3 batters. And Massey's first pitch is lined foul. So it's 0-1 to Michael Massey. And if you stayed on earlier to hear us call like 3 to 4 games at once, shout out to you. That was cool. No balls, 1 strike. The 0-1 pitch, and Massey's going to fly one out over towards left center, but that's going to be caught, and the ball game is over. Langford makes the catch, and Latz gets his 11th save of the season. The Rangers get the win. They win by a final score of 4-2. Ring the bell. The afternoon of baseball is done. Let's go. All right, first of all, let's get rid of this guy. 1 second. Why did I have this up? Okay. Morty, thank you so much, man. JJ, you provide great times for me and my 91-year-old father. 91 years old, man. Shout out to him. That's incredible. Both us former high school basketball and baseball coaches, we appreciate it a lot. Well, I appreciate you guys. I'm super blessed. Again, like I am very passionate. I love baseball. I love calling games. Obviously, you can tell through the mic. You can tell through the screen. I believe that really does show. But as much as I love doing, like, calling games, I love being able to create a community as I call a game. Like, that's just so unique about this whole entire platform. And it's different, you know. Obviously, you have people that have done this before me, that have done this on the radio, and that have done it on TV, of course. And there's people that obviously still do that now. And I was in the radio and the TV side of things. But I really, the more I dial into this, the more I understand, like, holy smokes, like, we can really do something magical here. And you've seen it. Like, there's just so much to be done with this space. And I think it's just so cool. And I really want to try to focus and take it on a whole nother level. Doing charity streams like what we did for Mitchell was so cool, and I'm so excited to do more of that. But there's a lot of potential for sure, and it's magic. Like, we're creating magic on here, and I love it. I really, really do. I want to wrap things up, and I just want to talk about these games today. So, first and foremost, okay, while we have the Mets game on here, dude, that Mets game was really crazy. In the first like 2 innings, I thought that there were going to be home runs in every single inning. I mean, we had 5 homers in the first 2 innings, and I'm like, wow, okay, this is going to be crazy. Christian Scott did not look good at all in those first couple of innings. You saw him give up that home run to Burleson, and then the Mets get the lead, and Bo Bichette hits a 2-run shot, and then he ends up getting a back-to-back homer. Jacob Young is the one that goes deep right after him. And then all of a sudden, in the top of the second inning, the St. Louis Cardinals blink, and they're back up by 1. Crooks had that big 2-run swing, and then Nootbaar also homered. I mean, that was just, it got off to such a great start, and I thought that maybe the Cardinals would have a chance to respond after Juan Soto gave them the lead. It ended up not working out that way. But I do have to give the Mets a lot of credit as far as their bullpen goes, because their bullpen today, listen to this, they went 5 1/3, and they didn't even allow a run. Minter, Raley, Weaver, and Williams came in, and they just shut that door. They were phenomenal, and the Cardinals just could not hit anything off of them. So their bullpen was perfect, and they needed to be perfect because Christian Scott just was not good today. And he's had a very good season overall. So those are just my thoughts about that game. Another one from the 110 clock, the 110 slate, the Marlins and the Diamondbacks. We talked about it. How many base runners were left in that game for the Arizona Diamondbacks? It just felt like that they were just leaving guys on base. Arenado had a chance with like runners over at first and second to try to bring in some runs, and he ended up not being able to do a lick. That was bad. The Marlins also had opportunities too, but the difference of the game ended up just being the pitching. The pitching really executed for them. Xavier Edwards has had a really good season for them too, and he just continued to shine today. They're a scrappy team that does play small ball, and they find ways to even win close games, and that is something that sticks out to me about them. I personally, if I'm going on into the playoffs, and I know that there's still a lot of time left to go, the Marlins are one of those teams that I would not take lightly. I definitely would not, because they have heart. They have a lot of passion, and they fight. They're pesty. They really are. So, big 2-0 win there. Tyler Phillips, he got the win. Merrill Kelly gets the loss, and Pete Fairbanks as their closer has been fantastic for them. He's been really, really good. But yeah, the Diamondbacks are just, I don't know. They have a lot of things to work on. I don't know where they are because they have some really good individual talent, but it just has not been able to add up. They have not been able to stay in the mix for the NL West division. I thought that maybe coming on into the season that they could give the Dodgers a run for their money. Just has not worked out that way. So, 2-0 win for the Marlins. They're now 1 game under 500, and they're now 34-35. Okay. What else happened today? Yes. I forgot to change the scoreboard. Sorry about that. Where is it? So this was the final score of the Marlins game. Putting it up right now. And how about the Tigers, dude? 11-0. The Tigers just pounded the Twins. The Tigers might be one of those teams that could just catch fire. I could see them still making a run at this, especially with how the AL Central is right now. I don't think that they're done. I don't think that they're out. I really don't. But they had the ball flying out in Minnesota at Target Field. The home runs, the one by Spencer Torkelson was nuked. That ball, I believe, is probably still landing right now, to be honest with you. But they had one shot by Wenzel Perez, too. That ball was scorched as well. That thing went like 428 feet, and it was an 0-2 pitch. It was an 0-2 pitch, and that thing was just lasered out to left field. Like, the ball was flying. And by the way, they played out in Detroit, not at Target Field. Sorry about that. But still, regardless, the ball was carrying, and the Tigers did great. Kaiser Montero looked really good out there on the mound. I thought that he was leaving Twins hitters off balance, and he made it really tough for Minnesota to just be able to get on base. He was just dominant out there. He looked like that he was in a zone. He's not a strikeout dominant pitcher, but he gets you on top of pitches. Kind of reminds me a little bit of like the R.A. Dickies in the sense when it comes to just, obviously doesn't have a knuckleball, but gets hitters off balance, makes them chase after pitches, and just get on top of bad pitches. I thought that Montero did that a lot today. So, good stuff from him. What else? The Cubs versus the Rockies. Yeah. This game was not how I expected it to be. I thought that this was actually going to be the best offensive game of the day. It ended up being a blowout. Really good swing from Seiya Suzuki. I know that he has not necessarily been driving in runs for them, and he hasn't really been doing good overall this year, but I think that he definitely needed that grand slam. I think that that was a feel-good swing for him. Got a pitch right out over the middle and just launched it out to left. It flies out in Colorado. It really does. But yes, he really needed that swing. And how about the catcher for the Rockies? That guy just doubled his home run total. So that was pretty cool to see. Hunter Goodman, I thought, had a good day. But Rockies, their problem has just been pitching. They have a nice young offensive team. I like TJ Rumfield. I've always liked Ezekiel Tavar, but they just have nobody pitching. Yes, it is the most unfriendliest pitchers ballpark, but they have nothing. Like, Michael Lorenzen is still on the team, and he has like an 8,000 ERA. It's like an 8.0 ERA. That's how bad it is out in Colorado with their pitching. Kyle Freeland is still on the team. He's been there for like the last 8 years. No disrespect to Kyle Freeland, but he's only had like one good year. So that's where they are. And the Cubs, they saved the series, and they took care of business. But also, the Rockies had a couple of opportunities too. The one inning where they had one out in the bottom of the sixth, thought that they were going to come away with something there. They ended up not. And Edward Cabrera ends up getting the win. Feltner gets the loss. And that's how the game ends. Johnston did have a good day. He went 3 for 4. Nothing really much else to add. Brett Sullivan, by the way, was the guy who had 2 homers. So good for him. Bregman also had a 2-run shot, too. And Carrick's shot out over to center that was a shot. That was. And finally, in the Guardians game. Sorry, not the Guardians game. What was the game that just finished? Yeah, the Kansas City Royals. I knew that it was somebody. The Kansas City Royals. Why is it not showing up on here? I don't know where it is. I'm like losing my mind. Where's the Kansas City Royals game? It's not even up on here. There it is. Okay. Yeah, the Royals had plenty of chances too. That third inning when they ended up only getting 2 runs and they had bases loaded with nobody out, that was a golden opportunity for them. They just could not get enough runs home. Corey Seager was the MVP of the game, I thought. And Kumar Rocker, I've been disappointed with him. I really have. I thought that he was going to come on into the majors and he was going to be he was going to light up the league. It has not been the case, and I've been very underwhelmed with him, and it has not been good. Not been good at all whatsoever. But 4-2 was the final score there. The Texas Rangers ended up getting 11 hits. They also left a lot of guys on base, too. I was sort of shocked that they didn't get enough runs, but Arlstrom gets the win. Waka gets the loss, and Waka pitched very well. 7 innings, 4 earned runs. Gave up some traffic on the bases, but got himself out of jams. But yeah, not really much else. Bobby Witt Jr., good individual talent on this Royals team, but just can't put it all together. I don't know if it's a coaching problem with Matt Quatraro or what it is, but they have some really good players. Like Lane Thomas is good. Caglione's good. Pasquantino's good. I know Sal didn't play today, but Sal's good. Michael Massey is not a bad player. Like, they have some good individual talented players, and they just haven't found a way to put it all together for whatever the case is. So just a shame, but good win for the Texas Rangers. They win by a final score of 4-2. Other games that are going to happen tonight, we'll let you know right now. So the Pirates right now are playing against the Dodgers. That's in the top of the second inning. The Orioles play against the Mariners. That game is going to get started in about a minute or so. And then you got the White Sox playing against the Braves at 7:40. So that is what's going on there. As far as our schedule for the rest of the week, it'll be this. So on Friday, we got the Phillies playing against the Brewers. Andrew Painter is facing Mizorowski, as the Phillies are going to try to take the first game of that series. It's going to be really tough. But Saturday, 7:10, they play against the Milwaukee Brewers. It'll be Aaron Nola facing Shane Drohan. And we'll see how that occurs. And then Sunday for the Phillies, they have Christopher Sanchez against Kyle Harrison. I'll be honest with you, I don't expect them to win the series against the Milwaukee Brewers. I really don't. This is a test for the Philadelphia Phillies because they're going to be going up against really good pitching. Kyle Harrison is strong. Jacob Mizorowski, we all know the narratives about him. And I just feel like that the Brewers, it's also out of Milwaukee. I think that they can easily take 2 out of 3 against the Phillies. And I hate to be that guy, but if they take 2 out of 3 against the Milwaukee Brewers, that's huge. That's huge, chat. That's really, really big. And then on Sunday night, of course, we got the Red Sox playing against the Texas Rangers at 7:20. And we'll be on for that game. Connolly Early is going to be facing Nate Eovaldi. So we'll be covering that game too. I love you all very, very much. Thank you so, so much for all the love and the support. I will see you guys back on tomorrow night. And I will catch you all on the next one. Peace out. Lila Tov. Love you all.